with us. Now, Sabrina, we were just talking about Seshni. She uses the unusual start. She is probably one of the shortest competitors we have had in this championship, and for her, she has to rely on the flip because it's not as easy for her to get to that center line in a face-off. She's probably only one of two games we've seen where that strategy has been used. She did get the initial possession, but Andrew did touch the puck, and he has to return the possession to Seshni. She is a machine gun player. I remember commentating for her at Worlds, playing against her at Worlds. Sabrina, I'm so excited that you're going to be here with me. You know our policy. We are girls, rooting for this girl here as she gets the second point on the board.
Absolutely, Jody, and thank you all for joining our stream. I apologize for my tardiness. I was prepping actually with our North Carolina player who is competing still in the winner's bracket against Austin today, but do not worry. Right now, we are here on table one. We are watching this amazing game. We got Seshni as well as Andrew on the table, opening up our stream today for our tournament. I'm so excited to be here, Jody. It is going to be a great event. It's going to be a fun time. And you know what? I absolutely love the Blazers we're in. You know me and the outfits. We got to keep it going here.
You know, they say clothes make the man, but we'll see right now if the jacket makes the play. We have our second game going on here. Seshni took the first. She only needs 2 out of 3. She is going for the face-off this time. Full body on the table. It looks like it worked for her at first. Excited to see that shake-up, changing up her skill set, bringing, you know, that Houston flair here. Also, as always, girls. Andrew, we saw you play earlier. It was a great game. You really held your own against Emil when pushed up against the wall, but you can see these two are more evenly matched in their skill set. A little bit younger to the game, both of them, but don't let that dissuade you from believing that they know how to play the game and they're going to give it their all.
That's right, Jody. You really cannot underestimate new players like we see here today. It's absolutely a wonderful show that they put out. They are competitive. They are still hungry. And of course, even though we are in spinoff, that does not mean we're not seeing any of that passion like we spoke about last night, Jody. This is exactly what you want to see, the continuing of that passion. And I want to note that you see Seshni's got that Beats, you know, headphones in her ear right now. I think she wants to concentrate on her game. We do see some players wearing their AirPods, wearing headphones. They really want to keep that concentration going. And we, you know what, we respect that. You know, sometimes you want to keep that focus because there's a lot of noise around here. But you know what? North Carolina players are used to that. They're used to that noise. And I cannot wait to see what we're going to see here today with other players coming in. But for now, we're seeing a beautiful dominance from Seshni right now. She's really holding on to that puck. Andrew's playing more on his defense. But just like that, she surpasses his defenses. He's now going to be in possession of the puck here, and it's going to take a score on the board here. Seshni is really trying to see how she can obtain another game for herself. Let's see how she does that here. Keeping possession, actually going to go in for the score here. And you know, I do see a little bit of a slower puck here, but that doesn't matter. The speed of the puck sometimes will make a difference, either fast or slow. It's just unexpected from what your opponent, how fast they're going to hit that puck. Sometimes you're prepared for a fast puck. And just like that.
Seshni was prepared right there. Just enough defense to prevent that puck from going all the way in. Unfortunately, not able to replicate it a second time, but we're going to give her props either way. It is now 5-3. Andrew, I believe we might just get to game 3. Less common in the spinoffs, but even more impressive. Like you said, the puck is a little bit slower. These players are a little bit younger. They're not quite at the level where it is being just slammed off the table, but it almost makes it a little more fun to watch because we are seeing a less risk of injury for ourselves and also more uninterrupted gameplay. So you see that they're not going to get tired, but they're going to give it their all. You see the flick of the wrist, the forehand by Andrew is starting to come together. Seshni jumping across the table, doing all she can to shorten that gap, to play at the line, and she almost gets it in, but it is an in and out. Possession is now with Andrew. A little bit slower, you know, he's going for the walls, but a straight might be his best friend here, as we see that Seshni really keeps an active, flowing defense. She really got some speed and velocity on that last cross. It didn't go in, but you know what, right now, they have the opportunity to play a long game, to feel each other out, and Andrew feels like he may have this in the bag. He is leading now 6-3. Game point. Timeout is called. Let Seshni take a break, get a stretch. You know, 6-3 means very little around here. We have seen comebacks from farther than that. We are, you know, like we've said a million times, girls, we are always going to root for one of our own, but honestly, we're always going to root for air hockey. This is a great game to get us started, to get us in the mood, the mode, set the tone before we bring out some of our big dogs as we go further in to the championship, trying to figure out who is going to be crowned number one. I believe we have 8 players left in the running for that. Things have moved along all weekend to get us where we are today, right here, right now, finishing up our last spin-off before we get a little hot and heavy here on the table and break a sweat.
That's right, Jody. We're going to see a lot of players here today, and honestly, I really am happy we have this team here, these 2 partners on the table right now. You got these 2 players who are just so highly skillful right now, really developing that, learning the game, and you could see that they have just clawed through the tournament, clawed through this spin-off, and are still in it to win it here. Got that mental focus just like that. Seshni's really climbing up the board, not allowing Andrew to score just one more point that he needs to get a game here on her. He's got that defense up, and like that, folks, I'm telling you, you can have 6 points, and it doesn't matter. Your opponent can climb up. If they have a strong defense, you better be scared. You better beware of your opponent.
You're absolutely right, Sabrina. 6 is great, but it doesn't matter till it's 7. Somebody's got to get there first. Seshni in the game, only down by 1. She needs 2 points to win. We've seen people go 4 in a row, and she is going to take it to our first 6-6 of the day. Get hype. We've got our first 6-6. Excited to see who's going to bring home 7. Oh, and a self-score. Doesn't matter. We're going to game 3. You see?
What a game. We love to see our first 6-6 of the day. It's an absolute wonderful treat for us here, folks. We are ready to see how these 2 are going to react now in this next round here. Jody, how are you feeling? What are you thinking?
Ecstatic. I remember playing Seshni at my first World, and don't let her small stature how do you say, confuse you, because don't let it underestimate. Absolutely, that is the word I was looking for. It is still early. It is early, but you know what? For this early and starting this intense, this good, with a spinoff, I can only imagine what we're going to find later today. You know, it is actually quieter than it has ever been. Some of the tables are off. They are out of here. U-Haul has taken them away. As again, I said, we are only going to be playing, you know, the big names after this, but we are going to bring it home. Players for anybody, showing that any level of skill can bring an impressive game to our main stage. I couldn't be more pleased with who we have here. I know Seshni is absolutely a monster when she wants to be. I am seeing a great growth of skill. Like I said, last time I played her, she was a bit of a machine gun, you know, willing to just knock the crap out of it, get as far away from her as possible, but now she's got a lot more calculation, and you can see that as she gets some better walls, she gets a bank, you know, her straights have improved, but with intention, and her defense absolutely has grown in the past year. I'm impressed with her. We're impressed with her. We're seeing a better game from Andrew than we saw earlier last time when he was against Emil. You have to understand, though, a lot of growth. You can still self-score. That is what happened here with Andrew, but that doesn't mean he's down and out. Possession is in his hand, and he makes light work of it.
Yes, Jody, that is right. And, I'm glad you're commentating on seeing the improvement. And, Worlds wasn't that long ago. It was, less
than a year, actually, when you think about it.
A year ago. And you're already seeing immense improvement here from Seshni. Now, although we can't leave out Andrew, I'm not sure, I'm not really familiar with his play style, but I'm sure, just like Seshni, he has improved his game because we're seeing him on the table against Seshni here. And now we're almost getting to possibly a 3-0.
Oh, that defense. Incredible catch at the goal, and she is going to return it. Bring us to a 3-3. It's almost like she didn't take kindly to him trying to get that past her.
Absolutely. She really's got the strong defense. She is here. She is proving herself on the NC tournament stage here right now, showing that she is not to be trifled with. She is an opponent you have to fear. And I did have a chance to speak with her last night, asking her how she was feeling for this morning. And she says, I'm ready to go. I'm excited. She's here. She's got that passion. She is just really wanting to show just how amazing she is on the table. Andrew here is taking more quiet but sneaky approach.
I would agree. I think he makes it easy to underestimate him, but Seshni makes it impossible to let him get too far ahead. And you can see that there is some speed now on the table. Sometimes you see a slightly slower approach between these two. But I think as things heat up, knowing either way, the winner will be named for this spin-off bracket. When you have a tie here already at 4-4, they each only need 3 points. And a trophy actually is going to be on the line for winning their spin-offs. Andrew wants it bad. You can tell he's already up 5-4. But again, no point matters till it's point 7. We may say this is mid-game, but again, until it's 6, it is not late in the game, and the game is not over until it is 7. You really just have to root for both of these players. Andrew has come a long way in a very short time, and Seshni has been putting in the work. I know she is up in the gym, working on her fitness and working on her game. Working on her fitness.
And you know what? I was thinking this morning, we literally always have to emphasize the endurance, but I got 3 E's for you. You got endurance, you got energy, and you also have excitement.
Excitement. I cannot emphasize that enough. Speaking of ease, but right now we see that the timeout has been taken. There is 6 for Andrew, 4 for Seshni. Again, that means very little. Point only matters when it's point 7, something we're going to hear 1,000 times today, especially as we have our toughest competitors on the table who don't believe in comebacks, only in victories, regardless where they are at the beginning of the game, the middle of the game, who gets to 6 first. It is who gets to 7, really setting the tone here. Excited to see if we're going to have a 6-6 by the end of it.
Yes, Jody, I'm really excited. I mean, we just saw it already. Seshni showing that she will make that climb once again here, really demonstrating that she can take this to a 6-6. Really, Andrews is trying to get one more point. Oh, unfortunate.
But great job by Andrew. Like we said, there is a little bit of sneaky from this player, and I feel like that's what just happened. He gave her enough of an off speed that it snuck right on in there. But both of these players should be incredibly proud of the game they just put on for us to get us started here on the final day of the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship. And this may have been a spinoff, but we think it was a show off by both of these players. We want to say great job. And there is some discussion on the table, not 100% sure what is going on. Both players are staying stagnant. The ref, Sarah Mann, has been brought over. She is eating her breakfast burrito, but she is going to...
Folks, it's so early. We're just trying to get some fuel right now.
But
Madam President also needs to eat.
And you know what, burrito in hand, she's still gonna make sure all the rules are practiced accurately. You know what, let's see what's going on here. We believed it was 2 out of 3, but
We're going to see right now, we're getting just clarification from the tournament directors, making sure if this is going to be a 2 out of 3 game or 3 out of 5 here. Jody, I'm not sure, but I'm still very excited to be here, folks. Thank you for those who have joined us. I see the comments. You guys are really enjoying this just as much as we are.
And Timothy Young is going to be here to relay what it is that we are confused about. Can you share with us, Spidey, what we are looking at?
Yes.
Hey everybody, it's gonna be Spidey Young here from Israel. I spoke with the refs, so what just happened? They're getting confirmation right now to make sure this is the real deal. So in their spin-off bracket, Seshni won through the whole bracket up until this point.
Gotcha,
Andrew,
it's a win by 2.
So Andrew got dropped in the losers bracket and climbed his way out. So now, what that means is Seshni still has 1 available loss. In this case, it was just used. And now, the next winner of this 2 out of 3 will be the winner of the losers bracket.
Oh, kind of like what we saw.
Yeah, so a game changer on our side of the table. Now learning that, and you as the audience, Seshni's got another shot.
And you know what? She's going to take her shot every time. She's got some strength and power and some determination. She does not appreciate that Andrew is making her fight for it when she had it all the way up into this point. You know, last time we saw 7-6 in their second game. I predict that we likely will see that again. Are we going to go another 3 games? Possibly. And we talk about, like Sabrina says every time, endurance and excitement and execution. And they've got energy if we're going to talk about a 4th E, because this is not a 4 out of 7, although the way they're playing it right now
Look at that.
makes it a 4 out of 7. We said earlier that these players are not the type to send it off the table, but they are getting hype. As Will Upchurch says, once you get that hype, that puck is going to fly when given the opportunity.
Exactly, Jody, exactly. And, you know, maybe, or we could possibly see, you know, 2 nights ago we saw Generations and, I believe it was Stubbs.
Puck buddies?
No. It was
Weissman and Stubbs.
Excuse me. Our apologies for that. That was 2 nights ago. I feel like I've been here for, you know, a week now. But Seshni and Andrew now have points on the board. Andrew leading by 1 here. But you know what I was saying is Generations came out of the losers bracket and actually ended up winning
it
the
all.
doubles tournament. You think that's what Andrew's trying to go for here in this spinoff, Jody?
Yes, for sure. I think Andrew has taken some big losses already, but he has played on the main stage. He knows what it is to be under these lights, to hear us talk about him for better or for worse. And I think we're going to see his effort to claw his way up to that #1. I'm not counting anyone down and out. When you see Seshni just absolutely lunge her entire body, you have to wonder if she's even, you know, long enough to cover to the line. Oftentimes not, but it doesn't matter how close she gets to the line. When she hits it that hard, gets her straight, it's going to go in.
Absolutely, that's what you're seeing. But Andrew's going to respond here. They're really matching each other right now. I think both of them really have a good idea of what the other player's strengths are here. But, you know, I don't think either player's going to let that stop them. You see the passion coming from both players as they hit this puck going on right now. Really, I've seen attempts at the wall shots here.
A lot of wall attempts. You know, a beginner or a less experienced player really loves to get the double in, because sometimes it happens by, you know, a bit of luck. But here we're not watching luck. We are watching intention. Both of these players are developing their skills, but on the table against each other, they're developing a game plan, a strategy, seeing who has what it takes. And Seshni is saying, it's me. I have what it takes. But Andrew's not going to let her get away with that. Not for long. He has an in and out there. A little too much juice on it. It is early morning. We have a loss of mallet, though. It gets in possession back. You see a smile, a laugh on both teams. This is a spin-off. Nobody is going to, you know, cut ties either way, but there is a friendly competition going on and an intensity that we are not going to discount. These two are on the table for a reason. They made it to the end of their spin-off. Seshni showing us.
She's proving that, Jody. You're seeing that here right now. Seshni's really got this high defense going on right now, and Andrew's really going to start seeing how he can get through it, because, man, she has really shown some improvement with that. And like that beautiful
back
punch.
up 6-3.
Oh, but Andrew's not taking that lightly. He is getting that passion, that fire in him. He's, you know, he's got a calm facial expression here. I don't know if you can see that.
Yes, he is a calm player for sure.
He's got some power power shots there. When he does those charges, you know, they are scary. But I think Seshni is not phased here.
No, but that catch had to hurt her knuckles. I could hear it from here. You know, she has that high top mallet. It takes a lot of impact up there into the top, which can be painful when you're getting your knuckles dusted there. We are at a 6-5 again. Timeout is called. There is a 1-point differential, but a 1 point to win for Seshni. She was in a similar position before. She just needs to finish it out, but we believe Andrew, he can do this. We've seen impressive comeback from him as well. Unfortunately, we are at a 6-6, but get hype.
Oh, another 6-6. This is a great game to start the
table is off.
The last day. Great way to start us off. And yeah, table is off. It's getting back on. And nature's timeout. Perfect timing for Seshni here. You see,
precision.
Wow.
Great
and
job.
Did not get a chance to react here, but he does still have an attempt. I mean, he did pull it out last games we saw. He did end up getting those 2 games, but you know what? Maybe Seshni here is going to try to keep that. You know, she just needs one more game to win it for herself here in this spin-off. She's really just going for these face-offs. She's not letting that hype stop her.
But Andrew takes that face-off, gets it immediately into the goal. You saw Seshni take kind of a scorpion approach to that with one leg on the table. Looks familiar to our other bug friend. That would be Timothy Spidey Young. Also likes to keep one on the table. We are tied at 1-1. Seshni with possession makes light work of it there, immediately getting a second point, a back-to-back. Responded to all. This is going to turn into a slugfest when these two have such similar skill sets. And, you know, I know they both want to win this. When you get to the spin-off, this is your last chance to really take home some guts and glory. But either way, we are so proud of these players for coming all the way here and showing us things like that. A cut by Seshni, beautiful, straight in, in and out from Andrew. 2 in a row that way, but, you know, that gives Seshni a chance to take possession back. Let's see what she's thinking. She pulls it back into her right corner.
Oh, with a circle around the puck. You know, you don't really see that a lot from our newer players. You see that from, like, more experience. So she's showing that, hey, I can do it too.
She can do it too. She has worked with a lot of the masters. You know, she is a Houstonite who has come all this way. She is used to that high intensity. She is used to ridiculously talented and experienced competitors. You know, when you take so many losses from such strong individuals, that means you are learning every time. Right now, the loss Andrew wants is for her today against him, but this is only game 2. You need 2 to win. Seshni needs 1 to win. We're possibly going to game 3, but count no one down and out. A 2-point differential this early when no one has 6, and most importantly, no one has 7, doesn't seem to matter for these two.
That's right, Jody. They are still in it to win it. I mean, we have just seen a lot of 7-6s this morning already from these two. It is a great way to just see how these players, although they may not be the most experienced, they are still powerful players. They're still strong players, demonstrating that here on the table. As Seshni did technically win that spin-off bracket, but since Andrew came in and got it from the losers and take a game against Seth, a match.
And a very familiar spot for us here with Andrew having a 6-4. That means Seshni has to get 3 points unanswered to win this second game, to close it out, to get that spin-off championship. When you see the force she just put behind that, I believe it was a cross, I was looking at the score, I apologize, you know, you would shudder. Like, she is trying to make him flinch. If she is able to get him to do that, she's going to be able to get it in, and she's just about there in his corner. But Andrew's defense is, you know, only improving the longer they're playing.
Yeah, that's what you're seeing here, folks. You're really getting a good game here. Seshni, we've already seen make a climb. She actually made a climb earlier in this match from, I believe it was 3. Oh, so unfortunate for Seshni, but fortunate for Andrew, because he's now going to get a game. And you see the camaraderie here. They both really are just good friends. They're having a good time, folks. That's what air hockey is all about. Although this is a competition, although there is a championship trophy on the line, there's still this camaraderie between the players. Everyone's just having a good time here, just like we are commentating for you folks at home. And once again, thank you so much for joining us here on the stream. We're so excited to be here, and we will be here definitely for our main bracket coming in later today.
Yes, and not to spoil it for anyone at home who may know the names of all of our players, but next up is going to be some personal favorites, some hometown heroes. It'll be Joey Liss versus Seth, and I imagine if we're seeing, you know, a fight here on the table in a spin-off bracket, we are gonna see a battle, bloody, I can only assume. Up next, you know, it is our pleasure and honor to be here. I can't believe that you all have listened to us this long, but hold on just a little bit longer. We can tell you all about what it means to be the champion of the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship. Like I said, we've got nothing but big dogs coming up, but this is how you build big dogs. You end up in the spinoff, you grow your skills, you learn a lot, you shift who your competitor is more frequently in a spinoff, and that is how you grow. And we have seen both of these players grow, not only from Worlds last year from Houston, but right now in the competition against each other. You just saw Seshni get her second point and a smirk on her face as she was able to get it in. She knows that was impressive. She knows people on the stream are rooting for her. And Michael Cummings as well sends his regards. He roots for her. We root for her. We're girls here. We want the best air hockey, but we're a little biased, and we tell you the truth every single time about it. We are rooting for you, Seshni. Andrew, you are doing fantastic. You know, this is close every second that we've seen on the table from these two.
Yes, Jody, you're seeing that here, just how determined these two are. I mean, Andrew did pull through. He's not letting it just be an easy win for Seshni. He's making her fight for it, but Andrew could possibly take it. It's still anyone's game here, folks. You're going to see some cuts here. I believe we should try to clear across here, but Andrew was anticipating that move, and once again, he is keeping that strong defense close to the goal here. Not really being more upfront like we see some players until he wants to get that possession just like that. Both of them are really keeping close to the goals in their defense too.
And speaking of something we're seeing from both of them, well, we're seeing fantastic shots like just performed by Seshni there, but they are matching each other's pace. Unfortunately, a self-score, not something you see as often here on the main stage, but as someone who tends to do it quite a lot, it is devastating, but not necessarily a deadening problem. If you can work through it, keep your head in the game, don't let it affect your ego, then you know it's just another point for the opposing team. And that team is Seshni, who now has 5.
Holy cow, a puck landed literally in your lap.
In my lap, you know?
In your lap.
I wish a victory would be in my lap that easily, but that's okay. It's not falling for anyone today. It is a battlefield, and Seshni is up game point 1. She gets this, she gets it all. I almost want to lower my voice because we've got the timeout. Give him a second to breathe. Just kidding. Timeout barely used. A little sweat wipe there by Andrew. We'll see how bad does he want it. Is he able to get past your defense that has, you know, done nothing but improve since the very first point. She realized that he is going to hit it a little slower, which means she has more opportunities to steal the possession if she stays back and catches rather than trying to get up there on the line and charge anything. She is not the type who's going to go for a stuff because the center line is really up there for her, but that doesn't mean she's not going to get up when she needs to, and right now she needs to get up by only 1 point. Andrew scored his second. He's on the board. There is a difference, but again, we may see a 6-6. Crawling is what these two do best. Oh, a fantastic save.
There.
Oh.
Unfortunately, not enough.
No.
Seshni now taking it. Congratulations, Seshni. What a game.
Our first victory here today on the 3rd day of the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship. We're going to bring her into the winner's circle as one of these trophies will in fact be hers as she has won her spin-off bracket in the face of adversity. Seshni, if you want to come over here and give us a couple comments as you are in the winner's circle.
Here we go. We're going to get Seshni here. Jody
No, yeah.
Action Jackson's going to get on
Camera's
here
there. You
for
can look at
folks.
camera or me. Seshni.
Give us a moment.
Okay.
We're getting everything set up.
I was
Jody's having
talking
a few
lot
words.
about you in all positive. I was super excited. You did great.
Here we go now, getting everything
And
ready to
we'll
go.
see. They'll do a
We're gonna
countdown.
change it
I'll ask
to
you 2 or 3
Jody.
questions.
Jody Action Jackson now with Seshni.
All right, so time here with the first winner of the day. She is a Houstonite. You may not know her. I'm going to let her introduce herself. I know her personally because she has whooped my butt on the table at least one time in the past year. And we saw that same high-level play from one of our newer players. So tell us about yourself. How long have you been playing? And you came from Houston.
Yes, so I come from Houston. I've been playing, I would say, like a little around a year. Seriously, it was last Worlds that I was like, man, I got to move back from California to Houston to really do this. Like, I don't want to spend another year not getting better at this. So yeah, that's who I am.
And that's what I said. I said in the past year, you got exponentially better. We could see you were up in the gym working on your fitness, working on your air hockey, whatever it is. A lot of Pilates clearly brought you here. Now, you realized last minute that you had another opportunity to win this spin-off. There was some confusion by the ref. How did it feel knowing you had another chance and you were hanging on?
Honestly, like when I lost at first, I was like, man, like it's so early. I'm not a morning person, truthfully. And there was this pit in my stomach. And then when I heard I got another chance, I got fired up. And I don't know if you saw, but in that last game, game 3, I was wired in. There was nothing that could, like, it's such a mental game. And for someone that suffers from anxiety, sometimes that's really hard. But I really just put all that aside for the third game and, like, just really went for it. And, like, I felt invincible in those last couple minutes, so.
And you were invincible. You pulled out the win. You had some very intense consecutive shots, a couple cross, couple straight. I said before you had a machine gun style, but today it was calculated. So impressive. We're so impressed. Now we're going to let you towel off is what we know you might need because this will work up a sweat. But don't worry, we'll have you back in the winner's circle because you will have a trophy later to come. Congratulations for winning your spin-off bracket. I'm going to let you go celebrate and we'll see you very soon. Thank you, Seshni.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
We're just doing
We want to send a thank you to our sponsors here at the championship. Impossible to do it without them. Our main sponsor is Tito's Handmade Vodka. You know, we want to toast to all the champions that we're about to have. I know we got to wait just a little bit longer, but our title sponsor has helped us bring excellence to this tournament. We appreciate your sponsorship, Tito's. We also have
Ashley Odom of the McLaurin Realty Group. You know, for privacy, security, and efficiency in real estate, you got to look no further than Ashley Odom of the McLaurin Realty Group. Thank you so much for your sponsorship.
Neighborhood Sports Bar and Grill, a home to many of us on Sunday afternoons that they have hosted so many tournaments. We want to say cheers to the Neighborhood Sports Bar and Grill, a true air hockey institution. We look forward to returning when they reopen. We're thinking about them even now. We want to say thanks for your sponsorship in the interim, and you have just been such a fixture here for the North Carolina air hockey community.
We also got the Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh, of course, a dear sponsor in our hearts. The Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh, literally it's where salty women thrive and trifles need not apply. Thank you for sponsoring this year's tournament.
And the Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance, GRSA. Discover why Greater Raleigh is a sports planner's dream with the Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance, supporting top-notch events like this one right now you are listening and watching in an accessible, beautiful region. Thank you so much for your sponsorship. We appreciate everything you've done to bring, you know, our dream, our sports dream here today.
And of course, we have have none other than the 3 puck chuckers, who of course are our very own North Carolina air hockey players, Wes, Sarah, and Paul. A special thank you to our local trio. They are just so amazing. They have a special place in our heart. Thank you for your generosity for making this 2024 NC State Air Hockey Tournament a reality for us. Thank you to the 3 puck chuckers.
And a new face, a new sponsor for us here this year, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Crave the best chicken fingers in Chapel Hill. You know, I'm a Carolina student, and they are just the fixture nowadays. They're on Franklin Street. Everybody loves their sauce. You know, there's quality chicken finger meals are their one love. Thank you so much for sponsoring the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Tournament this year. Thank you to all of our sponsors. We couldn't be here without you.
Thank you. Jacob Weissman with the face-off. Matt Casey is going to ref this match. Here we go, folks. Already into the commentator. I guess they did not like our intro.
You know what? I thought it was pretty cute, Sabrina, but cute isn't going to get us very far. It's going to be nothing but hard hitting right here. Cute is not the vibe we are bringing to these guys here. It is intensity and drive is what we are bringing and expecting from these two right now. A puck went flying from Joey Liss and Austin Fernandez.
Pucks are already going everywhere right now. The pucks are scared of the matches we got for you today, folks. I mean, it's fucking scary here.
It is fucking scary, but you know what? Not as scary as the shot that just made it in by Jacob Weissman to get the first point on the board.
Yes, that's right, Jody. We're going to see Weissman taking possession, and notice that Weissman's got his hand kind of in a tape, I believe. It helps him, you know, have stability. So is Lowe's. He's got his fingers taped as well as his mallet. Both of them are utilizing the high top mallets. I think these are the strong suits for both. I don't really see them using those low top or also those flat top mallets. It's going to now go into Weissman's possession, really dominating that possession right now while Lowe's is remaining focused, just defending against these absolute devastation wall shots that Weissman's got. He's got some power in that wrister that we're seeing.
And that's what that power can do. His second point on the board. You know, we see a change of stance between these two. Some people like to stay completely in a lunge, some people completely in a straddle, but there's just a dynamic nature between these two that keeps the change up in every possible way, every step of their game. They're able to adjust to what is needed. That was an in and out by Carlos. A great shot through the corner. We do have another puck has gone flying in the tables section, but what was flying just now is Carlos Hernandez's puck right in Justin's goal. Jacob's goal. It is completely returned. Not a breather there for either of our competitors.
Absolutely. These two are not letting the other hesitate. They're making the other keep that endurance up with each other. It really is interesting. You see, I think Lowe's is prepping himself, kind of remaining on the defensive end here. You don't really see attempts at trying to gain possession. He's really focused on seeing where that puck is going right now. Jacob is focused on getting the offensive here. And you know, Jody, of course I'm going to comment on this, as I always do here. Hats. You got the hats for both of them.
I know the hats for me. We saw in the comments it's the same thing as Sarah putting up her hair. And as far as putting up his hair, Jacob Weissman is pulling out ahead 5-2 against Lowe's right now. However, that is rarely going to stop Lowe's here on the table. He's going to fight for every point right to the end. This is going to be a marathon match, Sabrina. I think we are going to see... I think we'll see 7 games. They're already timing off the table. It is game 1. I think we'll be here for quite a while. So pull up a comfy chair. Unfortunately, you just watched a self-score, the first one of this match, putting it to game point 2. Jacob in the lead. A fantastic stop there. Defense is really on point right now. Close is as well. You know, I'd like to see them buff the puck as it starts flying off a little bit more.
Like that?
Like that. That is the back-to-back flying off. Like, let's do our best. Keep it on the table. Jacob Weissman slamming it down. Really trying to assert some dominance. He is not a light player by any stretch. He went for the charge there. Something we've really been missing from some of the past couple games. So we know Jacob has a great charge, but a great defense is going to be practiced by Lowe's to not allow that to throw off his game.
Yeah, you see, he's really just trying to keep that defense up, but it's not quite enough as Jacob secures the first game here. Lowe's is going to take a little bit of a walk-off right now, as well as Jacob heading out, you know, to kind of the end of the building here. Both of them really, they take a step away from the table. I would say you see a little bit of similarities between these two players as how they both gain their focus here. You see the ref is testing out the goals, testing the puck right now. I think he's trying to time out
Trying
the
to
table.
time out the table as it has just gone off and revived. We see Lowe's with our very own Ray and and Joey are top players who are, again, like I said before, great educators of the game, great mentors, and these three minds put together can revise any shortcomings that we saw from Los in this first game going into the second. Remember, this is a final, but it is 4 out of 7. This is not a spin-off, so we're going to be here a while.
Oh, absolutely, Jody. I mean, these are players who really haven't even lost. They are
Correct.
still in their winning bracket. This is a main bracket. Both of these players are ready. You see Los, he kind of straightening his cap. He's ready to go. He's got that game face on. And we're going into our second game face off. Let's see who gets it. All right.
Oh, that was right up at the line. Very close. You heard the smack of both mallets on the puck, but possession is now Los. Let's see what he does with it. Got to be careful. Jacob Weissman tends to end up getting it over from time to time. He is so long for such a reach. Right now, that reach was not enough to stop Los getting the first point on the board.
Absolutely, and you saw that was a really kind of a sneak shot there by Los. He hit it from the right wall there, but he still made it in. And you see that from Los' side. He's got speed shots, he's got sneaky shots. That's the thing about Los. He's kind of unpredictable with the speed that he's going to hit that puck at. He really can get you off your game like that. But you know, I think Weissman can see that as well, as he has now maintained a point on the board here. But Los is going to now take a lead here 2-1. I think Los has got that fire in him now. He's trying to take more possession of the puck this round. Weissman's going to be in possession as of now. Look at that reach Los had. It didn't go over center line, keeping possession of the puck. You see that dribble here. Ooh, attempt there to get a cross. Not enough. Again,
Good
great
catch.
Great catch. Absolutely, here, Joe. You're seeing a good dribble. He's really focusing on how he's just going to hit that puck here. Just trying to see how he can go around Weissman, because Weissman's pretty quick with getting near the goal with his mallet. And you saw an attempt there at the edge, but it wasn't enough. Ooh, lots of possession here. Surprising.
Ooh, and that was in and out, really kind of bounced up, but Los maintains possession of that. The puck remains in play. It stayed on the table, something we're always grateful for as your number one likely casualties, as we are right here giving you the commentary, the screen on the table. Sure, sometimes we have to manage our monitors, but we have great fortune of seeing this up close and personal. Speaking of up close and personal, you can see the crowd is filling out. These two bring the entertainment. This is what we want to see when we're here at the Air Hockey Championship. You hear Jacob Weissman yell yes as he gets his second point, tying them up 2 for 2 on the board right now. Again, they're going to sling this and make it hurt, just like we see from Jacob right there. We are rooting for our hometown heroes as always. We have 3-2. There's an argument with the ref. Jacob turns around and verifies with the crowd that it is in fact 3-2, and it is only a 1-point difference and a kind of a bobble. I don't know how else to call it, a bobble right in.
Oh, a timeout is called pretty early, but you know, I understand. You're going against two. You know, these two are highly trained, highly skilled competitors. I guess the timeout really was crucial. And you know, I wouldn't mess with Matt Casey. He's our head ref here. He is the man that knows the rules. He's really focused. I think he actually refed the main challenge last year here.
And you're correct, Sabrina. He will also be reffing the final championship as our head ref here today at the North Carolina 2024 Air Hockey State Championship. He is very politely holding up his hands for us so you can see both on the stream visual and in the scorecard that it is 5-3 now. Jacob has started to pull away. Los not letting that mean much to his mental. We know, if anything, he knows how to focus, and you can see they're fresh today. You know, they fought really, really hard. People played for 12 straight hours. Air hockey last night ended around 10 o'clock again, but there is still energy in these two as it is their first game of the day and the first of our championship here on the main stage. It is going to be victory for Jacob Weissman. He takes his second game against Los. However, we want to remind everyone that this is still a 4 out of 7. It takes 4 games to win. There's a reason we have up to 7. We are looking forward to what comes next.
That's right, Jody. That's what we're seeing here. And you know, I think Lowe's is attempting to kind of tire out Jacob. He's really made Jacob work, to get those points and really made him stay on offense. It could be one of those games. I've seen it before here. We've seen it before, Jody.
We have, absolutely.
That players will intentionally allow their opponent to be on the offense longer than they are. So when it gets in the later games, they see that endurance starting to slip and fall, and that's why it's important to have endurance. I'm not sure if that's a strategy here, but it is what it's looking like. Let's see how it's going to turn out in this game. Puck already off the table. I fucking can't take it, Jody. I fucking can't take it. Our poor audience, I don't think wants it.
And now it is back to us.
That person does not want to be a part of
No,
this
it
match.
is tired of abuse. It is taking from two heavy hitters. Abused yet again, sent across the room. And this practice safe pucking, y'all. Keep it on the table. But fantastic throw, whoever sent that to Matt Casey. We're going to try this for the third time. And this time we've got it. Those gets possession. That was a smooth exchange there at the line. In the face-off, we kept it on the table, and now.
But Jacob's gonna take that point. Rose is in possession. You see him trying to bounce on his toe. Oh, the speed at this.
Action there. You see the leg kick from Jacob Weissman.
I would hate to be behind them.
I would hate to be behind him. That is why they are so far from the walls. We know we've had players kick holes in the walls over time. Not even from frustration, but trying to lunge across the table. It is 2-0 Lowe's. So Lowe's has possession. He is going to be calm and collected here. He is not going to show the same level of energy. Jacob Weissman is yelling at someone.
We got.
Not sure what about.
I think Jacob wants a little bit more concentration right now. I think it's feeding it a little bit right now with Lowe. So he's asking players who are not in a tournament and just recreationally playing to please hold off so he can maintain that focus just like that. It helps him gaining a lead now 3-2. Jacob is now in possession of this puck here. Lowe's is really just got to keep up this defense, but it's not enough as Jacob takes another point with a 2-point advantage here. But Lowe's is going to shorten that gap here, taking another point.
So we have talked about this many times, Sabrina. I know Tim and I talked about it in Worlds. Carolina players have a bit of an advantage. We are used to playing in very loud, very crowded, very energetic, alcohol-fueled spaces that we have all of our tournaments at bars that are going to have $5 wells. Think about the neighborhood, one of our sponsors. However, when we played Worlds, there was a different level of silence and reverence because that is just the Houston way, the Houston standard. Even you and I are slowly lowering our voices as the background noise fades because we too don't want to be the distraction, but we know it's an advantage for Rose because it doesn't bother him. It doesn't do anything but benefit him.
Look at that energy. There's that fire coming back to Lowe's right now. I think Jacob's now really just trying to maintain his focus. And I don't think he's used a timeout yet in this round unless that counting. Not sure for him asking players who are not in tournament to please stop recklessly playing. But it doesn't matter. Jacob's going to take here another game point for himself. Get hyped.
Six here on the main table. Everyone is slowly holding their and it's going to go to Jacob, who yells as he gets the victory in that third game, but it still takes four. Lowe's put up his best fight yet. It was just a little short, but I think he has improved every game so far. He is learning and adjusting, and I think that level of knowledge is going to help carry him. And by carry, I mean fuel his fire into the next
game.
The next game.
Yeah, Jody. I mean, here's the thing. What we're seeing here is just absolutely two intense players. I mean, Lowe's, I love to refer to as the library match between him and AO, was just sitting up focused.
Not a breath could be heard in that one, but I think Jacob is actually bringing Lowe's into this game, which is more aggressive. It is louder. It is going to draw attention, shock and startle, and that's what these guys need to do right now, throw each other off their game. We know that noise and excitement is both a pro for one of our players and a con for the other. We know we're going to have Carolinians going hype us up, get the crowd going, and we're going to have Houstonites more often ask for silence to tell everyone to let them focus. It is their moment on the main stage.
Exactly.
And that's what they expect. Let it be their moment. They don't need to be hit in the face with pucks from all around the room, and I can only imagine that's more frustrating than any noise that they may experience.
Oh, I agree, Jody. I agree. I think that's what kind of Jacob was trying to prevent. I believe he's getting a little bit irritated. You know, you have all these people playing around you, and we're trying to keep the tournament table for our spin-off in another area of the building right now as we're here on the main stage, because we of course don't want any players to feel unwelcome or bothered as they're playing on the main stage table. And you know, Jacob voiced that. He said, hey, I really need the focus here. I need to be on the table. And that's what we're seeing. And we see it now that he's up 3-0. But you know what? Ghost is coming in. I
Yes,
think
he's
that
getting
strategy.
hotter and hotter
He's
each
got that
game.
fire.
And he's got the stamina. We've seen this from Lowe's before. That has never once been a question of his ability. There is 1 more minute. Head ref Matt Casey says, I believe Lowe's took his 2-minute. You get 1 extra 2 minutes in a timeout during the whole thing. It is not that you can do 2 minutes each time. It is a choice by the players. You see Jacob Weissman is sitting on the floor, getting his zen.
Taking a breather.
A breather. We know his dad has the same MO that he is going to center himself when given the opportunity if he needs it. Just another reminder that this Jacob Weissman is the son of Tim Weissman, a dominant Titan player.
They are Titans.
It is a family dynasty, as we call them. His sister Sarah was the winner of the Women's World Championship. She is not here today. She is actually back home to be a mother very, very soon.
Oh,
I know. Congratulations if you're watching. We are hoping the best for you. I personally hope it has been a very safe pregnancy so far, but right now it is not safe on the table when you have these two aggro players going head-to-head games. For Los needs to win this to stay alive in this bracket.
Here we go now. Los, you see, he's got that fire in him. He's hitting more aggressive shots. I think he's changing his play style a little bit, but not enough to adjust for Jacob Weissman's offense here, but enough to adjust for his defense as he sneaks on by. Here we go. Jacob's now in possession. Los is really looking at that puck. I can see it in his eyes. Oh!
Great defense on that one.
Almost there.
And a return.
Holy cow, Los has got it.
He's in. He's locked in. That's what we're seeing. He's not going to let this be easy for Jacob Weissman. I would not be surprised to see this go to Game 6.
Oh,
Game 7, honestly, is none beyond exception. So that is a tie at 2-2 after Jacob Weissman is able to get another point on the board. Los is focusing on his grip here, an advantage that he has learned along with Joey Liss. It works very, very well when it works. It is hard to predict. The puck is off the table, but it is going to go to Los. There is no debate here from Jacob that is the right call. We are used to seeing Jacob challenge refs whenever he is even just slightly unsure about their ruling, but this is in fact Matt Casey in the chair. Head ref and the head ref make sure we know that it is now 3-2. Los is ahead and with possession right now.
Absolutely, that is what we're seeing here, Jody. I'm sweating, and it knocked into our camera here. I don't know who's going to be in possession. Jacob is going to be in possession of this puck here. You know, you're seeing a little bit more of these great catches by Los here, and now what we weren't seeing earlier games is him taking more of an offense now. I believe he was using the strategy. He's trying to tire out Jacob. Jacob had come out of the gates in the first 3 games, but Los is now coming out in the later half. I really can't see this going into Game 7, and Los has not been in possession long, but when he is in possession, he's been making shots in this game.
I have to agree. I feel like if we could keep the metric, it has not been the majority possession for Los. And we see that when you give possession to Jacob Weissman, he is going to make full use of it. Now, actually 5-3.
I I have chills. I literally just got chills.
I know
on my
these
body.
jackets are hot, but not as hot as these players are on the table right now. As you see, it is 5-4. I'm betting on a 6-6. These two, neither one know how to lose, much less want to lose. Oh, great defense there from Jacob. Really took a knuckle duster. Oh, it turns it around. 5-all. You see both hands up, all fingers from our head ref. That does mean we now have game point 5 for Lowe's.
Jody, I am scared. I am shivering. I am sweating. I am everything right now. I feel like I'm almost coming down with something. I'm coming down with air hockey fever.
Air hockey fever. You know what they call? We've got the hometown flu. We're gonna fight to get the 6-6. Get hype. If you're on the stream, you're in our stands. Yes, we need to maybe rein it in just a little, but our excitement is so high. The 7-6 is a decisive one. Are we gonna keep going close? Take your timeout. Let's take this timeout in
He
10
places it
seconds.
so softly. He's treating the puck as sacred because right now this can be the ultimate game changer. This is a game point and a
I
match
almost
point.
can't look to breathe. You know, I'm rooting for our boy. Oh my gosh,
God.
I'm fighting. My nails, these are acrylics. It is a little painful. And no pain
Jacob,
there for Jacob
Jacob.
Weissman as he takes it 4-0, wins that 7-6 here in game 4. He is the victor. We're going to give him a moment to walk it off before he comes back to our winner's circle. He goes to speak with his father.
Absolutely, Jody. We're going to see right now what's happening here. As Jody actually Jackson's going to go off, I will be with you guys. I see you guys in the comments. You're right, Will. That was a pair of prostrates. We also see Sarah. It has been watching. I really am excited. I heard about this. Hope everything is going well with you. You must be so proud. Your family is making a name. They're showing why they are titans of the industry here on the table. Right now, Jacob and Jim Weissman are discussing. We're trying to bring in Jacob here for just a moment to hear a few words or to hear how he pulled up a 4-0 game. I wonder how Lowe's will be right now. And Lowe's is watching. We have bias for you. Here we go. We're going to go now to Jody Jackson and Jacob Weissman. Take it away.
Welcome back to the winner's circle, everyone. A very familiar face. I promised you would be up here again with me, whether it's going to be at Worlds or our own state championship. You took on one of our best players, Los, and finished with a 7-6. What was going through your mind as it was that close?
Well, I think I amped myself up a little too bit in game 3, so then I was trying to kind of bring my heart rate down. I think I brought it a little too low, so then I was trying to just kind of get myself back into it that game. Yeah, wasn't really worried about it.
I saw that there wasn't a ton of worry, but you took some time to recenter yourself, get that heart rate in the zone that you wanted it to. Is that a strategy you use often, or was it more because you knew you needed it right now?
It was more just right now. I mean, I wanted to try to close it that game because, you know, Carlos is a very good player, and when you're up on someone 3-0, you know, especially when they kind of have home court advantage, you don't want to start letting them come back. So yeah, I don't usually do that. I was just trying to really key in.
Well, it definitely worked. Congratulations, Jacob. Also, Sarah says, hi, great job. I have been talking about her on the stream. She is wonderful. You are wonderful. It's always glad to have the Dynasty here with us. We will have more of y'all, I'm sure, back in my circle. But for now, I'll let you catch a breather, regroup, and get prepared because you've got a lot more to come.
I do.
Thanks, everyone.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
All right, folks, we're going to take a moment here. We want to just thank our sponsors. Of course, to our main sponsor, and of course the sign is on the table. Tito's Handmade Vodka. It's a toast to the champions who are going to be on this table with Tito's Handmade Vodka. That's our title sponsor. It's bringing excellence to this state air hockey tournament, the NC State Air Hockey Tournament. Of course, we appreciate you, Tito's, for being a sponsor once again for us.
And if you know AO who's on the table, you need to know our sponsor, Ashley Odom of the McLaurin Realty Group. When it comes to the region's finest properties, trust Ashley Odom, you know, the AO to RAO, and the McLaurin Realty Group for unparalleled skill and innovative technologies. We want to say thank you so much, not only for sponsoring our hometown heroes like AO, but the entire 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Tournament. Thank you so much.
And of course, who can forget about the Neighborhood Sports Bar and Grill, a great place for all North Carolina air hockey players alike. You know, from the first tournament to future memories, the Neighborhood Sports Bar and Grill is an air hockey staple. And we are so happy that they have sponsored our tournament this year. Thank you. And we hope to see you soon.
We can't talk about gratitude to our sponsors without bringing up the Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh. Now, they have a funny little slogan promoting salty women always welcome at the Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh. I don't know what that means, but you know, I will be there. You know, Triflers, don't bother. If you want some entertainment besides air hockey, go check out their website. But they were able to bring this air hockey to you for your entertainment today. So thank you so much for your sponsorship from the Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh.
And of course, we have the Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance, also known as GRSA. They have world-class venues, first-rate hotels, and of course, that beautiful Southern hospitality. Choose the Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance to elevate your sports event. And of course, thank you for sponsoring our tournament here today.
If you want to talk about thanks and elevate, the three Puck Chucklers, you may know, are three of our own who banded together to sponsor this tournament. Thank you so much to our local trio of philanthropists and air hockey enthusiasts who made this tournament possible. That's going to be Wes, Paul, and Sarah, all individuals you saw on our main stage. If you thought they loved the game for playing, they love the game, bringing it as sponsors. So thank you so much, guys. You have been integral in us being able to stream here today and have air hockey at all.
And of course, I absolutely have to give a big shout out to Raising King Chicken Fingers. Like Jody was saying earlier, you know, as a college student, this is the place to go. I absolutely enjoyed their box combo. Please, they have the best chicken fingers in all, I would say, of any place.
I would say in the world, Sabrina, honestly. We're going to give their chicken fingers.
Would. And thank you for sponsoring our event, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. We'll be back in a moment here, folks, with more puckers.
More puckers.
No, go, keep going, keep going.
You guys jumped down now, I'm sorry.
Oh my God. Well, sorry about that, folks. We were getting ready here. All right, we're gonna head off with Seth, Garrett, and Joey Liss into our first face-off here in round one. Let's see it here. Are we excited, Jody?
I don't think excited can possibly encapsulate what I'm feeling right now. These two guys right here are not fixtures, they are the pillars of air hockey here in North Carolina. Joey Liss, it is no secret, has been a great mentor and friend to Timothy Spidey Young and I, but Seth has equally had such an impact on this community. These two are in the #1 for a reason. They are just as good at air hockey as they are at building the community of air hockey. We talked about two potential different gameplays. We're going to see a lot of fake outs being attempted by Joey. These two play against each other probably more than anyone else. It is always a winner takes all with these two, but the winner changes every 20 seconds because it is, as you just saw, back to back already. 1 point each on the board. Another couple fake out attempts there by Joey. And it's going to be successful. He is a very, very fast, calculated player. I think, you know, Seth may play a little more aggressive sometimes, and Joey maybe tries to go for the smarter game, but both of those incredible shots taken on both sides were defended, so don't let us talk about their offense without mentioning their defense, which are killer, absolutely killer. They want nothing. Oh, speaking of defense, Seth Garrett has to defend his own goal from an errant puck after he lost control of his mallet. Now, speaking of defense again, Joey is in possession. It is not quiet in here for these two, and that's how they like it. As long as no one starts yelling or screaming, which is very doubtful from these two, I think we're going to see nothing but game recognizes game.
I agree, Jody. I agree. You know, these two are just high competitors. They're highly skilled. They're just so into this game right now. Intense focus. You see the position. Joey's got the stance going kind of on his feet a little bit, as well as Seth, but the difference between them both is Seth takes more of like a linear stance, while Joey has more of an open stance, kind of similar, almost to Diddy, but not as white. He's going to change it here when he's in possession. He's going to close it off here. We're going to see his possession and mallet. We have some good fake outs here from Joey, but that's not good enough for Seth Garrett here. Seth is seeing through it, but look at this back and forth possession. These two, you're right, Joey, not only have great offense, they have great defense. They're able to catch that puck. They're able to get it back to themselves. And of course, they have none other than Jacob Weissman as a referee saw in the match earlier. Now we have a 2-all here. Great North Carolina players here. This is such a wonderful match to watch, just to show how intense North Carolina air hockey is here.
Correct. Couldn't say it better myself. Now, Sabrina, you mentioned that Vinny takes a stance similar to Joey, or you said Joey takes a similar stance to Vinny, but any similarity you see between Joey and any North Carolina player is because Joey taught it to them, guaranteed. He is the educator of the game. He has created an army of North Carolina air hockey players who he has helped grow into such high-level play. Usually in a short period of time, he talks about the exponential curve. And Joey and Seth are very active individuals off the table as well. Seth also plays a number of bar sports as well as is a swimmer. Joey is all up in basketball. We say these things because we want to remind everyone the importance of endurance, and that is what it's going to take in this game. When you've got two training buddies against each other, this is not going to go quick. Neither are going to make a lot of silly mistakes. A self-score is very unlikely when you are playing with these two. The frustration levels are still very low as we're keeping very, very close. 3-all at this point.
Right wall there done by Joey. I believe a right wall over. You know, that's the thing. In this game, both competitors must have speed. They really got to have that speed because the defense is just so high. They could possibly try to trick the others by doing more of a speed shot. Oh, possession's going to go to Joey. I believe we saw
it was an over. Yeah, that was an over by Seth. A little bit, hard to fault him on that because he's just so long and lanky and he's willing to lunge for it.
Oh, but Joey's going to use that possession. Hey, Joey, Jody. I hope you guys are hearing the difference.
Well, I had to change my name to Action Jackson because of Joey and the Joey constant confusion. And you know what? He is the man, and I have no right to take away such a legendary name. So because of Joey, I am Action Jackson. The puck goes flying off the table, almost caught by our ref, Jacob Weissman there. Possession goes to Seth,
yeah.
which was unclear at first. Seth makes light work of that possession, bringing us to 4-all.
Another pump fake here done by Joey. Joey's leaning in onto those right ones, which has been a success for him before. But I think Seth has started to get a feel for that. And I know Joey will have that play style, but they change it on you within, 1
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're speaking of some quality pucking here up on the table. You've got to give it to both of these guys for a million different reasons. The forearm stays loose there on Joey Liss, but they are really gonna dribble. They are gonna take every second that they can get. That was an over. That is not gonna count for Seth there. I'm sorry, but as Seth argues with the ref, we know what we saw, and that was an over on Seth's part. It does not count. The scorer maintains 5-4. Joey is able to get Seth to flinch. After the flinch, a timeout is taken. 5-4, Joey Liss.
Just like a baby kangaroo, Joey did a hop there, trying to almost charge the puck, but then it results in Seth going over the line, and that's why the score didn't count. And Joey's really, after these calls are made, have utilized the possession.
Yes, he utilized that possession now that he is up game point 4 against Seth Garrett. But again, means very, very, very little until someone has 7. There is a patience, a lot of fakes that we don't see from any of our other players really here on the table, maybe once or twice. But for Joey, it is a staple of his strategy. He is going to make you flinch. I played against him and Seth the same tournament one time, and Sarah Mann said the best you can do on defense is do not flinch. That's what they want more than anything, and as we know, there is a slightly similar play style. Will Upchurch again giving us a shout out. Top 2 North Carolina seeds going at it. You're correct, Will. We should have pointed this out earlier when we talk about the intensity of this match. Now, number 1 has been held here in North Carolina, both by Joey and by Seth at varying times. So we know it can go either way. We are not going to say anyone has a true advantage. The difference between one ranking is fantastic, but sometimes insignificant when 2 top players like these two go back and forth, back and forth. Who's gonna win depends on the day.
Exactly, Jody. Exactly. That is what we're seeing here right now. You got these 2 intense players, and just for the folks at home, where we're at in the tournament here is the same bracket, but in the losing bracket. So these 2 can still potentially make it into the final rounds here. So it's not only just fighting for North Carolina, they're fighting for the North Carolina championship here. So if one of them loses, they will have to enter spin-off, and that is not the goal of either of these 2 here.
No, spin-offs almost seem unlikely as Joey gets that first shot off with the first possession. They are fighting, like you said, hometown heroes. These are the boys we are rooting for to carry North Carolina to the championship. Not too many of us left in this final bracket, but that's okay. We've got our 2 strongest here on the table. We know what they are capable of. We ask them just to bring it right now, and we do not ask too much because that is what we are looking at. 1-all. Joey kind of refocusing himself. He likes to place the puck exactly where he needs it to be, and there he gets it. Coming from the back of the table.
You see that energy coming out now from both players here. Definitely taking his aggressive offense shots here, which can be deadly, as we've seen here today, as well as Joey, who's yelling a little bit more. And, you know, and I believe the American Air Hockey League has stated, you know, Joey does have a way of running down that shot clock, and you know what? He uses that to his advantage. He really lulls his opponent into the center before he takes those deadly right wall shots that he's got going on. That's why he's been in the #1 seat. But, you know, Seth also has been in that #1 seat as well. So that's why these players are so intense and off. And, you know, possibly, Jody, we can see this go into a Game 7.
The expectation of a Game 7 is very high, as it is now 3-2 Seth. This is correct. Joey likes to keep possession as long as possible. You hear Doug Howard in the background, you know, expressing the yell. But like I said, Carolina players are not easily rattled or startled. You couldn't even tell that these two heard anything but the puck hitting the wall, begging it to hit the goal. It goes flying off the table. Kurt Zander, one of our main refs, is able to catch that, give it back to these two. Again, earlier you did see a high risk of an over from Seth Garrett, something he needs to be careful of as Joey plays back and uses that loose wrist to get it in once again to bring us to 4-2. A lead that seems...
Look at those big bump outs. He's really making Seth sweat here. Joey's really was keeping that puck in his possession, really showing he can go either way because, you know, he is an expert on this table. He has got a great offense down here. You guys can call timeout. I think he needs to refocus. Seth is just staring right now, really trying to see what he can or cannot do.
He is trying to burn a hole in the head of Joey Liss with that stare, but we are live once again. Timeout is over. We're going to see continued pump fakes from Joey, and he uses it. There he is, 5-2 now. He is already up 1 game, but this is to 4. He needs to get 4 games. Getting 2 has not been a guaranteed win for going to 7. We can tell you we have seen on the table, and right now on the table we are watching Seth Garrett bring that up now to 5-3 for Joey, shortening that gap, getting very fast shots, powerful shots in. We talked about how beginners tend to be a little slower as they have to remember and calculate where their puck is going to return. That's not something you see here in these Titans of Carolina, as they know exactly where the puck is going to end up based off every move they make. Like an errant puck has hit Seth Garrett's foot, but he is not looking away from the table from a moment. Possession goes to Joey. That point did not count. The game was paused because of the puck flying in between the legs of Seth Garrett. So telling him the game stopped, I don't know if he would have believed you, because he is so in the zone right now.
Absolutely, but I agree. And I know I got to give compliments here to the defense of Joey right now. Joey's got his man always in the move. He's always got it going one way or the other. He's really not letting his opponents know where he's going to go. He's like, hey, I can go left, I can go right. He's got that perfect defense, and as well as the start with that and of course,
we get the puck.
These pucking guys can figure out the pucking table. I guess that's a North Carolina specialty here. I'm not really sure.
We love the action. The action right there from Seth was really admirable. You know, just a 5-4 at this point. Over the line again. Puck returns possession to Joey.
That's killing.
It is killing Seth right now. He almost... But it is not an impediment of Joey Liss now. Game point 4, game point 5. Seth brings it back. Joey takes a breath before he pulls the puck out. Timeout called. By whom? Not sure.
I don't know what just flew out of Joey's pocket there. I think it was like a bandage, I guess, for his fingers. What a beautiful showing there. But circle around the puck there. Joey keeping possession. He's really faking Seth out, really trying to make him sweat here. But Seth does not seem phased. You can see his eyes following the puck, his head as well. He's just really focusing on that puck. He's here, and now he's got a great catch and keeping it in his possession. Seeing if he can go ahead and get the score all tied up and get into a 6-6 here. We'll see if we can get that here.
And we saw Joey's signature circle of the puck. You know, you said earlier, Sabrina, he plays a little tricky. You see him stay in motion to where he's actually moving around the table. And the only place on the table he needs to be is behind that shot because it has brought him to 7-5. He now has 2 games to Seth's 0. We're going to game 3, continuing to see what these guys are able to bring. Seth is not going to take this lightly. He's probably, you know, he is speaking there with Kurt Sander, a mentor of his, trying to see what is he missing. He is not flinching, but we have mentioned time and time those overcalls, those overfouls are really hurting his game, stopping his momentum, giving it back to Joey so frequently.
Yes, Jody, that is what we are seeing here. Seth really needs to focus. We see Taylor right now, which is Joey's partner, trying to follow him, trying to see if he can get him to remain cool, calm, collected. I believe they're taking a 2-minute timeout here because Joey needs to keep focus here right now. Now, Jody, how are you feeling about this match here? What are we expecting here?
I don't think that we could ever say we know what we're expecting with these two, except a really great game. This is going to be high-level play. We're going to give it back to the table. We are rooting again for both Seth, Garrett, Joey Liss, North Carolinians here on the main stage. Number 1, number 2, Carolina. There is a lot on the line.
Absolutely, Jody, absolutely. And we've seen a lot of unders happening in this round, which are just brutal here. But when you have 2 major players like Joey Liss and Seth Garrett on the table, they really got to keep their defense up, not just their offense, their defense has to be perfected here. And that is what we're seeing here on this table today. Joey is really just putting the pressure on Seth to say, hey, you got to start getting your defense up. You may have to make some good offense and get points on me, but your defense, I'm getting through it. That is what he's teaching Seth right now.
And he is frustrating Seth enough to where Seth is making silly mistakes you wouldn't expect from someone so high level. Yes, Seth is very, very tall, and he is going to lunge for the puck every time. But like we said time and time again, the biggest mistake we have seen, and I know everyone around us has had to admit, is there's some faulty overs. Now, these two are not in active play. You're watching the table, but they're about to be. We are going into the face-off by ref. We've got Jacob Weissman in the chair, a coffee on his side. We know he's tired. We are tired, but the guys up here are not going to let fatigue do anything to them. They are going to drive, push, and bring all the force that they always do. The face-off gives possession to Joey.
Here we go now. We're watching Joey, and I know in the comments y'all have a lot to say about their play styles and what's going on. We absolutely love hearing from y'all what you have to say, especially with these 2 high levels, just basically monsters on this table right now.
Monsters, titans, pillars, any word we can think of isn't enough as we watch the mastery, the expertise of the number 1 and number 2 on the table here. You know, the focus is unparalleled. Again, we almost feel the need to lower our voice. We know it isn't a deterrent for these 2, but the reverence we want to have, the respect we want to have for what we're seeing right here now on the table. And we want to give a shout out to those in the comments who are able to make these technical observations. You know, we know their game and their play style, but it's so fast from where we are watching. We can't always give you the very best understanding of exactly what's happening. So thank you in the comments. Let's see if Seth here in game 3 is going to make some adjustments. Great point out in the comments. Yes, he does. I'm not saying he's getting smoke showed by any measure, but we expect a little bit closer. I want to see 7-6, 7-6, 7-6 all the way to game 7, and we have seen that before on this table. Careful of the over there, Seth. We know you're tall, but you gotta keep it under control. That would be.
You know, Jody, you said it best here. Just excellent players. There's nothing else to it. Seth's going to start off this game 3 with a point on the board here. but my goodness, Joey is going to match him now. But you know, Seth, although he has great games, you have to sometimes adjust. You sometimes have to look at your opponent and change it up, and I think that's what he's doing here now that he's leading in this game here. Oh my goodness, Joey is not letting him take the lead, but Seth said, I don't care, I'll take this lead right now. He is now 1-up here on Joey. I'm not sure what adjustment he's got to make to really secure this game, but he definitely has to change a little bit because he's now getting 4 points on the board and now making Joey really stay on his toes just like that. He's once again in the lead here, 4-3. Jody, I am just, you know, shocked right now seeing how Seth is really, you know, he has made an adjustment to his game here.
Seth is now playing his game. I know I've had him in the winner's circle. I know I've spoken to him personally. One of his biggest downfalls frequently is playing the other person's game, getting drawn into their style and losing his own. But I think we see a shift here where he is playing a faster game, 4-4, which is, you know, more indicative of some of his strengths, opposed to, as we saw earlier, where we're trying to maintain long possessions, beautiful drifts, as Joey does. But Seth wants to get it out of here, get it in the goal. And I think when we see that adjustment, it is more valuable for what Seth wants to get done here, and it does shake Joey just a little. You know, we are 4-4, only game 3. Make that 5-4. Seth, as we speak about him, we see improvements.
He definitely has improved, Jody. We've seen that here. I think maybe he's just like, you know what? I got my blood boiling right now against Joey. I'm going to make sure that I get a game on him here. He definitely looks like he's playing into his style a little bit more here. You know, I believe he has a nickname. It's like Mr. Air Hockey.
I think both these guys have so many nicknames, it's impossible to keep track, but all of those nicknames simply mean that they're the guys of air hockey here in North Carolina. They're educators, founders, pillars, monsters. Again, any word you can think of isn't enough, but their nicknames simply reflect to the rest of the world that these are two players to watch and two players that are nearly impossible to beat. But when you put two of them against each other, you get a game like this, which is exciting, invigorating. You know that they are not going to fall prey to frustration. We've said before, playing with frustration is a great way to lose. Playing with a little bit of anger, a little bit of shock and spite at the former game or two gets you very far. Watch the over, Seth. I am nerve-wracked over here. Funny enough, you don't actually have to be that tall for that problem. I barely 5'7", got called on it twice in the only game I have played. But the only game worth playing is what Joey is bringing out to the table. 5-all, game point 5.
Man, Seth is really, he has upped his defense here. Joey needs to start adjusting his offense a little bit to get around. I think that's the changes we've seen in Seth's game. It's not really his offense, it was his defense out faulting him. But man,
Time out called by Joey. 6-6, a smile as he walks away. We are smiling and holding our breath and almost don't know what to say. And get hype is what we have to say. Get hype, get hype, get hype. Who's going to win this 7-6? The only point that matters.
Here we go now. We're seeing Seth with possession, but it's going to go to Joey. Man, the way they catch these pucks is just so amazing. Look at this. Fake outs. It's not going to work on Seth, though. He's really got his defense up. You see him moving his mallet more, following the puck. It's just such a technique here. These two players are really giving each other the runaround. It is an absolute mad show right now. See how these players react. We got yellers over here, but like you said, Jody, excuse me, I almost called you Joey.
Hey, Joey is the man of the hour. I don't even mind the confusion.
Absolutely. North Carolina players are used to the screaming. They're used to, you know, the alcohol, loud and noise-filled environment. That's not going to stop these two. Oh, we almost got in over there, but not quite. Man, Seth really got to work on that because that could cost him a game, which we've seen in this match.
And that's going to go to Joey Liss. Game 3, 3 games to 0. Up on Seth. Garrett, he only needs one more to win this all again. This is number 1 versus number 2. There is no such thing as anything but a close game. Let the man get a breather. Fresh air is transformative. We see his training partner and life partner step aside to go with him outside.
Joey has
she
left
has been
the building.
a very, very strong source of support for Joey throughout all of his matches. And support is what these guys need at this point.
Absolutely, Jody. That's absolutely what they need right now. I cannot wait to see what we're seeing. I see Jacob Weissman's actually cleaning the table here. We're gonna see the ref can make that call, Jody, correct?
Correct. It is the ref can wipe down the table. Players can request it. I know there are some mallets that have just a tendency to shed and scratch up the table, which can affect the next player who is on the side of the person with a scratchy mallet. This does happen too sometimes when the puck has been thrown off so many times that it has collected that dust. It does leave some residue on the table that you don't want to have you slowing down, especially these two who are trying to play a very fast game. And I think, honestly, at Worlds, sometimes people were spraying down the table after each game, you know, after each match at least.
No, yes, Jody, you're right. You know, at Worlds, although I was not able to attend, you do see a lot of players wipe down. They really want a clean table. They want a clean puck. But, you know, here, this table's got blood. It's got sweat. It's got tears. It's got passion. And that's what we're seeing. It's now game 4. And just like we know, folks, it is 4 out of 7. It is a 4 out of 7 game for the singles here. And that is what Joey needs. Now let's see if Seth is going to make that climb. Maybe Joey, sometimes you get a little overconfident that messes with their game. So he certainly is showing that he is not going to just say, hey, I got this in the bag. Because Seth is a killer of an opponent to have here on this table. And now Seth, he has passion. He has fire. That rage in him is what fuels him. And that's what you see in his shots here. Just look at these practice shots he's taking right now. He is absolutely getting sick. What sick right walls he's got going on here. He's absolutely destroying.
And we want to speak about these practice shots. You know, some individuals, some competitors won't take practice shots in between games because they're trying to conserve their energy. As we've said before, the number one thing that you need here is endurance. We see two sweaty guys up here. Can they endure another game? Or are they going to have to go all the way to game 7? I know that is what Seth is hoping for. He hits it so hard it bounces off the edge of the table. Possession is going to go back to Joey and Liss. We're going to restart both players. I mean, they are ready. It is 0-0 still so early in the game. You have to wonder what they are thinking. Luckily, when I get one of them guaranteed in my winner's circle, we'll find out. But right now, all I can imagine they're thinking is get the puck in the pucking goal. They want to win this, and that's the only way to do it.
Absolutely, Jody. They just want a pucking win and get this pucking game over with. What a sneak shot there by Joey. Joey's going to open up his 4th game, which he is hoping is the final game for him in this match with a score on the board. But Seth, man, look at the power in his shots right now. He is absolutely fueled by the rage here. And that, you know, folks, that is Seth's power. That's what it comes from.
Seth plays with a lot of tough emotions behind him. Joey, we see talking to himself, trying to regroup, but doesn't quite play with the same level of heightened emotion, at least not that you can see. That doesn't mean he's not as equally invested and driven in what he is doing on the table right now. He has regained possession, a great smooth catch, you know, not quite a knuckle duster, but let's see if he tries to return the favor, and he does. It is going to be 2-0 Joey versus Seth again. These are number 1 and number 2 North Carolina air hockey players, they have nicknames that recognize they are nothing but the best around here. Even getting a point off of these guys in a tournament feels like a win. And right now, Joey only needs 4 more points to win this all and to keep going, keep Carolina alive in this final bracket. Spinoffs unnecessary for him.
Yeah, Jody, that is exactly what's happening here. We're seeing the intensity from these players. And, you know, of course, I'm going to comment on the hats here, but this time you got Joey, who's not even looking at Seth, does not need to. He's just looking at the puck here. Well, Seth's got that backwards tap going on. He is like, you know what, this is my game face here. But it's not enough as Joey is just getting scores here. I'm not sure if Seth is feeling that pressure now, but what a block by Joey.
Wow, it is turning into a blowout here. Is this a mental issue with Seth? Is it just that Joey is outlasting him with energy? Oh my goodness, right up at the line. Game point 0.
I think Seth is not happy with himself. I sure would be, but you know what? That does not mean he's not playing a good game. He has still played a great game. And man, Joey's defense.
And Joey
like
absolutely skunks Seth Garrett here in the final game for unexpected. Expected it to be a little bit closer, but I think Seth just lost his momentum here in the 4th game, and Joey found it, if not took it from Seth. Joey is going to go take a walk, take a breather. I know Seth needs to do the same thing. Luckily, both these guys are dear friends, so when everyone has cooled off, I'm sure there will be that same level of sportsmanship that we have always expected. Oh my gosh, is right.
That's the only way to describe it, Jody. It was just an intense match. You saw the players even talk. They just needed to take a breather. They were both so intense, and to get out of the headspace is really tough here.
Right,
really
and once you are thinking in that dog eat dog, you gotta find the come down. But right now, they cannot come down too far. There are more games yet to come. We saw in the comments, someone remind Joey he has more to play. Let's remind Joey that there's more and more to play. I don't doubt.
More winners.
Yeah.
You got people. That's how brackets works. You're going to go up against the best of the best. And although he may be in the losers of the main bracket, he's still in it, Jody.
He's in it, and I'm going to say, with no partiality, Joey is the best. Right now, in that game, Joey bested Seth. Like we said, it goes back and forth here in Carolina when you have 2 players of that caliber who train together, who see each other so frequently. Yes, they're friends. On the table, though, some of them believe there are no friends. The only enemy you have is your opponent's possession of the puck, and the only friend you have is going to be the goal when you get it in. I know that is what we saw here in these 2. Like you said, they both need a breather to take a walk. I hope we see both of them again, hopefully here on our table so we can talk about it, because we love them so dearly, of course, but their gameplay is a benefit to everyone watching. We hope you all in the stream were able to appreciate. Thankfully, we've got a crystal clear view these days.
It is great here, Jody, right here watching it. You have just Titans that are coming on the table. Later today, we're going to have the finals. And I hope you guys are staying in the stream, because
that's what you're here for.
I got chills in the first match. I was sweating. I had chills. I almost got a headache. That is what I call air hockey fever here, folks. And I hope you are enjoying our stream. Of course, we'll be here all day, Jody.
We will be here all day.
We have not catch a breath.
We did not take a single break yesterday. We are your commentators. I'm Jody. We have Sabrina. We are not playing in this tournament because we want to bring this commentary to you all, so we can add a little bit of fun, a little bit of jovial energy, but more important, we want you to know what's going on that table. We're going to bring you that score every time someone gets a puck. I'm going to go get Joey's thoughts and opinions now in the winner's circle.
So excited, Jody. Can't wait to hear your questions right now. Let me get your mic for you. As she is going there, real quick, folks, we want to thank you once again for joining us. Thank you to all our sponsors that see them here tonight while we take a break. I am sitting here. I got tea. I got water. I got so much here. We are just ready. Really just excited to sit here and watch
right there, the green light.
The air hockey. That's all we're watching. It's just pure, simple, good air hockey. We're going to take it now to Jody Jackson.
Hello,
here we
folks.
Go.
We're here
we go now to Jody in just a few moments. We'll just stay the camera for you, folks. But don't worry, we got that covered for you. So excited to hear from Jody on that last game we just saw. Here we go, Jody.
Hello, everyone. I'm Jody here with Joey. Not to be confused, because the winner of the match we just saw on the main stage is Joey Liss himself. That was brutal. Just tell me, what are you thinking? What's going on in your head? That's what we wanted to know.
Well, Seth was the first one to come after me to beat me in a challenge match, to be North Carolina #1. And I like to say he's built to beat me, which reminded me that I'm built to beat him. I had to give him everything I got, and I love that man to death. I'm so proud of him, but I wanted it, and I need it.
We said that there are no friends on the table. You can make up later, but right then, right there, you had to stay focused. Are you looking forward to talking to Seth once everyone has had a chance to breathe?
Yeah, he's my best friend, and he's going to be there coaching me for the rest of the tournament. And I am so thankful for this community. I'm so thankful to have him against me on the table, and I look forward to the rest of the tournament.
Speaking of looking forward, that's what we're doing as well, Joey. We know you've got a lot more to go, so we'll let you catch your breath, take a breather. We saw you hug some very important people, and Seth will be in your corner, so thank you so much, and we'll see you back very shortly, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Joey Liss is up next on the main table. Our players are practicing right now, but don't worry, this is one of our main events here. What an event we're gonna see here today, Jody.
Sabrina, you couldn't say it any better. Main event is what we are looking at. These are our two top Carolinians right now. Joey just took down Seth, Mr. Air Hockey, #2 in North Carolina, and Liss has reached the same level where he is going to go against Joey. They are going to crawl, scrap, fight, get their way back. Someone will be #1. We want Carolina boy up there as the champion. We have some transplants, some out-of-staters who have brought nothing but top-tier game, but you are going to see the top-tier game right here as it is Liss versus Joey, reffed by Matt Casey, head ref of the whole event. We know we're going to see passion, but we know we're going to see control on that table. This is not going to be a puck flying off every 20 seconds. Of course, I say that, and we should get shields, and you should get your eyes glued to the screen as we watch this match get started.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself, Jody. That is what we have here right now. The players are still warming up right now, but don't worry, we'll get the cameras on that table as soon as possible. I see Joey doing a couple of those pump fake outs here.
Practicing some of his signatures, something that worked really, really well against Seth Garrett, a man that he said was built to beat him, but he wanted it. How much can wanting it take you? We think it could be all the way, but we know Liss wants it just as much. They have both suffered defeats here in the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship, but it will not keep them down. You can still be the winner, as we saw generations take over from the loser bracket and win doubles, even beating the undefeated Weissman and Stubbs. We keep wanting to say Puck Buddies because their name is the most fun, but fun air hockey is fun, but right now it is competition. We love to see what they're able to bring for us, for y'all, to the sport of air hockey. We have championships because we have players who are at such a high level. We need to know who is the best, and that's what we're going to find out. Who is the best Carolinian in this match up right here? Again, we have a Liss versus Joey. Sabrina, what more could we possibly say to hype this up right now?
Honestly, all we could say is you're in for a good match. I mean, we just saw Joey on this table before, but guess what? We saw a 7-0, which absolutely is one of those games that your heart goes out to the person who got that O, and unfortunately that was our very own Seth Garrett. He took a pump to the eye for this tournament, and now he had taken a real O, but that's okay. Seth, knowing him, he's going to bounce right back. All our North Carolina players are highly resilient to this. We got two highly resilient players, highly, skilled players here on this table, Jody. I'm so excited to be here, as someone who enjoys observing the sport more than actually playing it. I play recreationally, non-competitively, but man, oh man, I still really enjoy watching just how intense and skilled and the level that you need to stay in this competition. Like you said earlier, Jody, this is still part of the main bracket, so that means one of these two North Carolinians will be moving on through the main bracket, and they are in the losing bracket, but that's okay. They could pull generations like we saw in this tournament.
You're right, Sabrina, and as someone who does play competitively, I know it's nowhere near the level that these two are. I do want to give a shout out to both of them for their ability to foster community and growth. Both of these players on the table are educators. They are focused on getting air hockey a greater presence in this state. But right now the presence is Liss versus Joey. We saw an initial hug. They essentially said, yes, we're dearest of friends, but right now we are dearest competitors on this table. Matt Casey leads the face-off.
Exactly, Dan. Here we go. What an amazing, amazing start here. We got the reset here. We are now at 1-1. Here we go. Joey's going to be in possession. Let's see if we see a different play style from Seth with Liss here. I know we talked a lot about Joey's play style in the earlier match, so we're going to focus a little bit here on Liss. What do you think he's got to do to adjust his game against Jody?
Jody and Jody, we've heard this a couple of times. I don't know if he really needs to adjust his game right now. What Joey has been doing has been working. He got the first point right off, and the second kind of just as easily. We know Liss is a bit tired. He had a really, really tough matchup before this one, but every matchup is gonna be tough when you reach this point in the bracket. I know that defense is very, very crucial when playing someone like Joey, who is kind of speeding up his game, something he did switch up when playing Garrett, and it worked, obviously getting a 7-0 at this level in the bracket against the man who was built to beat him is incredible, but he lunges too far out and he lingers. He isn't able to pull back and defend against what Liss just threw, leaving it now 3-2 Joey, only a 1-point difference between the two. Absolutely incredible North Carolina air hockey players.
You know, I hear Joey doing a little bit of that, like, I don't want to call it a hit, but that's what it sounds like. It's kind of like him taunting, almost like, you know, I don't know if you can hear that. It was picked up on the mic or not, but he does that, really kind of distracting almost to the opponent. But you see, Liss is a very observant and very focused opponent. Oh, we got it over here. That point was not going to count. Man,
Speaking of picking up from Seth, we saw that 4 times in their last matchup, and we said that it doesn't really matter what your height is. Anyone can be susceptible, but what doesn't matter is that losing the over and the possession, because Joey fires right back. He hits a 1-2.
Looked like a machine gun there.
Yeah. I would hate to be on the receiving end of the flying puck and the flying mallet that he just to the body as Liss loses control and possession.
Yeah, Jody, it is. I'm getting a little bit scared here. I'm like leaning a little bit further back. We got these beautiful jackets on, but they're not any protection either to the puck or to just the fierceness from both of these competitors. Absolute mad dogs on this table right now. To see Liss, look at that
right there with a very similar return. His game point 3.
You see, Liss is really anticipating now some of Joey's shots here, and I know they played with each other, which does happen. You see a lot of players who have played with each other before, so they know already, have a good sense of what their skill set is, but that doesn't matter. Players like Joey will adjust, and just like that, he takes a game here. He is pumped, he is amped, he is ready to go. He is once again pacing, and that's okay. You got Liss over here kind of taking a breather as well. Neither of them are talking to anyone. I think they just want to remain focused on the game here. That's what you're going to see here. They're just focusing right now. Liss and Joey.
Both focusing. I know when I spoke to Joey in the winner's circle, one thing he was looking forward to is having his coach in his corner, but right now he does not need a coach in his corner. He needs to keep pushing, keep driving, keep using what's working, his pump fakes, you know, his incredible cuts. He will place the puck exactly where he wants it. He'll get the cross, he'll get the cut. It doesn't really matter. And Liss needs to just continue anticipating it. He got a couple charges on Joey in the last one. None of that, you know, resulted in a point, but it can be so disarming and disheartening to know that something you shot was in fact charged back, and he was able to maintain possession. Speaking of, Joey is willing to get up at the line if it means keeping the puck. He said that is the #1 way to win at air hockey is keep possession and scramble for it, fight for it. Don't let it just come to you, go get it, and that's what he's been doing, although possession was very briefly in the hands of Liss. Back to Joey, 0-0.
You know, Jody, I wonder if we're going to see any, you know, more of these transitions that we sometimes get on this table. I know we haven't really talked about it much here on the stream, but that's just because the puck is moving so fast, it's hard to keep up with these transitions. It's already hard enough to keep up with the puck itself. It's just insane. And just like that, Joey's going to open up game number 2 with a score on the board, but Liss is going to give himself a game as well. All right, we're seeing here, folks, just how Joey's got the pump outs, and he really knows how to mess around with
Finesse is the word. I have to agree with you. Yeah.
finesse is definitely the word, but Los is keeping and maintaining that focus. Just like I explained earlier today when we talk about that library match he had with AO, Los remains focused. Los remains, eye on that puck. He really does not want to look at Joey right now. You can see that with the hats are both wearing. You're seeing that a lot lately with his hat trends, and it's working out for Los. Now we're at a 3-all here, and Joey is keeping that puck in his possession, really timing out that shot clock here, but that doesn't matter to him because you know what? It's worked for him. He's won games. He's 7-0 stuff with those clocks.
So this is definitely a closer game than what we saw with Seth. I think Los has a lot more patience and is less likely to fall to some of the fake outs that Joey has thrown. However, Joey is now up 4-3. So now it is a 1-point game. Joey has said before, anyone can get to 7 points. However, who can get there first? As they are tied 4-4, that has to be on their minds. And on the mind of Joey Liss is, thank goodness I just shot that. So not thank goodness, thank me, because it was on purpose.
Oh my goodness.
Los right there, bringing it to 5-5. Is it going to be a 6-6? There's a very, very high chance. I am disinclined to ever doubt either of these players. The crowd continues to grow the closer they get to that 6-6.
Absolutely, Jody. That is what you're seeing now. We're going to lower our voices a little bit. I have been told by some players I cannot hear us, but I'm still in such fear. Just look at the aggression from these players. I know they're focused. I know they want to remain calm and game. And our North Carolina players may be used to it, but not our out-of-state players. We saw earlier today with Jacob Weissman, he actually asked people to calm down with their playing. And we're going to respect that. We understand this is a high-stress tournament. It's really a tournament you want to win, so I understand if you want to focus just like that.
That's going to go to Low 7-5. We didn't get the 7-6, but Cartlow says, I don't need it. I'm going to finish this right now.
He absolutely was not going to allow for that. You see that here. It's already a game changer from the one we just saw last week. Joey knows that, hey, this is not like it was last time. I cannot keep using the same defense and offense here. I got to change it up somehow. I wonder how he's going to do that because Los does have some sneaky parts that go into the goal here, while Seth uses more of a speed puck to get his way into the goal, not even giving you a fighting chance.
Speaking of fighting, that is what they are doing out here on the table. It is a bit of a bloodbath. We maybe don't see the slugfest that we see sometimes in a game of service, but that doesn't mean this is any less intense or that there is any less drive from these players. They're gonna throw hands on the table with a puck, not literally.
Yeah, so they're throwing mallets, but not
throwing
lost
mallets,
mallets.
but not hands stay to themselves. But you know what? Let's watch what they have the rest of Game 3.
Here we go. Highly anticipating. All right, Matt Casey.
Face-off, here we go to ring. We know both of these guys can crush a face-off.
Yeah, and they both attempted to do so, but it's going to go to Los's possession here. Here's Los with the dribble here. Ooh, almost with the cross there, but not quite getting it into that goal. Now it's going to go to Joey's possession. I mean, I got to say, Joey's catches of these pucks is insane.
That is what he trains for. Like I said earlier, he truly believes getting possession of the puck is the most important part of the game. Possession was in Los's favor, and you see exactly what he was able to do to bring this to 1-0, get the first point out on the board. This is going to be a close one. No one is willing to give up for silly mistakes, and they both understand with very similar thought processes. The wrist on Joey on that one, just loose, just focused, with a high top, so it had nothing but power behind it. It is a little bit heavier. Joey has encouraged all of us to test out different mallets, see what works for us, but what works for Los right now is a shot he just took up by 1-2-1, but not for long. It is immediately returned for a 2-all. Joey just lays it on the table, almost in there by Los.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot. It's like, I like to say that the puck almost stops for Joey. Joey just knows how to defend here, but you know he needs to start moving the puck a little more because Liss has been anticipating these shots he's taking just like that. He caught it, and he'll use that possession to gain a point on the board. Liss has got a fire in him right now, but he's keeping that just calm, collected attitude right now. But Joey is ready to go. He is ready to strike. Any slip up that Liss makes, he's going to find them. But Liss is not letting him find it. Liss is keeping up with the possession here. I think we can get that puck just like that. The puck returns to Liss's possession here.
And we talk about possession. We want to thank the comments for their little bit of humor on this one. Yes, the best way to get possession is to get scored on, get it into your goal and pull it out. But that's not quite what we mean here. And I know Joey knows that the possession in his goal is not acceptable. And it isn't for either of these guys. Again, we are 3-2. You see just some incredible velocity coming from Joey Liss. But right there, he kind of offbeats it just a little. Not what he had been doing. He is great at confusing the opponent, and shaking it up like that could be exactly the way to do it.
And just like that, Liss is going to take another point on the board. And you know, folks, every point is critical. Every single point. You hate to see self-scores. You know what? All it takes is 1 point to tie a game, 1 point to win a game. And just like that, Joey knows the importance of those points. He's going to take another point on the board. He is only 1 point away of matching with Liss. I think Liss is saying, you know what? I don't want this to happen. Of course he doesn't. Who wants to lose against Joey? It is just such an amazing feeling to be a master like Joey. And Liss did demonstrate that in our last game. And like that, he possibly can demonstrate that here. But I don't know, Joey can come out. You've seen it before. When he gets amped up and starts and ready to go, Joey will strike. That is what he does here. He almost got it. I think that was an in and out. Couldn't quite see it from my point of view. But that's okay. It's going to go right back into Joey's possession here. He's going to keep the puck on his side. Ooh, puck.
Off the table. We were so close to rescuing that one. Speaking of so close, this game is so close, and both of these guys are so sweaty. Close and closer. Now as Liss gives up a point, so it is 5-4 Liss. They are laser focused, very impressive. As we mentioned before, there is such a...
We have a mallet at Joey's feet, and it's getting taken. But I think since the game started, no one's bothered. Everyone's cool, calm, and collected. That would have been awful if Joey stepped on it.
Timeout.
He got a timeout at least.
Which he deserved, honestly, by being hit in the ankle with a mallet. Now, that is the level of commitment you have to the game where you are taking an assault and don't even notice. Right now, we're kind of glad the mallet didn't go flying to us. We are back in action. Timeout is over. He uses it to sling that in.
I think that was a left wall over or under. It's hard, you know, we're safe on the side here, but regardless, what a beautiful shot taken by Joey here. It's going to remain in his possession. Oh, good defense from Liss here, but it's not enough to get that puck in his possession. It's going to go back to Joey. Let's see this guy take shot. What a beautiful fake out there. But Liss is prepared. Liss's defense is up. But
yeah, he catches it right there. Speaking of defense, gets it back, gets it in, gets hype is what we're going to say right now.
Everybody.
Get hype.
We are tied.
Called.
Yes, we're tied in the game, Jody. We got a 6-6 here.
6-6. We knew it was coming.
I'm so excited for this.
Who is it going to go to? Joey's got the puck. I couldn't bet on either one right now, but I wouldn't have bet against either. Joey's got it. Devastating self-score by Carlos. Really faked out by Joey with that last shot. You know, kind of bounced the back of his mallet and into the goal. But, you know, it is still 2 games to 1. It takes 4 to win. We know both of our players are all about getting their head space right. And let's talk about headspace, Sabrina. I know that you are not a player, but we have to imagine what is going through their head. Joey said earlier he was really thinking, I want on it. What do you think Los is thinking right now?
You know, I actually know Los personally, so I have gotten an insight into what he's thinking. And it's just like the other bucket hat boys we've seen, the bucket boys. They all say the same thing. I'm just focusing on my game. I don't care what opponent I'm up against. I know this is where I need to be. I know my game, and that's what I'm here to do, is play my game. I'm not here to play Joey's game. I'm not here to play any of my opponent's game. That's what we're seeing. I think that's what happened with Seth. We see Seth was trying to play into Joey's game. But you know how they say, don't hate the player, hate the game. Don't play your opponent's own game. That's the worst thing to do. And Los is showing he's not doing that. He is playing his own game, and so is Joey here. That is the type of skill you're seeing here on the table today, Joey.
Exactly, Sabrina, and that is the benefit of having this main stage and bringing these main bracket games specifically up here, as you were able to watch how players' games change or really don't change as they face different opponents. You know, I absolutely agree. The Bucket Hat boys, we've seen several of them up here, but right now we are seeing Los and Joey. We are in game 4. The face-off goes, and that's going to be Joey with possession. Like we said, folks, we're kind of at an angle right now where Sabrina and I are not as able to see what is going on the table. So keep it up in the comments. Let us know what is happening. Let us get your insight. We appreciate every comment. We love to have you here. It is a pleasure and an honor to even be talking about the guys in front of us. You know, we do know both of them personally. They are Carolinians. They are friends. They are absolutely crushing this game. 1-0, close in the lead. Again, it is getting a little quieter in here, but you can hear that puck rattle in the goal of Los as Joey returns it. Joey pulls it in on himself. It is going to be 2 points for Los, one of which might have been a little more Joey's fault on himself, but we have said if someone self-scores, it just means that you have got them shaken enough to make a mistake.
Exactly, Joey. That is what we're seeing. But you know what? These two players, they know that if they make a mistake, it could be game over, because it is such a tight match right now that we're watching here. And you know, folks at home, we're trying to give you all the best angles, giving you the right side of the table, left side of the table, even the sky view right now. We want you to see it just so you can see the intensity of this game and this tournament overall. It is just amazing to watch it, folks, and we hope you're enjoying it just as we are, and just as Joey's enjoying a point on the board, making it a 2-all.
We actually do have the sky cam up there, and Joey gets another point. The second I open my mouth, and that is great to see. But we want to reassure you, your computer is not lagging. There's no glitch going on. It is that fast on the tape that you can't keep up. It is a blur, a mess of color as the puck goes flying. It goes flying into the goal of Joey Liss. He readjusts the tape on his fingers. It is 3-all. It's going to stay close every second of this game, don't you think, Sabrina?
Yes, I really do. These pump fakes, Jody, are just absolutely killer and really can mess with your opponent. I think that is Joey's signature move, and with that little bit of a hiss, which I really do enjoy watching, it really can mess with the opponent. But look, Los, like I said before, he doesn't care what game Joey's playing. He only cares about the game he himself is playing. That's what we're seeing here. That's why he was able to get a game in on Joey. Let's see if he can get another game here. Ooh, just like that, Joey's
going to make it really hard for that to happen. But we've seen Los on this main stage pull it together, pull out something like that. He is a little tensed up, it looks like, but he knows he'll stay loose in the wrist and the forearm, all the way up through the shoulder. He is lynching a little bit at Joey, which is Joey's bread and butter. It's what he wants all of his opponents to do, but this flinch is not a detriment. Instead, it keeps him active as Los has regained possession. We're going to see what it looks like to play his game.
Yeah, Jody, you're seeing it here, folks. You're just seeing how intense these players are getting right now. Look at how the puck, and that's what we see a lot is, you see a lot of fast pucks. Oh, we got a timeout call here. Joey, I think that's a really smart move right now. You know, you've got Lowe's who's really starting to figure out your play style a little more and how you've been adjusting. 10 seconds or over here.
And it feels like not even 10. A puck goes flying into the side of Joey again. If someone is going to
I think the puck broke Joey.
It did. The puck. Joey got pucked here on this main stage. We do have a comment that someone like Colin Cummings is far faster than you might see from the players here on this table, but we're not going to let that be a detriment to anyone. I think there are just levels to this game, and when you get to this one, it is so difficult to keep track because no one wants to slow down, and just because there's someone faster doesn't mean that they're not fast as well. We appreciate the Skycam for what it's able to show us. Right now it is showing us a 5-4 in Joey's favor, but not for long. 5-5. Los is tied this up. Each only need 2 points to win, but 2 points can take a long time to get to. We have seen several times. I think we're about to see another one, a 6-6, a loss of Mallet. Joey is making this a full contact sport. He has taken Mallet, cuts, all sorts of things to the body in this game. You gotta give him a shout out for his, fortitude and not getting thrown or shocked by any of them. And we are not shocked that he pulls out that 7-5. He has, in fact, won game 4. He is moving on.
Yes, he is, Jody. That is right. He is moving forward. They both took a walkout right now. They are taking, just some time to breathe after such an intense match that we saw here. We have just great players here. And you know what? Los is not one to mess with. He just demonstrated you can't take on Joey. But Joey, there's a reason they call him, king of air hockey here. He's just that good.
He's been called the man, the myth, the legend. He's been called unbeatable. He's been called someone you should never challenge. That means nothing to Los here on this table. We have potentially only one game to go, but I'm not counting anyone down and out yet. Los is still into this game. These are close games. We would love to see a 7-6 as we get farther along. I said Joey has taken some body blows in this full contact sport, but he hasn't noticed. I think Los has noticed nothing but what's on the table right now. He is locked in, laser focus hat on. He may be a bucket hat boy, but he's got the bill to keep him focused right now. What can you tell us, Sabrina, about what the bucket hat boys are going to coach him as we see these guy pals around him?
I think they're just going to tell him to remain focused, possibly up his defense a little bit, adjust for those fake outs because he's gotten quite a few, allow it to get past him, but Los is aware of that. He is aware of that, but you know what? Joey's just that intense of a player, so I think they want him to say, hey, just stay focused.
Oh, wow.
Just like that,
Right out the gate.
Right out the gate.
So Los with possession here after being scored on. We had a commentator or a comment point out to your commentators that that's the easiest way to get possession is to get it out your own goal. However, Joey has it right now. Agree with the comments here that his pump fake is working. He is so adept at making people flinch, and when you are flinching, you're making mistakes.
Yes, Joey, that's what you see. You just see that all the time with Joey, and it's worked. It works. So why change your game if it works for you? But you know what? Los has adjusted just a little bit in his right wall here, allowing him to get a score on Joey here. But it's really his defense that has to keep up because the puck is moving just a bit faster. But folks, you can also slow down the puck to trick your opponent because you may get too used to the speed of the puck and go too fast, faster than the puck is moving.
Yes, and Sabrina, that's why we see there's a lot of merit in the very, very, very occasional off speed. I've seen it take down killers and titans like this, a slow drift into the goal. Well, not technically into the goal, a slow drift to a point. And we have Joey with possession. Once again, he's going to make a light work of that. Like we said, folks, we can't exactly see all of the action, so keep us posted posted in the comments what you are seeing. We, more than anything, are seeing determination. Joey wipes sweat from his eyes, and
I think we're seeing a little bit of
confusion.
Yeah.
There's sweat being wiped from Joey's eyes, and a point is scored off of that by Liss. He does not call a timeout in a moment that probably would have been vital.
Wow.
Liss looks to Ref Matt Casey to decide what does this mean as Joey turns his body from the table.
But Matt Casey called it a point, and guess what? What
It
he
was
says,
a point.
That's, I mean, if you don't call a timeout, that's just what's going to happen. Your opponent can do that. Although some may consider that a little dirty, you shouldn't ever keep your eye off the puck unless you call a timeout.
Call the timeout, folks. You will need it if you're taking your eyes off the puck. This is like baseball. There's no crying in baseball, and there's no taking your eye off the prize. The prize in this case is the puck. It is puck in play until someone says otherwise. You know, I agree. It's not a dirty shot if the goal is left open. We have seen dirty shots happen before, not maybe here, because there is a level of healthy respect at the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship, but that 1 point does not seem to be devastating to Joey. Probably worth it for the sake of saving that timeout should it reach a 6-6 and saving his eyes from drowning in sweat. We said that is a benefit of wearing a hat to keep it out of your eyes, but I wonder, do we just go back to 1976 and whip out wristbands and headbands?
I think that's what is going to benefit Joey here, because that point now has become an advantage for Liss here. I mean, you know, we can talk about this all day. That move could potentially be Joey's downfall in this match, but I'm not sure it's going to be, as Joey does not get, he's going to take a point on the board. It's now a 5-all here. Puck is doing a little bit of a dance. I think it wants to escape Joey's sweat dripping on the table.
Sweat or no sweat, Joey should be sweating right now. It is a game point 5. Liss has that game point because of Joey's own error. But 6-6, yes, we called this. We asked for it, and now we hold our breath to see how it turns out. Timeout was actually called this time. I think he was saving it as well. A very, very smart strategy. The crowd hyping them up. I feel like something just got kicked, but I can't prove it because it was not on the camera. Save your timeouts for when they count. And right now, nothing counts more than this final point, which could seal the deal for Joey or keep Liss fighting forward.
Here we go. It's going in Liss's possession. He really just needs this one shot. Oh, but man, he's got to keep. Oh, we got to go over here, I believe. What just happened?
I believe you are correct, Sabrina. Sabrina called again. That's when you do it. 6-6 is your last chance. Why wouldn't you? Especially when, like, you've got possession. You need 6 seconds. You need to get hyped. Those watching at home, because we are here, holding our breath and cheering at the same time. Table is off. A natural timeout. Unfortunate if you think Joey could have just waited a couple seconds and he would have got one anyway and could have possibly doubled the amount of time he had to catch his breath.
You know, it's really hard to predict that here, Jody. It's really just, you're not even focused on what the table's doing. You're focused on what the puck is doing.
Yes, the table means very, very little. You don't even look at it when you're this close. The puck is all you see. I told you this earlier. There's that scramble to maintain possession. You got to be active. You got to be physical. Liss's defense is just unmatched right now. I don't want to jinx it. We'll see how it goes. I almost want us to just take a breath ourselves, but we want to keep y'all entertained. But nothing is as entertaining as watching Joey 7-6 finish game 4 in game 5. He's gonna move forward again.
Wow, he is screaming. I don't know if you're catching that on the mic. He has a battle cry. I think Austin is his,
He's gonna run for his money, but I'm gonna give it to Joey. Joey keeps his battle cry off the table. He is not letting his opponent see him sweat like that. We are so proud of both of these guys. We're proud of Joey. Keep pushing forward for these Carolinians. Show them what we're made of. And we do have head ref over here talking to our producer, Timothy Young. We're curious what that might be about. We will report back to you all
I think they're going to go to the command room, talk with the tournament right now.
We need to figure out where we are in the bracket. We know where we are in the bracket. We're up for a really good game.
We really are, but I don't think it would matter because, Joey won. But I think to Matt Casey, what he's thinking is if Joey called the timeout while he was wiping his eyes and didn't hear it, Joey then got that later timeout. So it's saying that could have possibly cost him, it cost Los a loss and Joey a win. We're not really sure.
Do we armchair and say that when we know that mistake benefited Los and got him that extra point when Joey wasn't looking away? I know we're rooting for both of them. I think you have an excellent point. What do y'all think the outcome is if it actually turns out that Joey had called the timeout to wipe his eyes? Now we know once the ref says that you get through, we are not going to go back and change anything. But it does pose an interesting question. If you call a timeout, it's not heard. You try and take it anyway. Puck is still in play, and you call one later. I think Matt Casey is correct that it's fair to keep playing through, but have you seen this before? It certainly is a bit of a conundrum. I know both Timothy and I, when we played doubles, had a problem where we had called timeouts that weren't heard, in part because we had been commentating for so long and we're still on the mics. And it is a very frustrating, devastating experience, but oftentimes I do agree if the opponent scores and your timeout was not heard, it's fair game.
That's the point of the game. You got to be fair. You got to make it known. I see some players, they'll take their mallet off and be like that. They'll do a little bit of a, hey, I'm done. I'm timeout. And, the ref will see that because the puck is in their possession. I think that's another thing. The puck, I believe, was actually with Los at that point. So when you call a timeout while it's with your opponent, you do risk that it gets right in there before you call that timeout. So I don't know, Jody. I really don't know what's going to happen there. But regardless of that, congratulations to Joey Liss. He remains in the main bracket here. We're going now, I believe we're getting set up for our next match, and we're going back now. We're staying in the main bracket, but we're going to go back into the winning bracket. We got our reigning champion right now preparing for Vince is coming in. Yes, so we're going to take a quick break here. Thank you folks at home for joining us. I hope you're going to stay right to the very end.
We will be here the whole time, and more importantly, some kick butt air hockey will be here all the way till we name our champion. And now a word from our sponsors. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
thank our main sponsors. We couldn't be here without y'all, and that includes Tito's Handmade Vodka. You know, raise your spirits. We're pretty high-spirited around here, so we may just use it to celebrate, but it is a refreshingly cool choice sponsoring this year's tournament. Thank you for being our title sponsor, Tito's. Again, we could not be here without you.
And of course, we also have Ashley Odom of the McLaurin Realty Group. If you know with one of our North Carolina State air hockey players, we also have Ashley Odom with the McLaurin Realty Group. We're understanding the market and client needs is their expertise. Thank you for sponsoring this year's tournament.
Cheers to the Neighborhood Sports Bar and Grill. As I said before, a true air hockey institution. We have all spent our Sundays there in tournaments, and we look forward to returning when they reopen. Thank you all so much for your sponsorship and being such a key aspect of us allowing to have this state tournament here today.
And we also have the Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh, which we always love their slogan, Salty Women, Thrives and Triplets Need Not Apply. Thank you so much for sponsoring this year's event.
And also a big thank you to the Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance, the GRSA. Thank you for the Alliance for making Greater Raleigh the premier location for championships and events. And we should say the biggest championship and event is the one they are sponsoring right now, the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship. So thank you again.
And of course, we have none other than the Three Puck Chucklers, our very own Sarah, Wes, and Paul for sponsoring this event. A special thank you to you three. You are just amazing trio. We love you for your air hockey love and philanthropy. Thank you for making this instrumental.
Racing Cane Chicken Fingers also gotta give a big thank you to you. You have the quality you can taste, culture you can feel, and community that matters. Visit them in Chapel Hill today, whether you're a college student or otherwise. We want to say thank you for your sponsorship. As we all know, a great place to get some great eats.
We'll be back in just a moment here, folks. Sauceda, and we just wanted to clarify something from the last match, folks. The head ref, Matt Casey, did come towards the commentary booth, and he was just making sure we did clarify what had happened with Joey's timeout, and we did say earlier about the timeout. If the puck is not in your possession, isn't that right, Jody?
Yes, Sabrina, that is what we had said to you all, but we thought we would kind of clarify now that Matt Casey verified us. As you know, I play competitively, but Sabrina and I are more just in a watching role right now. If you call a timeout and the puck is in your opponent's possession, it's no good. That's how we were able to see the score we saw. But now we're going to see what you have been looking forward to. Tim Sauceda versus Austin Fernandez, some out-of-staters, and we know that they have a very hype team at home. Excited to see what these two pull out. I know they've had several matches against each other over the years. Vince was the winner of our first annual tournament last year, but for the first time since the last time, we're going to see how far we can get a Carolinian right after we see who's going to be the victor of this matchup.
And for folks at home, you do know that Vince was our winner last year, and he's trying to defend his title. You know, Jody, he drove over 9 hours to get here.
Incredible. He did miss his flight and said rather, right now he missed his flight, just like his defense missed that shot. He drove 9 hours to be here to defend this title. He did say he listened and watched the stream the whole time, so it felt like he was still there. And right now he's there in the game, 1 point to 2. Austin now takes a wider lead, 3 point to 1. This is a very active and aggro player you see here with Austin. Vince is a little more controlled. Vince has done a bio before as a foundational air hockey player, and he has said many times that this sport is such a key element to his life, and he would hate to give it up. And we see him, he said he was going to retire before, but he's not capable of retiring. He is capable of shooting a shot that hard. It goes in and out. The goal goes flying. Possession back to Austin Fernandez. We'll see what he does with this. Bit of a slower shot there.
Yeah, Jerry, that's what we're seeing here. And also from the comments, they're watching as we are here. And I have to agree, Stephen, Steven. Vince is rocking our tournament shirt for this year. It's an absolute beauty of a shirt. And just like he's rocking that shirt, he is rocking these points right now. We are at 4-2. Sorry for the delay in our scoreboard here. We're going to get that right for you here, folks. But don't worry, Matt Casey's got the score on his hands if you want to take a look there.
5-2. And no delay, regardless of our scoreboard. And the shot Austin Fernandez just took, bringing his lead up to game point 2. We know he's going to yell. We know he's going to bring the intensity. We know it's possible something's going to get slammed. Though something has been slammed into Vince as an errant puck. Tried to take out his cap. He takes a wide V stance, not as common as the lunge stance, but we have seen it be very, very, very successful for Vince in our annual tournaments here in North Carolina. I myself have played against Vince, but nothing like what we just saw from Austin Fernandez.
The battle cry has returned.
Crushing it at 7-2 for the first game. Remember, it takes 4 to get there. 1 loss, 1 win can mean very little in the end. You did hear the battle cry, and instead we see Doug Howard go to speak with Vince. You know, they are in our tournament shirts. They are matching, walking in sync, and we're going to see what kind of advice he gives to bring Vince back into this game with a vengeance.
Exactly, Jody, exactly what we're seeing here. And, you know, you got two not so similar players. They're similar in just how highly skilled they are, but they're not similar in their style here. What you're seeing is Vince. He's a very calculated player, just like we saw a couple players yesterday. We got Brian Q, we got Marco / Oriana. You got these methodical, very observant players that are on the table, but then you got players like Austin, you know, very fast, very aggressive, and very big on their offense skills. They're highly skilled in that area. That's how they obtain points. I mean, you just saw here how fast Austin was able to get his points. That's because that's what he's used to doing.
And a sign of respect there from the two, a little mallet bump before the faceoff. The faceoff is won by Vince, and he makes a light work of it immediately, getting that first point into the goal of Austin. Austin is not pleased with the fact he was just pucked here on the table unexpectedly as he took one from another neighboring table. You know, at Worlds, the main stage was far more protected than we have here, but we do like feeling integrated to all the players around us. We had 100 this year, and now we are down to less than 8 or 9 or 8 or 10. I'm not 100% sure, but we are
sure on the number, but it's going down.
10% or less.
It is going down. You're right, Jody. It is going down for that. Now we're seeing here on the table, just taking a look at Austin keeping possession of the puck, getting that dribble going. He's really using that right wall there, but Vince is being peppered, but was not prepared for that straight Austin had. Beautiful straight there done by Austin, but Vince is going to keep calm, cool, and collected. That's his style. He doesn't yell. He doesn't scream. He remains silent, but Austin does, and he will let you know when he's, you know, really doing good or not doing so good. He will let you know.
Yeah, he will tell all y'all at home. He's definitely going to tell us all here. He is being watched very tentatively by his mentor mentor there, Brian Acrocco, in the background. A puck goes flying. Vince is going to regain possession as soon as he gets the puck from whoever just hit it. Looks like it hit Sarah Mann, but she is a ref with no flinch, no bother to her. She keeps on with her game, and here we keep on with ours. It is 2-1. An in and out by Vince, a little too much juice. Behind it, a little too much sauce. A good catch there by Austin right at the line. You know, these are both long arm players. I would say there's some lanky advantage, but a fantastic defense there from Austin Fernandez.
You know, also, Jody, Austin already has a win in this tournament because he was on the winning generations team from our doubles tournament. But, you know, Austin's hungry. He doesn't care. He wants to get another trophy, and that trophy is a championship trophy. But I don't know, Vince wants to defend that title. He wants to bring home another trophy for himself. I think it's going to fit in his car this time instead of a plane, as he did drive here. Now we're going to look at Vince's style. He's keeping possession of the puck, trying to go for a cross. Puck still remains in play here. It's going to go back to Vince for possession, but man, Austin's defense has got him. He's got the possession. Ooh, lost it now. Austin can keep it and uses it to gain a point with us right there.
Yes, Austin does have the victory with his mentor, Brian Acrocco, but that was doubles. It was a very different mindset and game. You know, when you have someone you can count on. Sure, I think Austin at one point had scored 5 or 6 points in a row against one of his competitors. But right now he needs to get 7 on this table to move on. He has 1 game, but this is to 4. He's fast. He is aggressive. You know, the best way to beat a fast, aggressive player is with intense precision, like what you just saw from Sauceda there, bringing it to 4-3.
Absolutely, Jody. This what we're watching is a bloodbath right now. And it's not a bloodbath as in one player's getting destroyed. It's a bloodbath that both of them are slitting each other right now. Man, I heard someone in the comments, excuse me, I read someone in the comments, you know, death by 1,000 cuts, which we did see.
Death by 1,000 pucks around here is
what
we are watching.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I think everyone is still very alive in this game. You know, we are only 1 point apart, and possession does go back to Vince Sauceda. A very dangerous place for Austin to be in. He can't machine gun his way through precision, but now it's going to go right back to him as his mentor, Brian Acrocco, also gets hit by an errant puck.
Here we go now. We're watching Austin keep possession of the puck here with the dribble, and now we're match 5-5. This game, folks, is one that is just the one to watch. The puck, once again, does not want to stay on the table. They want to leave. The puck does not want to be here. But guess what? We do, and I know you guys at home also want to be here to watch this intense match against 2 master players here. We got, Austin attempt to steal that puck, but didn't, and Vince is going to get it in with
Are we gonna get
putt here.
Are we going to get to that 6-6? That is kind of where Austin likes to shine. You put pressure on him, he turns into a diamond. Yeah, but like we said, you will hear about it, whether it is a diamond or a dump in this situation. Gains possession here off of an in and out goal that he himself shot. It is, again, table is off, natural timeout. Nature really
said, hey, y'all need to breathe, because I don't think they're breathing. They're just really intense. They are putting it all on the table here. We're gonna see here, we got a timeout call right after a nature timeout. Vince just needs to step off, collect his breath, collect himself, because that's the type of player he is. He knows what he's got to do, but Austin's got that defense up, the mallet moving with the puck, and just like that, Austin defends against it and taking possession of the puck here. Here we go.
And with possession. You can see the table is rocking. Probably the first game we've had up here on the main stage that I have watched the table move as these two lunge their full bodies. If you had the opportunity to watch Worlds, you know I would commentate.
Oh,
and right now the
wow.
only thing I could say is it is a 7-5, and Vince Sauceda's power there is not to be denied, regardless of his methodical nature against Austin's speed. But as I was saying, when I commentated Worlds last year, I would get people telling me that my cameras were misaligned with the table, but it is only because Austin had pushed the table so hard that it was out of frame. It no longer was centered. They thought it was our mistake. But we have those two speaking now. Brian Acraco with his minty, Austin Fernandez telling him what he might need to do to adjust and win against such an experienced and title-holding player like Vince Sauceda. We see Vince instead is talking to people on his team. It really does feel like a prize fight. We have corners, we have coaches, we have teams and streams behind a game of this caliber. We're cleaning the table once more. When these two are so forceful with it, it gives the opportunity for scratches, and we do not want to see a puck slow down on this table when speed is so crucial to Austin Fernandez's game.
And you see the ref here, he's gonna wipe down the table. I think Matt Casey knows that this is a really highly intense match, a highly anticipated match between two just absolute units of players here. You got Vince, you got Austin. They are the ones to watch here, and we're gonna get it to you now. We're in our third game. We are tied with the games 1-1, so anyone's game. Let's see how it goes here. Austin's gonna take possession. We got the sky view here, and it's gonna go to Austin, opening it up with a point here. I couldn't quite see the shot he took, but I'm sure it was a nasty one that Vince has to be aware about. Puck is now off the table. I swear these guys can't puck and keep it together.
Well, all we care about right now is it is puck in play, and that puck is playing its way right into Vince Sauceda's goal, bringing us to a 0. We know Austin does not take kindly to losing. He comes back with a vengeance. There are players who play with frustration and lose, and there are players who play with anger to victory, and we know which one you're watching right now as Austin's emotions start to rise. But we know this is also a player he deeply respects. Him and Vince will make up in the end if it comes down to it. Also want to point out that Matt did such an excellent job cleaning the table. We were actually able to see the ref's hands in the reflection, which is incredible and guarantees that there is not going to be a slowdown issue because of the table. Point on the board by Vince there.
Man, Vince is remaining calm here, looking at Austin just like that. I believe that right wall there just absolutely could not be defended against, but that does not stop Austin because he already has gone through it with Vince here with a game, and so Vince does have a game as well. Folks, this is just one of those matches you can't predict. You don't know where it's gonna go. We see here that Vince has the puck in his possession. It's 3-2, but just like that, in a moment's notice, it becomes a 3-all.
Speaking of a moment's notice, it's almost like every time we say a word, there is a new point on the board. It almost makes our job more fun and a whole lot harder. We saw that in and out there by Austin. It does not seem to have deterred him. Sometimes when you have that speed and power, that is the risk you're going to run. We do know that means his shot was very accurate, and that accuracy is replicated there as he brings himself to 4-3. For all, I think we could very quickly get to a 6-6, folks, which is what we love to see down here, or I guess up compared to our...
Yes. Oh, sorry about that, Joey. We're just make sure the scoreboard was working, but please continue on telling us about how intense this match is.
I don't think I have to tell y'all anything. I think it is apparent. And I think that shot was impossible to miss, impossible to defend, as we see Austin yell at the loss of that point. It brings us to 5-5.
Just
game
like that.
point 5. Vince with the lead. And now the possession flips the puck. That doesn't stop the game just because the puck is hit. As long as it stays on the table and doesn't violate any other rule being get hype when you see a 6-6.
Hyped, everybody. Let me hear it in the chat. Get hyped. We have a 6-6 game here. It is game point, and it could go to either player here. Both players are keeping a high defense, high offense right now. Here we go. Vince is following that puck with his mallet, and he does defend against it, but doesn't get possession. Austin's going to keep that possession with the dribbling, just like that. I don't know if we caught that on camera, the face that Austin made. He was excited. He himself was hyped for getting that score. It is now 2-1, moving on to game 4. Jody, what do you think we're getting here going on right now?
We said at the start of this game, when Austin Fernandez is on the table, you're going to know whether he's doing good or not. And just now, the scream you may have heard echo around this room was very, very good. He pulls out a lead. It is 2 games to Vince's 1. He only needs 2 more to win to push through. And then the Titan who had the title, our first place winner in the 2023 North Carolina State Championship, could fall from grace here in 2024. We know that is what Austin is pushing for, and we know that Vince has a lot more in the tank.
That's absolutely right, Jody. Couldn't have said it better myself. That is what we're watching here now. We are seeing what is going to happen. It's still anyone's game, folks. Don't think this is a blowout. It certainly is not. We've seen Vince come back. He has a game for himself as well. We're moving on to game 4. We're resetting the scoreboard here. Here we go. We got the ref wiping down after each game. He knows that that's just what you gotta do. Just with these 2 titans of players on this table, get a little bit of a spray down for the folks at home. The ref is allowed to do this to give players an easier time with the table. It's an advantage for both of these players to have a nice, clean table.
And it can be requested and agreed upon by players as well. Like I said, there's a lot of respect between these 2. Don't be fooled by Austin's energy. He does have a lot of respect for Vince Sauceda here. Sees him as a worthy competitor, which might not be true for everyone else he's ever been paired against, but Vince has the advantage of experience, age, and victory. We just saw Vince get a charge out on Austin, and I know personally that is one of the very best feelings, especially when it ends in a point like that. Vince Sauceda first on the board, 1-0, a lot left to play, but gosh, we are enjoying watching. I hope you are as well. As we always say, our view today is a little more obscured than it was yesterday, so keep us posted in the comments. What are you seeing from these 2? And we'll share it to everyone else. Unfortunately, we just saw a self-score there by Austin that is going to possibly raise his frustration levels, but he channeled it.
He got a little bit frustrated with himself there. You saw his, face. He wasn't happy. But, like you were saying, Jody, he is handling himself pretty well here.
Yeah.
He's not letting Vince get into it, because you see, Vince won't let you know. He's just there. He's just there to play. That's it. He doesn't yell. He doesn't scream. He sometimes, we got a buff puck.
Buff your puck.
Buff your puck, ladies and gentlemen.
See, you can see that they're really invested in keeping speed and precision here. They're cleaning the table. They're buffing the puck. That means we have made it so far into the competition. Any minute detail adjustment or fallacy could be a fault that costs a game, and we're just not going to have that. Very excited to see Vince buffing the puck. The puck is going to go back into his possession after bouncing off the table and touched by Austin.
Here we go.
He takes a drawback, shoots it, not to much avail. Possession is switched again. Really able to just take these hard hits off of Austin. Almost makes you wonder if he would prefer a flat top, but his fingers are taped up and he knows he needs something he can put some weight and power behind. That maybe isn't as easy to do when you have a flat top. But that looked pretty easy for Vince right there, getting 3 points to 1.
You know, Jody, you are noticing that our more higher level players do prefer the high top. I haven't seen a lot of low tops today on this table. We'll see where we're at in the winner's bracket. I don't know if that's some secret code to winning a tournament, but I have certainly seen some expert players using the flat tops as well. And just like that, Vince is going to get a left wall under there, just like that on Austin. But Austin's going to return with a point on the board, just 1 point away from getting a tied match here. Possibly can go into another 6-6, which I am honestly hoping for. It makes a better viewing game.
Yes, it is more fun for us, more fun for the audience, and a lot less fun for anyone trying to breathe regularly. You talk about the high tops being more common in the top. I think we have to remember that correlation and causation might not be the same. A lot of these top players are in fact out-of-staters. Perhaps setting a different standard, a different culture might create a greater preference for a high top. But you know, I think that's what we ask our victor. We see the #1 player in this championship. What mallet did they use? Why did they use it? And is it what they attribute their success to? Or is it all about just getting a good shot off like that we saw, putting us at 4-4?
Yeah, Jody, I agree. You were just here watching a great match. You got these players. Correlation does not equal causation, but you know what does? Endurance. Both of these players have been playing for quite a minute now. Table has not timed out, but this has been a long game. Puck is now off the table. Vince is going to keep possession of this puck here. Let's see how he's going to respond to Austin's defense here. You know, Austin's got to prepare for those left balls. Just as I was saying that the puck didn't quite go in, but that's what Vince has been getting Austin on. He really just knows that one little weak spot, but I think Austin's learning from his mistakes. I know his mentor is sitting there. Brian is watching from the sidelines, knows, hey, you gotta be prepared. Not everyone's gonna lean on their strong wall. Sometimes they practice that weak wall purposely to get around you, and like that, Austin's now gonna take the lead with the comeback here.
Ooh, almost those scores again. That was terrifying to watch. The defense of Vince is still playing at its peak. I would have very little doubt that he is going to be able to defend. There, my doubt maybe would have been justified. A point is scored. It is game point 4. Austin only needs a 1 to carry on to the third game, and doesn't. In case you couldn't hear, come on, he yells as he takes his walk-off breather. He's got 1 minute to do so, something that tends to happen in every game he plays. This time, Brian Acrocco staying seated. He knows that Austin won by such a margin. He doesn't really need too much coaching at this point. He just needs to keep it up.
That's exactly what we're seeing here. Brian's just going to step and keep away from Austin. Austin is showing that he as an individual is a great player. But you know, some words of advice, some little encouragement from Brian is always useful. You see that he's coming now to Austin. Austin is demonstrating, though, he himself is a player. He was not carried by his teacher. He demonstrated that he himself is not someone to be messed with. But Vince, you can't leave Vince out of this. Even though he may be down by 2 games now, he is still a player. He is still our first champion of the North Carolina tournament, here to defend that title. But you know what, folks? It's just the part of air hockey. We got the camera now on some other games that are occurring just for your enjoyment here. We got Vince walking around. We got Colin on screen. Now we're going to turn back to our main table as our players get ready to be on the main stage, headed to game 5. Matt Casey, man, he must be sweating right now just watching these 2 players. You know, the more intense players you get, the more likely you'll probably get a challenge call. I mean, you saw Vince, he literally told the ref, hey, that was a touch, making sure he saw that, and he did. That's why he went back to Vince's possession, but it doesn't matter. Austin here is showing that, hey, I got it. Austin's got it.
Well, and we talk about the ref Matt Casey's attention to detail. We saw him earlier rubbing his eyes as they had dried out because he had refused to blink, probably on accident.
I got some eye drops here, Matt, if you need them. Oh,
yes,
gosh.
Matt, let us help you out. You are doing the Lord's work here, keeping track of these high-level matches with no hesitation. We trust your calls. So does everyone else here. You became a head ref for a reason. So we want to shout out to Matt Casey. He was head ref last year as well. A phenomenal member of our community, regardless of where he came from. We claim him as a Carolinian, and we're excited to keep him so active in all of our matches going forward.
Well said, Jody. Well said. Now we're going to go into our 5th game face-off here. Let's see who's going to take possession in this match. It's going to go to Austin now. Austin is going to try a straight there, which has been killing Vince, but Vince, I think, is getting ready for it. Here we go. It's going to go into Vince's possession, and just like that, with a cut there, Vince is going to open up with a point on the board, and now the puck is in Vince's possession. Oh, going right now, transitioning to Austin here, going back to Vince. I can't keep up with how this puck moves from mallet to mallet, from goal to goal, from end to end. Oh, folks at home, I hope you're enjoying this as much as we are. It is just such an intense match here today.
Sabrina, I completely agree. I don't even know if intense is the right word. I think we've had some matches up here where we have wanted to duck and cover, afraid of what might happen, but right now we are leaning over the table closer and closer to the danger field because we want to see everything we can. Our obscured vision does not prevent us from seeing that Austin got his first point on the board. It is 2-1. Ben's possession is going to be with Austin. You know, we saw in the comments and we have observed straights have been a strong suit, but we'll see, can he carry that all the way through? I have heard arguments that a straight is the hardest thing to defend, and I've heard the opposite. I know I don't like to be the recipient of a perfectly timed straight, but I love to see a charge there on the table by Sauceda, and doesn't matter. Austin gets the point, tying us up 2-2.
That's right, Jody. We are now at 2-2. Oh, well, as soon as I say that, we're now at 3-2, Jody. And I want to mention something here. I've seen some people talking about, you know, North Carolina players kind of upset at Austin because he did knock one of our fellow players. That was Riff Portillo. He was knocked from the bracket by Austin. And, you know, as much as that was an upset for North Carolina, we are still so happy to see a player like Austin part of our tournament today because he has given us such great shots to look at and witness and train and practice for. It's not only a tournament, it's also a giant practice for all players here. And now Vince is gaining his practice as he's gaining momentum in this match. We're at 6-4 game point for Vince. Can we see Vince get another game like that? We can. Vince is now at 7 with 2 games to 3. But Jody, they need to get 4 games. That means Vince still has 2 games left, while Austin needs just 1 more.
Regardless of what happens going forward, we will not call it a comeback because neither are down far enough to keep them away from victory. Vince can get 2 points on the board with the same strength and intensity level as Austin can get 1. It is still anybody's game. We have seen several times someone be behind with only 2 games and get 2 in a row. You need 4, but with players like these, you only need 4. When I'm sure they could play to 20 every single time, we appreciate what they are capable of. We see the mallets poised very gracefully there on top of the goals. Each player has walked and tried to catch a breath. This is not the same level of yelling we have seen previously from Austin. You have to wonder if it is attributable to the fact he has been playing so long. Is he as hoarse as we are? Or is it the matchup against Vince, someone he truly considers more of an equal? more worth his best efforts, or has he decided part of his game play in this matchup is going to be a bit more emotionally controlled? We're going to find out now as we see a mallet bump and the face-off begin. Matt Casey sets us off.
Already, Austin's going to open up from the face drop with a score on the board. Jody, you're right. My voice is starting to let go here, as well as, these players with their screaming here. Here we go. Austin actually hasn't done his battle cry as much here. I think he knows who he's up against. He's up against somebody who, feeds into that. He'll make you scream. He'll make you want to just cry right now. Oh, lost a mallet off the table, went right under there from Austin. Vince is still going to keep possession of this mallet. If you're just the puck. If you're just joining us here, folks, we have a great game right now. Austin has 3 games, only needs 1 more game, compared to Vince, who needs 2 more. We're on game 6, potentially can go into game 7. That's what Vince is hoping for, while Austin is hoping he can finish this out.
And finish this out is not as easy as it sounds. Vince is not like the other competitors Austin has faced here in North Carolina. Vince has played this game before, something that not all of our players have had the opportunity to do against a specific player. Austin shoots it so hard, it is in and out the goal, off the table. Possession with Vince. It is 2-1 Austin. It is still very, very early in this game. I do want to point out he's wearing a Cobra Kai shirt, so if you enjoy that television show, let us know. It makes sense why it is in fact Austin the one wearing the shirt. But shout out to both of these guys. No matter what we say about them, they're gonna dominate. And
that's
by that
exactly
we mean
what they're doing. They are dominating on this table right now. Both of these players are even matched. They have both demonstrated such high intensity and focus and skill. It is just something you want to watch. And Vince has got these crosses right now, and Austin's got to prepare for them. But I think that's a self-score there, unfortunately.
I mean, based off the mallet slam on the table, I think you're right, Sabrina. Austin takes responsibility for the point scored there, putting him in the lower position here, only for a moment as it becomes 3-all. Just as we're speaking, with these two, we can't get a breath out without the score changing. That's what makes it fun to watch. That's how you keep us engaged, and they don't care about if it's fun to watch or engaging. They care about winning, and that is why we are able to appreciate the game before us as much as we are. This is not exhibition level, this is championship, as we are here at the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship here in the final bracket. There's a lot of air hockey left to go, but so much has been completed so far to get these two here on our main stage, repped by Matt Casey.
Exactly, Jody. Perfectly said there. What you're seeing here, folks, is just these great players on the table. I know I have it in my heart. I wish it was a North Carolina player, but that's okay. These two are making it just as enjoyable for us to watch and talk about. And of course, for you folks at home, nasty in and out there from Vince of that score, which we have seen a lot in this tournament on this table. It's really unfortunate to see, but what's not unfortunate is a score for Vince here, tying it up 4-4, folks. This game has keep going on. I wonder when nature's timeout is gonna come into play here, Jody.
Yes, it takes 10 minutes for nature to kick in. I feel like they've been playing a lifetime. Looking at the sweat dripping off both of them, I know they have felt like it's gone on for quite some time. One of my favorite expressions regarding a game like this is it's running a 5K with lead boots, but they have got the quads to get them through is all I can say. They have so much gas left in the tank. A little bit of sweat means nothing, but that their body is putting it on the line. A nice catch there by Vince Sauceda. He brings it to his right corner. It is immediately rejected. We have another puck over here in the commentators. If you joined us at the very beginning in our keeping track, we have hit double digits of threats on our life, and that was a threat to Vince Sauceda. Austin is making the threat that he is going to walk away with this victory, and Vince says, I'm not scared of you. It is 5-all. We're going to see how this plays out. We have been in this position almost every time we've seen these two match up.
Here we go, Jody. You know, Austin's really been keeping this possession here. Oh, I believe the table just turned off. There's Nature's timeout.
We'll give her a shout out. Thank you, Nature, because we have 2 timeouts that haven't been used. You know, save it till you get the 6 on the board and you have no other time to use it. I know Vince wanted that to be in. You heard it. Blink. Ooh, a charge. We love a charge. We're going to see, can he make work out of it? Over there by Austin. He did scoop it back in a swinging-like motion, just a little over.
And Vince will utilize that by getting a straight into goal there. It is just amazing watching these cuts from Vince right now. But you know, Austin has also demonstrated he's got some cuts literally for Vince.
And another charge. Get hype.
Here we go. I think Austin's hyped just as we are. We're in a 6-6. I wonder if we're going to get a timeout call here.
You know, that would be my recommendation. Someone call a timeout. That person doesn't need to, because Austin Fernandez has just beat Vince Sauceda. 7-6 game.
Wow.
To game 2. Finish this before we even reach game 7, but impressive. And you hear the battle cry, but this time it is victory. He is not fighting. He is celebrating. We're going to bring him to our winner's circle in just a bit, but we'll give him a second if we need to, if he needs a breather.
Of course, we're going to give him a second to get
He doesn't need a breather.
I guess not, yeah. He is ready to go. He has some words right now. Jody's getting over there for y'all. Here we go. We're going to get it live here in just a moment, folks. I want to thank you all again, once again, for joining us. We're going to take it now to Jody Action Jackson with our winner, Austin Fernandez.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here with a very familiar face. Now, I was just trying to hype him up and said, welcome back to the winner's circle as expected. And he said, this was not an expected victory. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that? Because I saw some great gameplay out there.
Well, like our match history, I think I played Vince about 3 times. He's 4-0'd me twice. And then I had a match with him at Texas State where we got the 7th game and I was up 5-2 and he came back and beat me. Nobody in this tournament would have thought that I would have beaten him. He came in here as the #1 seed. He won the tournament last year. On paper, there's no way I win that match, but I came out here and did what I needed to do, and you know, I give it all to God.
Well, it's a good thing this was on a video and not on paper, because absolutely you gave it all you got. We were very proud to watch you. That means you have more playing in your future. That's why there are seeds and not champions when you get here. There's a lot more for you. What do you want to do now, thinking about what it's going to take to replicate such a level of play again?
Just keep on focusing on my next opponent. I mean, no, just on the puck. It doesn't matter who you're playing against the puck. And nobody's unbeatable. Nobody's unbeatable.
So true, but hopefully you will be in your next couple. But puck and play is the only motto we have going forward. So we're going to thank you so much for coming over here. Hopefully we'll have you again. And a thank you to all of our sponsors as you go catch your breath, hopefully at least a minute. Great job.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
And
just like that with the over. Vince.
NC, baby, this for us.
We're just trying to see if we can try to get like a good backdrop.
Join
Fletcher with possession, and as I say that, he gets one in the goal against Riff here. It is 1-0. Keith with a 1 point up. As I was just saying, this could potentially be a bit of a spicy match, knowing that Keith has snubbed North Carolina before, and Riff here is one of our very best players, but we know Riff personally.
Yes.
Doesn't seem like
Yes.
he's going to be one to play off any sort of grudge match feelings. But Sabrina, fill us in as we watch them go to 1-1.
Of course, Joey. You know, I was talking with Rip this morning, seeing how he was feeling. You know, this is a man who really is another type of person who keeps it on the table. He really is focused on his game and his game only. He is actually a highly humble player, too. He knows the strength of his opponents. He never underestimates who he's going up against. He always believes that whoever he's going up against is the best of the best. That's why he's always playing at his best. This is one of the Bulls brothers you're going to see, as well as a Bucket boy here. You'll see the other Bull brother as well as Buckets boy wearing a Buckets hat here.
Appropriate. Love to see it.
Is watching from the sideline, hoping to give him some words of advice and encouragement as he watches Riff in this bracket. And you know, Riff is a left-handed player, which really throws some people off their game. They don't know how to react, but Keith looks like he's keeping cool, calm, and collected, but that's not going to stop Riff. Now, folks at home, a left-handed player changes the game because their strong wall is actually now going to be the left wall instead of the right, so people have to get used to, you know, adjusting their game to that left-handed strength over there. It is somewhat of a difficult adjustment to make, but it is an adjustment that needs to be made. Well, what we're seeing here is two skilled players that are trying their best to stay in the bracket. We have a puck coming in from another table. We're going to get that picked up right before we get into our game here. It is now 3-all. Riff is going to start with possession, really starting up with that juggling here, and beautiful, straight into the goal there. Gonna take the advantage here. Oh my goodness.
We talked about some grudge and spicy feelings. I don't think that's what was behind it, but we have a loss of mallet that went straight into the chest of Keith Fletcher there. Keith is going to take it a bit personally as he immediately scores.
But Riff responds with a score on the board, and you're right, I don't think Keith's going to take it personally, but you know what he is going to take personally?
That shot.
Yeah, that shot, that point, he's going to take it. We got a timeout call here, 10 seconds on the clock. Riff is taking his little moment there, really getting himself straight, really, you know, moving his arms, trying to get a little loosey-goosey. That is what we've seen here, folks. We've heard a lot of top players say the key is to be relaxing your muscles here. Table is off, but the point still counts for Riff. Oh, excuse me, the table was not off. Apologies on that. Thought it was. We have a 6-5 match here, Jody. What do you think we're gonna see coming from Keith?
Well, I did watch Keith the other day, Sabrina, on a centerline match, I believe, and he's got some fortitude. You know, he can last on the table for quite some time, so I don't see him sweaty and tired just from this first match, but Riff is not one to tire either. I do think we almost just saw himself score, but he regains possession. He takes his timeout. Like we've said all day, the best time to take your timeout is when you have 6 points, because there's no other time that you'll have after that, because you'll either get 7 or a loss. And right now we are rooting for Riff to get 7.
And
he does.
like that, what a game from Riff. But you know, Keith still put up great defense there. It's still anyone's game here, folks. But I'm telling you, Jody, Riff really remains calm on the table. He focuses in on himself. You know, when he does get that energy and that passion, you will see it when he does a little bit of shouting after he makes that final shot we have seen before. But you know what, Jody? He is still got his head in his own game. He doesn't let it sway him. just like we saw with another bucket, we saw Liss, we see Marshall, even though their styles differ, they all have the same just type of mental game they play with. They focus in on their own game, and that is what we're seeing here, folks, with Riv right now, and that's why he is up 1 game to none with Keith.
You are correct. There is a culture in the bucket hat world of playing their own game. And right now, clearly, Riff is maintaining the way he wants to play. Now, I'll say Keith Fletcher, I think, is in his element as well. A little shook by what Riff is able to do. Want to point out that Riff just beat Justin Flores, I believe, right before this match, and that is a very difficult feat. And that was a battle. And you look at him now on the table, and he's just as calm, composed, and rested as he's ever been here when we brought him to the main stage. His strength definitely comes from that level of self-collection and focus that even the best of the best players, I don't know if they're able to match.
Yeah, I see here, you know, Keith has got some accurate shots, but Riff has a highly strong defense against it. But that does not stop Keith from sneaking in shots like that with a right wall over here. Keith is going to now lead with 2-1. You see,
a top of the mallet, not something we have seen, I believe, maybe once all weekend.
Interesting.
I love to play beginner's bracket and fuss at people, or I used to, I suppose, because the number one thing you cannot do in air hockey is top the mallet. I understand when you want it that bad and you're at the line, doing anything possible to stop it is what you're gonna do. I don't anticipate that such a mistake will be repeated by Keith, but a mistake there by Riff as he self-scores, but it is only 3-1. Keith is in the lead.
Yeah, you see a little bit of frustration on Riff's face, but notice he still keeps the composure on the table just like that. He's going to get that over there. He's aiming at that left wall, knowing that Keith is really not trained against it because, you know, you play against a lot of right-hand players, but Keith has still made good defense on Riff, making it hard for Riff. It's certainly not an easy game for Riff here. These players have remained on the table just like that.
Wow, a sneak shot there.
Beautiful.
A very skinny
shot.
wall.
Skinny wall indeed, Jody. That was a great shot. I feel like that needs to be in the highlights. What an amazing shot Riff made there. But just as amazing, Keith is going to get another point on the board here. Ooh, he attempted a cut here, but it doesn't work out quite as well. Ooh, Riff did try to keep the puck in play. It's not, but it is going to be in Riff's possession here. Let's see if he's going to attempt that left wall or try a straight here. He's watching the defense and gets it in, making it a 4-all. And of course, Jody, we have a special place in our hearts for Riff as he is a North Carolina air hockey player. But of course, we want both players to have fun, and of course, we root for air hockey here.
Sabrina, we have our favorites. We never lie about our biases, just like we can't lie that it is a breath taker, that it is 5-5 right now. And yes, Riff is one of our own, an excellent player who has done nothing but show up and show out since the tournament began earlier this weekend. Keith is, you know, someone we have not had the opportunity to talk about, but he has a name very clear and noteworthy in the air hockey community as an out-of-stater. He is here to bring his A game. We have a bit of a game trying to find the puck that is taken out the commentators' table. It is thrown by Keith onto the table. Not the most sportsmanlike thing we've seen, but understandably just wants to get back to the game.
I think he's just a little bit frustrated right now. I think it's not really at Riff or the game. It's just at himself right now, which is understandable. And, you know, folks, we're just going to remind everyone, we do keep high sportsmanship here, and we still see that. I know Keith is an out-of-stater here. He's coming in from Colorado. We absolutely enjoy having him here. We see just a frustration with himself right now. He's still still playing a great game.
Yeah,
we got a
this great game is in fact going to be a six-inch possession with the Bulls brother, with the bucket hat boy, with our North Carolina's very own Riff. He's up 1-0, but this could go either way in game 2. We are so excited and holding our breath, just wondering, does he have what it takes to get it off this one possession? He fakes.
In and out
makes
there.
him scramble.
Here we go. Keith is really following that mallet. Oh, and possession's now going to go to Keith. Riff had an in and out there, which is unfortunate for him. But can Keith make this shot? Not quite, but he is going to keep possession of the puck. It's a very important point here for both. And Riff takes the point. Wow, he is now up 2-0 here. We're going to see how Keith reacts in this next game here, Jody. Jody, how are you feeling about this match? I want to hear your thoughts on this match.
You know, sometimes I think I have no thoughts at all, but that can't be true because I have so much to say about the game that we just watched. I do want to start with its ending. First off, fantastic job by Riff, and you can see him on the table replaying that shot in his head. He's going to need to replicate it. It was a 7-6, which means it was as close as it can possibly get. Now sitting down, Keith is on the sidelines speaking with some other out-of-staters, Ben and Connor. However, Riff is not relying on his team, his bucket hat boys, his corner. He is too zoned in to have any other thoughts in his head. He is flexing out that wrist, making sure he has the full range of motion, doing a bit of a stare down, but really just staring at the table, picturing, envisioning how he wants to play his game. We'll have even more to say after this face-off as it goes to Keith Fletcher first.
You know, that's the thing about Riff. You know, he'll take the comments, he'll take, the motivations, but when he's in that groove, he doesn't want any outside voices. He appreciates everyone's support. He appreciates his own brother, Marco, sitting there on the sidelines with him, but his head is in the game. He really is focused on just getting it in. A bit of a slow hit there, not quite what
Sorry about that, everyone. We had a little technical glitch. You did miss some great pucking, but don't worry. There's so much more to come. It is now 5-5 Riff versus Keith Fletcher. Make that game point. Keith has already used his timeout, however. Riff has not. Sabrina, we know that can be a game changer.
Absolutely, Jody. It can be a game changer, and I think that's what Riff is hoping. He's waiting for this moment. We have a 6-6 get hyped. I'm so glad we didn't have the technical difficulty at this moment here. We do apologize again, folks, but we are back on the air, back live for you for this intense match here. We got a crowd coming around like behind the cameras.
Arena has essentially stopped to watch how this is going to play out. We're always going to root for our Carolina. And right now, Riff does have possession. Oh, it's in and out. We know he can do this. Our voices are lowering as the world around us stops to see how this is going to play out.
Just like
it's
that.
a 7-6 for Riff.
What a
Great
match.
job. That is 3-0 going into the fourth. Now take a breather, but we are seeing Riff do exactly what he did after his last victory. He stays stays on the table. He keeps full contact. He stares it down. He looks at the goal, envisioning what his shots are going to need to be to bring this home. Only one more game that he needs. However, we have seen more than a few times someone go from 0 to 4 just like that right now. Like that means that they are going to time out the table and get on this face-off. No break really taken here. It is an option by the players to shorten the length of their break. Face-off goes to Keith.
Now, we got to really see how Keith's going to up his offense here, because Riff has kept a pretty good defense against, but not enough for this right now.
That under was very potent there.
Yeah,
Riff was
very
not
potent
on his
under.
toes as much as you typically see on that one. But he does have, like, he is getting into his lunge stance, giving him a little bit more ability, a little bit longer reach.
We're going to see now how Riff is going to keep possession of this puck. And, you know, Jody, we've seen great offense here from Riff as he is up 3-0 here. But Keith has to really learn these shots. I don't know if it's that left hand that's really messing with his head right now. But Keith has made adjustments just like that. A skinny left there sneaking by. Let's see just how Riff will react to now him being in the lesser points here with only 1 point on the board. He attempted to get across there, but Keith prepared with a great defense.
Keith went all the way out. It was a great opportunity for Riff to get that under. That is a giant risk when you play up so much. You leave so much space under, and that space was open as Riff gets an in and out. But I think he can bait Keith into giving him that opportunity again. A timeout is called early
timeout. I believe that was called by Riff. I think he needs to get his head in his zone, which he does sometimes. He'll make an early timeout call, because when Riff needs his focus, he needs it in this game. He just has to get into that headspace, and that exactly is what he's doing here. You see the shots he's taking are just a little bit more aggressive here, but Keith was ready for such aggressive shots as he's taking back possession of the puck here. He kind of slowed down the puck to line up a shot, but it does work in his favor. He is now up by 2 points, 3-1, seeing if Riff can keep it going, or is he gonna have to play another game with Keith Fletcher? Just like that, he is closing the gap here with 2 points on the board. Still anyone's game, but Keith is increasing that gap once again, 2 points up with 2-4, which, Jody, it's still anyone's game.
I say the only point that matters is .7. We know Riff did take his timeout really early compared to what we normally see, waiting to .5 or .6, but right now he's at .3, trailing just by 1. Again, 1 point means very little until it's .7. It is 5-3. You can see this has become a bit of a mental game here from Riff, not showing the same level of calm, cool, collected. You see a bit of a lip bite trying to focus. However, he is up 3-0 in the game count right now. It only takes 4 to 7. However, possession has been hard to recapture in this volley that has had some extension, which is immediately returned. We're point for point. We're game .4.
I literally closed my eyes, Jody. I was blinking, and the puck was in the goal.
This is why you got to keep your eyes wide open, your ear to the ground, and your puck on the table. Things move so quickly around here. We said earlier, Ref Matt Casey had to put some eye drops because he wasn't blinking, trying to keep track. He is such a diligent ref, and we have very diligent players here on the table. There's no wild swinging. There's no screaming. It is going to be purposeful, whatever they do, and purpose is what we are seeing being channeled here by Riff, making sure he is ready to go into this next match. It is 3-1. Timing out the table before they get started, it can be very distracting if you start and there are only 3 or 4 minutes left on the table, but you really need 11. It's the face-off. Let's see how this goes. Game 5.
Here we go now. An immediate point there for Riff. You know, he knows this is his, an opportunity to close out the game, but so does Keith. They're now 1-all here. Here we go. Let's see how he's going to serve this puck. We see some deadly serves come from Riff. Let's see if we get that one. Well, I think Keith was prepared for a serve that could have been deadly. That's how he's keeping possession of the puck right now. He did manage to get a game here. Oh, I think we got an over there by Riff, I think, Jody. Here we go.
He does have the length on him, but length doesn't seem to matter to Keith as he is able to get another point, making it 2-1 against Riff here. That's all right. He does regain possession, and it does result in a point, making it 3-1. He does appear to be fired up after the last game, where he broke the winning streak of Riff, who was up by 3-0. He's got a long road to go to get those last 4 games. However, nothing is impossible, as we have seen here time and time again. We are absolutely still rooting for you, Riff, and we know you've got it in the tank. You just got to put it on the table. 4-1, a deficit of 3 points as he has possession coming out of his own goal.
I think Keith has made some adjustments here. He's getting used to Riff's play style. Unfortunately for Riff, he has made a really powerful move. Now, the thing is here, I did see Riff, when he called that timeout, he went to talk to his brother, Marco. I think he needed some words of encouragement, just needed to cool his head. I see the sweat dripping now. He really knows that it's still anyone's game. Keith can certainly take this, and Keith knows that, as he is now up 5-1 here in this match.
There is a lot of great puck control, but we just saw something I've been waiting for all day, unfortunately, against one of our own. But like I said, there is no better feeling except winning the match.
We're going to move on to game 6 here, folks. Riff still up by a game while Keith is climbing, which we have seen here before, Jody. We've seen players make that climb, and Keith knows that he potentially can take this match, as this is the losing bracket of the main bracket. But regardless of where they're at in the bracket, these two players are showing drive, they're showing passion, and of course they both need to have that endurance that we talk about so much here, Jody, and we're seeing that from both of these players.
Yes, Sabrina, and in the comments we saw that Keith has brought a new level of determination into these last 2 games that weren't necessarily as apparent. We've got people wondering, is Riff too relaxed? As he speaks to Vinny, who I don't know if he has ever relaxed a day in his life, I find that unlikely. I know that these boys know how to win, want to win, but I agree, Riff is still going to play his game. Maybe there needs to be some adjustments, but playing calm, cool, and collected does have an advantage if you can rattle your opponent.
Yeah, I believe Riff, I have never seen him, play it safe. He doesn't just calm down like, oh, I got this in the back. That's not Riff. I've seen him on this table. I've seen his style. That man will play his very best game. If he needs to make some adjustments, he is going to make those adjustments, and we're seeing that here in this match. Possibly might see it here in this upcoming game right now. We see him talking to his fellow players, getting that encouragement, getting that motivation, because he knows he just needs one more game. He needs only 7 points. 7 points away from staying on the main bracket here, folks. We are so excited to see that right here. Let's see if Keith is going to take it from Riff. Riff is really just trying to keep his composure. I wonder if he's going to take another early timeout like he's did these past 2 games. I don't think that's been doing well in his favor, seeing how now he is only 1 game away to winning it all, while Keith can potentially make him go to game 7. But here is our face-off, game number 6.
Face-off goes to Riff's possession. He is speeding up a little bit here. He is fired up is what it seems like. I'm curious to know what training mate and pal Vinny said, as he comes out with a fire that wasn't necessarily predominant in his last match. Now Keith knows he has to hold on for dear life, and we see a jump by Riff that is not able to stop his defense, just a little too slow there. Keith, on the other hand, seems to have learned to predict some of the wall shots that are going to come off of our left-handed player. And we see some turtling defensively, as they call turtling, for those who might not know. It's when you pull it all the way back, but unfortunately your defense is even less effective when you stay at the line a little too long. If you hang out there, it becomes easier to go under you. That is exactly what Keith did in the last point, which earned him his second on the board to Riff's only one. The drift is a little bit faster. He goes for the off goal. We're wondering, is he going to shoot for the corners? It doesn't quite make it. Fast and beautiful, but not all the way through. Keith regains it right at the line. He does a good catch, avoids going over, and also avoids going into the goal there, and possession regained by Riff.
Yeah, Riff is now trying to see how he can get through his defense. I think Keith has made some adjustments to his defense, which was killing him in the early games, but now Riff has to make the same adjustments, as Keith is now leading by 2 points. Riff, I know, is seeing that this is a problem, but I don't think the pressure is getting to him, seeing that he is still attempting to make these shots. I think he's going to have to go for some different types of shots here, leaning against the left wall. It didn't quite work out in his favor here. Keith is not going to be in possession. Puck in play. Oh, but he
should have taken the shot. He should have taken the shot.
He's
right there.
Buff the puck.
Buff the puck. Great job, bud.
I think, I think that was a choice from Rick. I'm not sure. I'm not speaking for him, but I think he wanted it to be a real game, not just taking a shot,
Oh, valid, but I wish he had taken it, because you know who did take the shot? That was Keith Fletcher. Now up 4-1. Still, no need to worry at home, folks. Anything can happen here on the table. The only point that matters is .7, and maintaining possession is your greatest asset. Even shooting a couple off goals, maybe not exactly placed where you wanted them, right up against Keith's mallet. Not one to do a knuckle duster, but if the opportunity presents itself, then go right ahead, Riff. We are rooting for you to get that puck in the goal. Keith now with possession, not for long, however. A missed opportunity. Careful with that line, folks. Remember, the number one foul we've seen all day is an over.
I think Riff really needs to make some adjustments to his defense, a little bit more on his offense, because he made adjustments to that defense. He was already predicting where Riff is going to go, just like that. Keith is going to lead now with 5-1, but don't let that stop you, folks, because, it could still be anyone's game. We still have one more game here, which, man, oh, man, wow, we see Riff taking a 2 here, taking a point now on the board. It could be a game point here, which it is. Now we got to go into game 7, folks. This is what we like to see. We hear the crowd. They're cheering right now. It's really even hard to hear my own commentator, Jody, right now. I apologize. It is just so loud with the rooting here.
But we love to root for the home team as we are nearing the end of the championship. Riff is one of our Carolina boys holding it down for us. We have a couple others still to come, but we're going to cheer for Riff. And we're going to bring the energy that only Carolina is capable of bringing. Riff, we are going to get to the face-off match game. Riff, you can't rely on the serve, as the comment said, and I too saw it was not as effective, but you can rely on the fact that you are going to get that face-off. First possession, making Keith jump already. Farley jumped right into the puck and into his goal.
Here we go. We're seeing some Man, Riff has got to get his defense adjusted. Keith is just been sneaking past Riff right now. We're going to see what's going on. I'm not sure if it's the, pressure of being the NC player on the table here, but you know what? I'm really hoping that's not going to get to him. It's still anyone's game. We've seen these games happen. We've seen them change. We got a crowd gathering here. Unfortunately, it is going to be now 3-0. Riff really needs to see how he can get his offense around his defenses. He's got to take a timeout.
Rooting for even the timeout, knowing it was a very smart move. We have called it the Weissman timeout before. When you're down 3 consecutively, you got to gather your head. You got to rattle your opponents. It is seemingly harder and harder to rattle Keith. We got a bit of a charge there. Careful again with the overs right at the line. Seems to be where he likes to play, but has gotten several unders through on a Riff. So both of them kind of leave the same opening. However, shoots just a little too hard. Possession is going to stay with Keith. We need Riff on his toes. Careful not to drop your hand. We need the rest.
Wow.
But that's okay. It is 4-0.
I think there's a little bit of pressure here. I think he's getting a little bit stuck in his head right now. But you know what? I know Riv. I know he can get that momentum back, but he needs just to start getting around his defense. He needs to understand that defense is just as important as offense here, as he needs to get the defense going up on Keith here. Keith made those adjustments like that. It is now 5-0. I think that pressure is moving on Riff. But here we go. We're going to see if Riff can get past it. Unfortunate.
Just about got it there. It seems hard to balance all that power, and I do believe we actually see Riff a little frustrated here. Game point 0. Not the first time we would have seen someone come back and score 7 in a row, but I think we do know that momentum has kind of been lost the past game and a half in a way that has been fatal to Riff. And to be skunked like that in the final after having a 3-0 game point win, we're still gonna cheer for Riff, and it is a bit of silence.
Yeah, we see here what's happening right now. Riff had to just walk out for a moment. He needs to breathe, which is just fine. We have players do that all the time. It is unfortunate what has happened to him and for NC, but you know what? We cannot give, we have to give kudos where kudos are due. Keith Fletcher put up his defense, did a great play. That was still an amazing turnout. He did turn on that defense, and once he did, that's how I believe he got that win.
I believe on both sides we saw the pros and cons of a word we don't talk about too often, but momentum. It was easy when Riff was up, he stayed up and kept it up. And I think being knocked down by Fletcher really kind of rattled, and it gave Fletcher the same momentum that had been driving our very own Riff. It is something we don't talk about too much, but you know what? Let's ask him as we go to the winner's circle, see what he has to say.
Yes, we're gonna go there in a moment. Jody is gonna go and talk to Keith real quick as Keith gets ready for his camera moment here. You know, it is a unfortunate moment for NC, but listen, folks, we have great matches. This is what we come to do. We don't expect to go up against players who we can blow out. We go up against players we know are great, we know are skillful. We are getting now here with Keith Fletcher and Jody Action Jackson. Here we go, folks. We're gonna get that camera interview on now at the winner's circle.
Welcome, everyone. This is the man we were just talking about. He took down one of our own, came back from a 3-game deficit. How did you switch your mental to make that happen and get 4 in a row unanswered?
So earlier on in the first 2 games, the way I drift the puck and hit the right wall under was flying off the table a lot. But I just kept trying to hit it, even though it kept flying off the table. When I got down 2-0, I was realizing they're flying off the table, but he's not defending it. He was staying out. So I was like, I've just got to find a way to hit it softer if he's not going to pull back for it. And so I just found a way to just kind of dink it over there. He was so fearful of my cut shot that he stays out. So I would just put it on goal. Yeah, he just didn't adjust defensively.
Yes, I think we talked about in the commentators table just a momentum shift. It seems like, you know, you were kind of challenging yourself, sending the puck off the table. That can be so frustrating. And yet we didn't see a shift from Riff when you kind of came back and changed your strategy. How are you prepared to have a game like this on the main stage, or were you expecting it to be a blowout?
I've done that many times. I've played 35 years. I've come back from 3-0 many times. A few years ago, I was down to Brian Acrocco 3-0 and 6-4, and I still came back to win that game and the next 4. It's something I've done a lot in my career, so I thought I could do it. I wasn't feeling good for a while, for sure, but put it together because I've been there before. Yeah.
Well, that's a great pattern to have. It certainly carried you a long way. It got you the victory today. I want to say congratulations from all of us here, and we've got a little more to go, so let you catch your breath, get refocused, and best of luck. Thank you for coming. Join me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
just like that with the over. Vince.
Commentators here today at the last day of the 2024 NC State Air Hockey Tournament. I'm joined here by Sabrina, and on my side, our #1 best producer, Timothy Spidey Young, someone you saw on the table several times. So now we're gonna
There he is.
So now we're gonna talk about what we've been seeing both on the table and off the table. What do you think the #1 thing viewers at home should know, Sabrina?
You know what? Let me just say here, folks, the sportsmanship. I gotta say, you know, Keith Fletcher actually took Riff after that match they just had and was showing where Riff could improve and actually giving him some pointers, which I think is very important because, you know, when you see the match, you're just like, oh my gosh, these two must hate each other. No, Keith took the time out of his day to walk through with Riff what happened in that match. And now we're actually going to go into another match we got going on very soon enough. You know, Vince is going to get back on the table pretty soon. But anyway, for the folks at home, if you don't know what you're looking at right now, here's the thing. Everyone is really enjoying this tournament. We have a good vibe. We have a great time here. Everyone is absolutely loving the spirit in here. I think, you know, when you're watching from home, you miss that. You really miss that.
You are missing out on the energy, the electricity that you're going to find here watching on the table live. We're trying our best to bring it to you, but you know, it's that good in-person pucking that's really going to give you the full experience. So come out. We have tournaments to come, but since you're not here, let us tell you that not only has the sportsmanship been incredible, but the skill level has had so much growth. Even over the past year, we have world players from in-state, from out-of-state, coming here and bringing a whole nother level than what we saw in Worlds, which was not even a year ago. I know Seshni was definitely one of them who said it has been just a grind for the past year. And here in North Carolina, we have had more access to tables, more opportunity for competition, and it shows on the table. A lot of out-of-staters, a lot of titans of industry have come up to us, have commented that there is a significant difference in what they've seen this year, and they're only looking at the main stage. Sabrina, we have how many other tables that people are competing on?
You know, Jody, we actually had 12 tables here throughout the entire tournament. All those 12 tables had these passionate, just really wanting to win it players on the table. I gotta say, not only are you seeing it here, you're also seeing it in the comments here in their stream. You guys have been just so wonderful. We thank you for joining us. We thank you for enjoying the stream, and honestly for just being so kind in this stream with us here. We are so excited. And yes, Jody, we had 12 tables here. We've actually dwindled down a little because we're already going into our final bracket. It's going to be our final day here. I'm so excited. Jody, what are you most excited about?
I'm most excited to see who's going to take home that extra big trophy. It took two people to put it together because we take the word champion very seriously around here. Last year, Vince Sauceda stole it from us Carolinians, and I do believe we've been knocked out, but doesn't matter. We fight every time we're on the table. We were always grateful for the fantastic players we have come out because it is a learning experience as much as it is competition. We have seen so many different play styles that you don't normally see here in North Carolina, like the yelling that you may be hearing in the background. Not our standard, but definitely something some of our other out-of-staters have brought and encouraged us to dig deep, get that dog in the fight. And again, you can hear it here. I do believe right now on the table is Seth and...
I'm not sure who's playing, but yeah, you see that NC spirit right now. NC's got that fire, got that passion to be on the bracket. We're gonna, in just a few minutes, get into our main table stage. But folks, remember, you're not seeing everything here. You're not seeing all the other tables, but that's okay. We're trying to bring that spirit into our commentary. Here we go now into our next match here. Ramiro Castano versus Vince Sauceda.
I do believe a shout out is wanted by Ramiro. If he wanted to say anything to his kids on the camera, now would be the time to lock in, folks. Don't worry, kids. If you're watching your dad up here on this table, he'll come and say hi in a bit. But right now, watch him give it his all against number 1 last year, Vince Sauceda.
Vince, you ready? Fuck in.
Okay, we're back on the table. We have our own commentator's counterpart as a ref up there. That's going to be Marco. Tell us again how he ended up in this position, one of our 3 main refs now at the main stage.
Well, Jody, he's always had an interest in being fair. He's always played this moderator type of role for the NC air hockey community. He always wants to be as fair as possible to everyone. I don't know if that's something to do with his zodiac. I'm not really sure, but he's always had this interest to just be a fair ref, a fair person, give everyone an equal opportunity, equal fighting chance, sharing the same morals and values we have in the NC air hockey community, keeping up a fair persona and just making it fair for everyone here today.
Yes, and fair is an important word to talk about because we have had refs, I don't know, that was a pretty fair shot there by Vince Sauceda getting the first one on the board. But like I said, we've had to really practice our impartiality, which is very common to do when you're so invested in one set of players. I know you and I always let you know who we're rooting for, but our refs here have no such problem. We've had head ref Matt Casey. We've had one of our main refs, Marco, here up on the table. We've had a few others, Kurt Zander. Also want to give him a shout out. And you could not tell that they were even Carolina players the way they analyzed the game for what it is and not who is on the table. Who is on the table right now, though, is Ramiro and Vince. Not Carolinians, but super far and super impressive as we watch that they are now 2-1. Vince taking the light lead early on.
Yeah, that is what we're seeing here, folks. We're seeing just a slight lead, but remember, you can have a slight lead, and you know what? It'll do nothing. Wow, we had a flying puck.
We're getting pucked over here like we've been all weekend, but don't you worry, folks. It's all about the table.
Absolutely. And just a special shout out here. We do see some comments going for some players here. I see Shanna Castano saying, "Go Ramiro, go Dada." Love that energy, love that spirit. And I think he's going to feel that here today. I hope he's feeling that, but I really think he is.
Well, there's just such a noticeable difference when you've got your family behind you. We saw Steve play Q yesterday, I believe, and it was only after his daughter came up to him, now we were at 3-2, came up and gave Daddy a hug, that Steve was able to crawl, scratch, and fight his way out of a deficit. And I believe that we're not even at that kind of deficit yet, and we expect only greatness from Ramiro here. The same from Vince, of course, but having that family support can just make a world of a difference.
Absolutely, it does. I mean, I came out here not only to join the commentary table once again for this tournament, but as well as for my own boyfriend here, my partner, Mr. Marco Portillo. I always want to show him my support, as well as to his family, Rafael Rick, as well as Rose. And of course, I show it to NC, especially Spidey. I was rooting for him. Of course, I'm rooting for NC air hockey. But of course, when you have your family, your partners, your loved ones by your side, it does make a world of a difference. And I feel that Ramiro is feeling that here as well.
Now, we just saw Ramiro get an in and out goal. It was quickly returned by Vince Sauceda, but we're not seeing any level of frustration. He's up on his toes a bit more as he dribbles. He's gonna kind of take the shot clock, keep it at the line so it immediately comes back after a Sauceda charge, a legendary thing to endure, and that also is gonna get some people talking. A beautiful under there, now bringing the score to 5-4. 5-3, really sorry, but I'm sure it'll be 5-4 in just a moment. Right now, it is 6-3. Potential game point. This is usually where you want to take a timeout, but when you know you've got 4 more points to go, make that 3 more points to go. Great job with the return there. Also, we want to give some notice. Our scoreboard is having a lagging issue. However, it is 6-4 right now.
Absolutely, that is happening right off our scoreboard, but it's okay, folks. We'll be here commentating on it right now. We're keeping track for you here. We're seeing 2 very focused players here. Now, Vince is going to take that first game, but I don't think Ramiro's worried. He's keeping a cool, calm, level head. You see him just trying, going around, making sure everything's good to go. He's keeping that composure here today. I'm going to make sure our scoreboard is reset for the game. We do apologize about that, but we are getting ready for our second game here coming up now between Ramiro and Liss here. Jody, I'm seeing quite a few different techniques being utilized. I gotta say, Vince has kept the same techniques he was using earlier today on the table. Very calm, sneaking in those shots with those right wall attacks. But what we're seeing with Ramiro, he's got a lot of straight shots.
Yes, you do see a lot of straights coming from what was the left side of the table, which this is a fantastic opportunity to learn more about this player. We are very used to seeing Vince at this point. We're used to him taking out our number 1s. He did win our tournament last year. However, we've got a new player to learn, to talk about, to figure out his style. And I know he has played Vince before, but there still has to be a level of learning and growth every time 2 competitors step up to the table. Vince does really adhere to the belief of play your own game. He is not one to be drawn out into chaos or aggression.
I agree with you, Jody. He does not show that here on the table. He keeps a calm, leveled head here. And just moments ago on your screen, you were seeing the ref talk with head ref Matt Casey, because both of them, Marco and Matt Casey, are the leaders of the referee committee. They too know what their stuff is and just making sure they're good to go. And I see the comments talking about what is going on with the puck. The players get to decide to buff the puck or not. That is up to them. We haven't seen it happen in this match. We did see it a couple of matches ago.
When we saw, was it Tim Weissman was up on the table. He tended.
Jacob Weissman, I believe?
Yes, it was Jacob Weissman.
Jacob Weissman, yeah. When he was on the table, he was making sure it was nice and clean for him. That's up to the players here. We have no control. The ref is just going to allow the players to make that decision here. Vince is going to open up game number 2 with a score on the board. Let's see how Ramiro is going to react to. He's setting up that puck for himself. It didn't quite go the way he wanted, but luckily he is taking back possession. Oh, beautiful right wall.
A return so quickly. Now, Michael has just let us know that these 2 are good friends, which you can tell by the respect on the table, the joy you see in both of their faces as they start the game. These are 2 guys that I'm really feeling enjoy the game of air hockey. Sure, it's a battle, but this doesn't have to be a bloodbath. This can be a great opportunity to compete and still enjoy yourself. We love to see it. We have heard now that they are in fact pals, which can sometimes make a game like this feel a little bit better or a little bit worse, but a lot of times it just means that you're gonna bring your absolute A game against someone who knows what that game looks like. You have to be more adapted to play a friend in a competition like this, to play a training partner, and we've seen that time and time again. For example, Joey versus Seth, both former number 1 Mr. Air Hockey here in Carolina. And speaking of what we're seeing here right now, it is 3-2, Vince up by 1, maintaining possession, but Ramiro on his feet, on his toes, ready to lunge for it, possibly going a charge for a charge, as we saw that Vince does like to do.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about, Jody. He's got this charge that really, when he gets it just lined up right, he really can't get that set. Look at that. He's attempted a charge here, but Ramiro has blocked it. Another charge attempt here, not quite working his way. I think he's allowing a little too much time, but you know what? As soon as I say that, it goes in. I guess it just works for Vince. He knows how to do these charges. He's a professional.
He knows what he's doing, and we know how to talk about it until it's possession, and he does something different. He's definitely versatile and experienced, and there's a reason he has been #1 so many times for so long. Sometimes he may not look as intense or as aggressive as some of our other top players, but clearly that is not the difference maker. It is strategy and precision and playing his own game. Now it is going to be to Ramiro to see if he can answer. He is down by 2, but it is now a puck off the table. Possession is going to go to Vince. You know, a little disheartening, wiping the sweat off his face, but still early days.
There we
bumping
go.
the puck.
There we go.
Bump
That's
your puck, folks.
That is what you're going to need in a match like this one. You're going to need to get that puck because, you know, we do see it fly off the table a lot, but, you know, honestly, that's just what happens when you hit it with just such power, such aggression like that. But instead of going off the table, it's going straight into goal. Vince is leading 5-2 here with 1 game to none, but I don't think it's facing Ramiro. I mean, we've seen it before on this table where someone has climbed and actually has won with starting off with 0 games.
Yeah, we saw that just in the game before where Keith Fletcher took out one of their very own Riff. We did see the last point was a self-score by Ramiro. What that means for his mental, we don't know. We haven't seen him play before up here on our main stage, but I am hoping and expecting it is going to charge him rather than demoralize. We know he took a breather, a second to recenter, and Vince, you know, kind of allows it, respects it, but does not allow him to get another point. Takes the game 7-2 as they switch sides. We're only on game 3.
On game 3.
So much pucking left to do.
Oh, there is so much pucking left to do, Jody. I agree. You see Ramiro, he's taking a breather, taking his water. And you know what's interesting? You know what we haven't seen is the bandana being used instead of a hat. I have no idea how that is utilized here in wrestling. I guess it's just for sweat collector or for style. I gotta admit, at least he color coded. I respect the outfit choice.
I definitely respect the outfit choice. It has to be for both the sweat and style. You know, I'm impressed the bandana is staying on. Sometimes we see players lunge so far clothing and it feels like body parts just go flying. I feel like this match has had a lot of excitement, but we haven't really got to the level of the yelling and screaming. This is about control. We're looking at puck control. We're looking at smart shots. It's already been a pleasure here to watch these two. You know, we are able to watch a little more objectively as they are not our hometown heroes, but truly these are air hockey players who are forces to be reckoned with that unfortunately we couldn't just yet. And the face-off goes to Vince.
Oh, but already, even with that face-off possession, it's gonna go to Ramiro, who is also buffing the puck. Both teams have decided to buff the puck. And folks, just to let you know, I believe we have substitute pucks if the players request to change it. But it looks like everyone is having a good time with this one here. We got a score on the board now. Ramiro is leading, but Vince is gonna quickly close that gap. Now it is gonna be 1-1 here. Here we go. Let's see how Vince is gonna go through this. Excuse me, Ramiro. Ramiro is going to have another score on the board, 6-1. I wonder, you know, these charges that Vince has set up for himself is honestly something that is scary, predictable, but scary because you never know where that puck is going to go just because of the power in that shot.
You are so true. Speaking of power, we have a slight momentum change, something we talked about in our last game being far more crucial than we have really been pointing out. We talk about adjustments, we talk about energy and endurance, but momentum is when you get the puck, you get it in, and nothing can stop you. It is about keeping your flow, keeping focus, but taking that rush that you get from the first time it goes in and bringing it to point 7. We do see momentum here on this table with Ramiro that he didn't have earlier in these earlier games. We're in game 3 though. He's down by 2, but 2-0 is a lead that has very little predictability. Our last game, Keith Fletcher was down 0-3 and came back to win it all. So right now we are saying what we're always going to say. We are rooting for both of these players, but ultimately we're rooting for air hockey.
Absolutely, couldn't have said it better myself, Jody. And just moments ago, you saw that Vince had buffed that puck once more. Looks like these players have just really started showing that they are in it to win it right now. And I believe, Jody, are we not in the losing bracket of the main bracket? We're not in spin-offs.
We're still in the main bracket, folks. We are in the losers. Vince was, I believe, knocked down. I cannot remember by
Austin.
who.
It was by
Austin. Yes, that was a great game. Austin, really. I remember because there was so much respect, and here there is so much respect for Vince as well. And I think that's just what he brings to the table and his community is that mentorship and just that respect. He does not come from an overly emotional place, but rather comes from a love of the game. Like I said, there's this element of enjoyment that we can see from here. And I know that Ramiro is enjoying the fact he is up 5-2 after being down 5-2 in the last game.
Yeah, we're seeing that here. I think Ramiro is getting that momentum that you were just talking about. You know, it's very important in games like these. We saw in the last match, you need to have adjustments in your game. You know, sometimes that's just what you need. And I think Ramiro has done that, seeing now that he is leading here by 3. But Vince is really trying to close that gap now. Now having 4 points on the board. We got a game point and as well as a timeout.
Great place to take a timeout. You know, we're seeing also a stretch from Ramiro, some sweat coming off of Vince. We talk about endurance. Ramiro just looks like he's ready to do this for hours. I have to believe he has all this experience, all this practice, and he knows how to make use. 7-4.
It's really a game of respect here. You see both of these players are just really adamant about winning, but yet they respect the opponents. They know that they're great players, but they also know that their opponent is also a great player, and that's what you see a lot here on the main table. You can never underestimate who you're up against, no matter how great you think you are. And just one wrong shot can change the game. It can change the way it happens. We haven't seen many calls here today because both players have not really gone over the line. There hasn't been top of mallet. I think we've only seen that like once today. It's just
we did see the one topping the mallet today. I think that was by Keith Fletcher, someone who ended up winning it all.
Exactly.
That was an unexpected call, but you know what? It happens. Puck happens around here. As long as you stay focused on your game, stay focused in your game, there's a chance to pull back, pull through anything. Right now, this is a very controlled game we are watching up here on the main stage. Like I said, the two of us have not had the pleasure of watching Ramiro before, but I believe he is out there to show us what he is capable of.
That's why you get here on the main stage. This is your opportunity not to just play well, but show
off.
Yeah, you're showing off here. And we're going to get here in just a moment. The players are coming back to the table here. We're going to enter now game number 4. Remember, folks, you need 4 games to win it all here. It's a 4 out of 7 match here in singles. Just give us a moment to get that on for you. Here we go. I know we're going to have it here. Face-off has begun, and we're seeing...
And needs to be redone.
It has to be redone. I think there's a little bit of an early release there. I'm not sure by who. Or a little bit of discussion with the ref, but we're going to keep it now. We're going to just redo the face-off. See who's going to gain possession.
It looked like Marco wanted to take a step back, a little worried that puck might go flying. Both of these guys going at it with force and velocity and ferocity. But it is currently in the hands of Vince Sauceda. We have no points on the board yet. He goes in for the corner of Ramiro's goal. It doesn't stick, but the second try absolutely does. It is now Vince up 1.
And you're seeing just how Ramiro is analyzing what he can do to get around Vince's defense here. You know, Ramiro's got some drift going on with the puck, and what a beautiful right wall under there by Ramiro. Yeah, you're right, Jody. I haven't had the pleasure of watching, but I'm certainly enjoying this match right now. It is so interesting watching players, you know, that we don't really get to watch until they get up here, and it's just a great show. And so is Vince. I mean, we saw him last year. He was a champion, and you know what? Ramiro does not care. He took a game here in this match. He's like, you may be the last year's champion, but I'll make sure you're not this year's champion.
championships are redone every year for a reason. You have an opportunity every year to be the champion regardless who had it first. Now Vince is here to defend a title, but he did not defend against that shot from Ramiro, bringing it now to 2-1. I doubt it'll stay with this score for very long. The two know how to get to the goal and finish getting it in, but right now drifting kind of at the top, close to the line, bringing it back to the corner, going for that cross. Beautiful shot, but did not accomplish too much. But currently defending against Vince very effectively. Vince lingered out there by the line a little too long. Ramiro shot his shot. If it just could have been a teensy bit more accurate, that was in. I mean, instincts right on point. And I don't even know if I should say instincts. This is a very intelligent player that we are watching here on the table.
I don't think they're playing by instincts, Jody. I think we have two players here who are playing by analysis and strategy. You clearly see that they're both are looking at the puck and they're balancing, okay, what can I do here? I'm seeing how the defense is right now. I got to learn a little bit from the opponent here. These two players are really intelligent and they're just watching each other. You see that with players. You know, we had a match, yesterday with Marco and Q, both observant players, and that's what they do. When you get players like on the table, it becomes a whole different game because it's not just aggression, it's not just tactics, there's also an analysis being made. Just like that, Vince is now tied at 2-all.
Yes, it's not. I'd say there's not any one strategy working right now. I think a lot of different things have been successful so far. Ramiro was able to take that out of his goal and immediately get the point, keeping this very close at 3-2, a lead that's not anything to celebrate or be aghast for. Vince has shot for that corner several times. It makes you wonder if he's going to go for the other next. He kind of does, but it is in and out of the goal. He draws it back, gets it right into position, kind of pushes it to the middle of the field and gets it in a very calculated shot. As we were saying, intelligent players, adaptive players, and adapting to each other as people who have played against each other many times.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Jody. When you have players like these, that they know each other, they're friends with each other. We have said this countless times before. You know their strengths and weaknesses, but that still won't stop it. Oh, we have a puck coming in.
One of our main players just got pucked in the leg, but don't worry, we're going to be resuming play right now. Vince, with possession, hands it over fairly softly to Ramiro. The comments are just rooting for both of them. I will say American Air Hockey League said the puck has fallen off the table 30 times. I can't verify that, but I'm tempted to believe you because that may have just been 31. That is why these players, these high-level players, want to keep a clear playing field and want to keep a buck so little microfilaments are not creating a gap and shooting it off the table, but 5-3 shooting it into the goal there by Ramiro.
Yeah, you see Ramiro making clear shots here. Vince really has to update that, but he doesn't care because he's going to use a beautiful left ball under, really snuck past him. And you saw he was kind of leading up with a charger, but at last minute swapped his decision. That's the thing about Vince. Vince knows how to change his style at the last second. He changes what he's going to do, throwing the opponent off guard. But you know what? I don't think Ramiro's worried, seeing the fact that he did get a game on him. Ooh, a nice dribble into that.
5-all. Just about as close to a 6-6 as you can get. I'm curious if that's where this is going to take us. A 5-5 really gets us on the edge of our seats. We'll stand up for the 6-6. Only 2 points either way. Both of these players clearly confident and capable with their abilities. We do see an adjust to the other side of the table by Benson. He resumes center. He had a shot in mind. It didn't quite land, so he jumps back in his standard position, which has served him so well all day, and honestly probably all of his time as an air hockey player. Again, this is our reigning reigning champion, of which many are trying to upset.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Jody. You're trying to see an upset here. I don't know how Vince is doing. I think it got a little shaken up with Austin, you know. That was quite the match, but unfortunately he did end up in the losing bracket. We got a timeout here.
I think Table.
Nature's timeout here. This is just so interesting to watch. You got two highly skilled, highly intelligent players here. But like I was saying, Vince really wants to keep his crown, but Ramiro is going to ensure that doesn't happen by gaining a point here. It's now game point for Ramiro and 2 points for Vince.
And Vince does a signature drawback, hits the puck exactly where he wants it. Again, sort of in the middle of the field from what I can see. Ramiro takes the opportunity to regain possession. He only needs one. The comments are suggesting hit it over. That was not quite what was recommended, but possession is still maintained. Let's see, it hits the front of Vince's mallet and immediately gives him the opportunity to make us get high. 6-6, it is a 1 point. This is kind of what we predicted, Sabrina, and what we always want to see. We're going to lower our voices just a little bit to see what they're able to pull out when they have the full opportunity to concentrate like they may need to. Again, these are out-of-staters, so
just like that, Ramiro's going to close out 2 games to 2. Folks, this is the type of stuff you want to see here on the main table, 2-2. Is this going to be another Rith and Keith match? I'm not sure. We're going to see that here today, but we hope it's going to be a good one. That honestly is not hope, I know. And folks, we are going to start lowering our voices just a little bit because tables are actually being transported out as we speak. And here's the thing. The more space there is in this room, the more likely you're going to hear us, and we don't want to distract the players. Right, Jody? You know?
Correct, especially now that we actually are going to practice being a little more impartial. We do not want to be the reason that anyone loses their focus. These tables are being taken out because we are so close to the end. That means who we have on the table is creme de la creme. We are fighting to get to that first place. We may be in the losers bracket, but we are in the main bracket, and not many people are left. There's a prediction it might even wrap up within the next 3 hours, which feels incredible knowing that some of these 4 settings can get to an hour. And I am just excited to see how long we're still going to have left to see the Ramiro versus Vince challenge up there on the table. Ref Marco is giving us some advice about something. We couldn't tell you what, but we know he's doing a good job because what the ref says goes here. He's going to switch and lead the face-off. This is game number 5, 2-2.
All right, get ready, folks. Get ready for this face-off. It's going to go now into Vince's possession. Here, let's get to see. He loves doing this pullback that really throws off some people. They're not used to, players using this pullback, but it helps Vince, and it actually won him the championship last year, as we have discussed. Beautiful pullback. Going for a left wall here. Doesn't quite work in his favor here, but it does that time. Leading now with 1. That's how we're going to open up game 5 here. But Ramiro is now in possession. Let's see what he attempts. Not quite getting to the goal, but he is still in possession of the puck. So he used his shot to get in like that.
Silky smooth on that one. That was a sniper right in the goal, but Vince is not going to let that compliment stand for too long as he returns it himself. These players are laser focused, absolutely. A variation in stance, which always kind of breeds something interesting, but they're both high top players. You asked me earlier, Sabrina, if this is just the only way high-level players of this caliber play with a high top, and I couldn't tell you, but it certainly is looking very, very potent and successful for the 2 players we have here on the table. I know Marco is watching so intently. Your man's is ref of the day. He makes sure that we know it's 3 points for Vince, 1 for Ramiro. That means so much and so little at this stage, like I was just saying.
No, I I see what you're saying, Jody, and we just saw Ramiro demonstrate that here. What a shot. That was just right into the goal here. But a straight done by Vince. Now we got a 4-2 on the board. That does not stop Ramiro, though. Ramiro's now possession of the puck, seeing what side he's going to line up with. And, you know, that's what you see from Ramiro. He's not looking at the defense. He's looking at what shot he's got to take because he knows Vince's defense, as they both know each other pretty well. But again, players do make adjustments throughout the game depending on their opponent because sometimes they may pull something you're not expecting from the player.
Sabrina, I remember being in college, they're called under the light skills that only come out when you are under lights, under pressure. There's a championship on the line. It's 5-2. There's so much on the line here as Vince wants to defend his title. Ramiro wants to move further. You know, we see a 5-3 now, and no matter how many times you play someone, they are always capable of bringing a little more when they have just the right amount of pressure and circumstance. And you have to wonder if that's how we're able to see what we're looking at right now when we are 2-2 games. Remember, it takes 4 to win here on the main stage. You do hear a lot of cheering in the background, but right now it is silent on the main stage, as the only thing you hear is the ref announce another point has been scored by Ramiro.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here, Jody. We had some yelling in the background of another game happening, folks. Just to let you know, we do have spin-offs happening, but that's okay. We've got the main bracket here on this stream for you guys to watch and enjoy right now. We're seeing Ramiro really make that climb. He is really making a climb here. We're now at game point and 5, which really could be a turnaround. Let's see how Ramiro's going to defend against Vince's fullback. Not quite getting in there, but Vince is going to remain in possession. Here we go. Once again, I think you're seeing he was attempting a charger, but then ended up switching at last minute, which is really a sting for Vince. And what a nasty left wall, I gotta say.
Nasty left wall.
Vince has some left walls that you don't expect. And you know, he's a right-handed player, so you really don't expect that from someone who's a right-handed player. He's practicing on his, what is considered a weak wall.
Yeah, I don't know that there are any weak walls, though, for Vince Sauceda. He has been in the game for quite some time. He has mastered the left wall, and I think you are right. He does that because it's less expected. You know, just as it's difficult playing against a left-handed player that you're not used to because they go for that left wall, I imagine it's even trickier when someone right-handed is going to take the same strategy, and there's far fewer opportunities to predict. Now, I do know that these two competitors we're about to have back up on the table are pals. They do practice together, so maybe it is not such a surprise. But surprise or not, it's really been working for Vince out here in this matchup in the final bracket of the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Tournament Championship. It is getting quieter and quieter in here. You almost can hear that we've been actually yelling at you the whole time.
I think you can hear that we're losing our voices. I know my voice has started to go just a little. We are loading up. I don't know if you remember from last year, I lost my voice completely.
She gave it everything, though. We're here not because anyone is paying us, not because we're gluttons for punishment, sitting in the same chair for 36 hours, because we love air hockey.
Absolutely love
this community. We love our boys who spend so much time helping build the community and the status and the virtual presence that gives us the opportunity to talk to y'all right now. So thank you to Timothy Young, and thank you to Marco, thank you to all the people involved. I'm sure we could name every single person in our community.
There's so many people that we need to thank, but right now we're gonna get to our match here on the table, Jody. We're headed to Game 6. I wonder if we're gonna see a Game 7.
I would not be surprised. I'm a little surprised the puck goes flying off in that face-off. You know, the only game I was able to play before I had to commentate, our face-off went flying off 3 times in a row.
Wow.
Right now they are asking the ref who's going to get possession. Was it actually flying off from the face-off, or did someone have possession and a charge sent it off?
And I just got clarification. You know, man, I guess I flipped it watching here. That Vince is a lefty. I apologize, folks. I'm sorry. We see the, split screen, split here on our view here. So I I apologize. Vince is actually lefty, so that
Which
is
makes
a
a lot of sense.
It is a strong arm. It is a strong wall. Apologies on that. But you know what? We're going to get back into this match.
With our lefty starting his first point, the second we take a breath. And yes, folks, we have said a couple of times, keep us educated in the comments. We can't always see the good angles. Sometimes we're looking at the table at a strange angle. Sometimes we're only looking at our monitors. Knowing left from right, you'd think is easy, but I am a natural blonde, so it is actually quite difficult.
Oh, Jody. It's fine. I think, it's just what we do here. Listen, we're not all perfect, but that's what I love about this community. We're so accepting. The air hockey community in general, everyone here from all around. You could be any race, any gender, any disability. It doesn't matter who you are. You are welcomed in the air hockey community. And we thank everyone who's joined the stream has been so kind to everyone, to our players who are playing on the main table, to us as commentators. We love and accept everyone here. We are so glad you are joining us. And now let's get back to this intense Game 6, 3-2.
And we'll be real glad if we can keep the puck on the table. We have been the casualty a couple of times. You just heard my voice crack. As Sabrina just said, we have been shouting, cheering, and commentating for 30-something hours, and we wouldn't have it any other way. And it is matches like what we're watching right now, like such a smooth and powerful shot there that keeps us wanting to do what we do. There's a lot of people to thank, but right now we're going to thank these players for giving us the opportunity to see such sick shots. And we are now 3-2. Vince ahead 3 games to 2 as well. We could win this and take it home, but I'm not seeing that to be a guarantee. Ramiro is fighting his way, and fighting maybe is a stretch. I think he just is in it as much as Vince is in it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jody. Both of these players are really showing some intensity here, and it is just so amazing to watch. We got 2 great players. So seeing the right-hand player versus left-hand player is always we just had a match. Rick is a lefty as well. So it's interesting seeing both of those players. We get a taste for that and how they react here. Man, I got to say, Vince's left walls are just brutal, but not as brutal as that shot Ramiro just took to give it a 4-all in this match. Still anyone's game here. Vince now 5-4 here. What a game. I'm so excited. Thank you all for joining us once again in this tournament.
Yes, we do have another lefty-righty matchup. Our lefty, Vince here, just got hit in the back by a flying puck. Sent his own puck flying as well. We almost don't know what to do with something like that. I think that puck came from the auxiliary table. It is a moment of relief and a little bit of humor here on what is otherwise going to be a very tight, intense match, as it only takes 2 points for Vince to cinch moving forward, but it only takes 3 for Ramiro. So to get to the next game, like Sabrina said, we are very excited, and we wonder, like she was saying, the left-handed advantage, especially with that left wall, how does that compare to someone we've seen who loves a cut, but a charge also from Vince is not something you ever want to be on the receiving end of. The fact it hasn't been a stuff yet is a surprise, but his standard practice is working very well.
That's right, Jody. You do see it working really well, but I think Ramiro is starting to get a look in there. I'm not sure. Oh, it looks like there's a little bit of confusion on the table. I think it's a... All right, we just got clarification. Now, I couldn't really hear it. They're not mic'd up. We can't really tell what's going on. I don't know if it was a call of a timeout or just saying, hey, the puck hit me. Not really sure what's going on. But you know what? The players and the refs seem to have gotten it together. It's going to remain in Ramiro's possession here. Let's see how it reacts here. Oh, I just noticed he's wearing a Superman shirt, matching with the red. I absolutely got to give him credit where credit's due. He absolutely put on a great outfit. But also, Vince is repping our tournament on his shirt, so also a great outfit. This is a match of great outfits.
We have said before that sure, we love the game, but we love the players and we love the play fits. But I know we love to see a 5-5 from these two. We've been here before. This can be very decisive if we get to that 6 point. But again, the only one that matters is 7, hence it gets 6. Are we going to see a timeout? No. We're going to play all the way through. We're going to finish this out one way or another, rooting for both. Get high.
Another 6-6. We love to see it. Is this a game point or is it a match point? We don't know, folks. This is a type of intensity you love to see on the table. Vince takes it. Oh, goodness,
a match
Jody.
point, absolutely.
Wow.
And he
Wow.
and he earned it. That was not easy for anyone. Not easy
Absolutely
to play.
not.
Great to watch.
Wow.
I know we had the ref have to talk several times, but not out of animosity, not challenges. Just a couple of questions brought up with these great players. One of our main refs, we've got Marco kind of blocking off. We'll catch Vince at some point to be in our winner's circle. But in the meantime, someone has ripped down one of the cords from the ceiling. So if you like air hockey but love drama just as much, you might hear some screaming and yelling in the background. I think Timothy Spidey Young is going to go figure out what the heck just happened. But what the heck just happened right in front of us was Vinny took the match, took the victory, and is going to keep moving on in the main bracket.
He did. That is just what we saw here. And in a few moments, Jody is going to go ahead and get an interview with Vince. We did see him earlier today. He was in a winner's bracket against Austin Fernandez, but he did lose that match. But now he's going to stay on the main bracket here. He just won. He is still in the losing bracket, though. We're going to get everything set up for you here, folks. In just a moment, we'll have another match here. But for now, we're going to get to Jody Ashton Jackson here. And can't believe
Hello, everyone. I'm here with a man who needs no introduction. Our number one, our champion last year at the 2023 North Carolina State Air Hockey Tournament, is with us here. He had a victory on our main stage. Now, we don't know too much about our opponent, but how did you feel going up against him?
Well, I knew that I've known the guy for 25 years, and he's very methodical, he's very analytical, he's very focused, and you can see how slow we play. I'm sure for folks that are like, what's happening? Why is it so slow, right? Because we both play like that, and it's because we need to, it's like we're trying to serve an ace in tennis every single possession. So I knew it was going to be a long, drawn-out. It's really draining to play that way, especially against somebody, because most players are trying to play fast. And, for me, I'm like, okay, I like that because I get to control the pace. And at no point during that match did I feel in control of the pace, because he was like, okay, I want to play that way too, and it was kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can imagine it'd be uncomfortable. Someone with such a similar play style, you've known, not my problem, for such a long time. Now, one thing the comments were saying, one thing we noticed is that left wall was just, icing on the cake for you.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, as a left-handed player, how you feel using that, if that's going to be something going forward we should look out for?
Absolutely, yeah, that's my money shot. That's the, should I say that? I shouldn't say that. Well, it's my best shot, the left wall under, because I'm a lefty, so my strong wall, it's my go-to shot.
Yes, we have a couple of lefties, more than usual, I think, on the main stage. So we've learned a lot, and I think we're still learning a lot from you, Vince, watching you play. The comments are feeding us information. We're doing everything we can to observe. So what should we observe next? You're going to keep going in the main bracket. Is number one still in your sights?
Oh, of course, yeah. I'm still in it to win it, of course. I just had to take a detour route, So, yeah, I'm just looking at my next opponent. I don't even know who it is. But, yeah, I look forward to that match, and I'm going to play it the same way I played this one. Just take my time, one possession at a time.
And you played wonderfully the scenic route, we may call it. Get a little extra calorie burn, but great job, Vince. Congratulations. We'll see you back here very shortly with the trophy at some point, I'm sure.
Awesome. Thank you.
To our sponsor.
just like that with the over. Vince.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through
of the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Championship. I know that you have had a blast. I have as well. But if you love air hockey and you just can't get enough, don't forget there's a Worlds Tournament, and we have Tim Weissman here to tell you more about it.
Well, thank you very much. It's great to be here. Appreciate everybody watching and supporting the North Carolina Air Hockey Association. It's an amazing community that you guys have built out here. I love it. It really is wonderful. We want all of you guys, though, to also come to Texas. And we're having the World Championships August 2nd through 4th in Baytown, Texas. It's right outside of Houston. It's at a resort hotel, the Hyatt Regency, and it's on an island. So come join us on Puck Island.
Puck Island sounds like the place that we want to be. You know, Tim and I are trying to get out there. There's still time to register, if I'm not mistaken, and you're going to have all the energy that you had the past several years.
Right, yeah, and I know that the organizers, and I'm participating in this a bit, trying to put together a fund to try to bring maybe a group of 4 or 5 folks from North Carolina to the Worlds or pay for their hotel or something. So if you're interested and you've got a group, please reach out.
Thank you so much, Tim. Now you know a little more about it. Keep up on our Facebook. We're going to be sharing a lot about Worlds. We want air hockey to get on every inch of this country with us on the table. So again, thank you so much. We've got a lot more puck in play, and we'll see what this turns out.
All right.
Thanks for plugging.
say here, folks, this is an intense match. You got Jacob Weissman and Austin Fernandez. Both are very familiar with the lights, with the cameras on them. Here we go, game one face-off. How are we feeling, Jody?
I'm feeling excited. I have seen these two play a number of times. They're very prone to being a number one. Anywhere they are, they also strongly dislike noise. So you'll hear Sabrina and I at a slightly lower, less excited volume. Don't be mistook. We could not be any more pleased to be where we are. We want y'all to get the best view. We've got 3 different angles going on. We know this game is going to take a while. These are not players who are prone to mistakes or prone to missing, but they have fantastic defenses and are going to keep a back and forth pace at such a fast pace that you see right now compared to what you saw just earlier with Vince, Sauceda, and Ramiro. But it is 1-1 right out of the gate. Remember, that is going to be 2-1 Jacob. It takes 4 to win. I predict a 7, and it's going to end in a 7-6 if I can have my way. I love seeing both of these boys pour their heart and soul out on the table. They'll also tend to lose some vocal cords out on the table, but only because they're so passionate. They want to win so bad. They're both Houstonites. Possession is going to go to Austin. After the puck goes flying off the table, that will probably end up with us getting a new puck if this continues to happen. Sabrina, these are also 2 folks who are not afraid to argue with the ref and truly know all the rules.
Yeah, that's right, Jody. That's why we got Marco and Matt Casey here ready to go in case anything happens. Our 2 refs here. Matt Casey's going to actually be the one who is going to be watching these matches right now. You know, this is why we have refs like these. They have to be so intent here. I think I got to give Matt Casey some eye drops after the stare down he is doing on the puck and the table, but he's not staring as hard as these 2 players are. You got Jacob and Austin here, intense players. Both have a similar style. They are aggressive in their offense, and that is what you're going to see here, folks, on the table today is that passion, that fire, that aggression, all in good fun, folks. These 2, puck is off the table. Austin attempted a catch here. Unfortunately did not, so it's going to go to Jacob's possession here. These 2 players, Jody, they are intense. They are ready to play. They want it all. They are just in arm's reach of that tournament trophy. I mean, we are in the finals of our winners bracket. That means that they win. They have, I believe, it's just one more
game, and they take it all. You know, that trophy feels about 10 feet tall, and when you want it so bad, it feels like a mountain. But these boys right here have not had to climb. They have sauntered through with victory after victory. Their skill set just difficult to match. They have eaten up Carolina to get to where they are. You know, they come from dynasties. They have a mentor that's Brian Acraco. They have a dad that's got Tim Weissman. They have got, you know, weight on their shoulders, but they have been boosted up by the skill and practice and education and coaching by 2 titans of industry as these boys rise through the ranks to make their own names just as well known. Just like it is known that Austin is keeping it together right now. He just got his 3rd on the board.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing here, Jody. You're seeing these 2 players, although they're very passionate, they're focused on the game because they know the other is just as good, just as skillful. It is just an intense match here. We are now hitting into our first game point of the match here. Jacob is going to have that on his side. The puck had to be turned over, and that is how Jacob's going to close it out.
The first game is going to go to Jacob Weissman. Only 3 from Austin Fernandez, relatively quiet comparatively, but he has Joey Liss as well as Brian Acraco going to hype him up to give him some advice. I really don't think there are 2 better people out there to offer what he needs to hear. Joey is not the same level of aggression that Fernandez plays, but he is the same level of technical skill. And we don't hear any yelling yet. I think he's trying to reserve a little bit in the tank this time, which we may see how that strategy works as we divert a little bit from his typical methods to
That's right, Jody. You know, that's where you got to focus on. I think that's what Austin's getting right now. You see Jacob over there. He's kind of just pacing. He really just wants to focus on the game. You see that a lot with Jacob. He doesn't really want outside voices. He just wants to focus on himself. He knows he has his family in his corner. He knows he's feeling his sister, even though she may not be here today with them. He knows that she is rooting for him right now. It is just him at the table, him and the puck. We're seeing Austin come up to the table here, ready to go. Matt Casey is gonna start this game here.
Let's puckin' go.
Let's puck.
And the puck goes to us.
Oh, it looks like Austin kind of hurt his wrist a little bit. He was kind of shaking it.
Shaking it out, yeah.
Here we go, second face-off, game 2.
There are a lot of injuries one can experience in air hockey.
1-0.
And it really hurt Austin to feel that shot that just went in by Jacob Weissman. Able to keep the puck and flip it. Great job defense. You do see a custom mallet here by Austin. We haven't really talked about very much. You can't see great from here, but it does bring a little pizzazz to his game. Remember, it is only a 1-point difference. Jacob up by 1 to Austin's 0. Like we said, this is going to change hands many, many, many times. It is now 1-all. Make it 2-1. Jacob, a game of service starting out as it evens out at 2-all. Curious to see if this is going to be a strategy going forward. We know these boys have been playing incessantly for days. Are they tired, or are they just getting started? Do they have a reserve in the tank for when it matters most? And I'd say right now is the second most important game that they're going to play.
Absolutely, Jody, you are right there. And I think Austin's seeing that seeing now that he is leading by 1 point here. And you know, just like the comments are saying here, this is a war. You got 2 titans of players here. You got Austin Fernandez, who took out the champion of last year's tournament just a few hours ago. And then you got Jacob Weissman, who has just been absolutely a madman throughout the bracket, in the winner's bracket, keeping it on here. We see Austin's trying to regain his focus. Jacob is now in possession of the puck, trying to see the attempts he's going for. He tried to get a left wall there, not quite. But the puck does go back to his possession here, seeing what he's going for. Attempt at a straight, not quite getting it in. Austin's keeping up that defense, but not enough as he does get that cut through. And now it is a 3-all.
And those are some hard hits, folks. I don't know if you can tell from where you are. Hopefully you can, but this feels like a slugfest with some knuckle dusters. I would not envy either one of those mallets on my fingers. A high top means you're going to take a little more damage. You see that they're taped. There was an over there by Jacob, so Austin is actually going to get this back. I don't know how many overs we've seen by either of these players who are so technical, so skilled.
I don't know if we've seen as many overs. I think the match we saw a lot was by Seth Garrett in his match with Joey and Liss. It really is detrimental because it goes in possession of your opponent. And Austin here now is leading by 1. Oh, make that 4-all. Jacob is not allowing a moment's hesitation here. They are making these 2 fight. They are fighting each other here.
Unfortunate self-score there by Austin Fernandez. We know that can just rattle your mental, but I think what we're seeing here from Austin right now is someone who is playing with purpose, less with passion. And that's not to say that he's not extremely passionate player right now, but I think he's tried to shift his mindset a little, and he's gonna need to continue, as it is game point for Jacob Weissman, who already has 1 game on the board.
Yeah, that's right, Joey. And you're seeing Jacob is not being forgiven to Austin right now. He is getting through the defense. I think Austin's leaving himself just a little bit open there. Good match by Jacob and Austin here. Jacob is now up 2 games to 1. Here we go. Now, Jody, these are just absolute titans of players. They are well known in the air hockey industry. They are just animals on that table. What do you think it's going to take to get to the next level in this tournament?
I know, speaking with both of them many times in my commentating career, they're going to say, play my game, stay focused, don't get rattled, don't get drawn in, and just keep in mind the plan they came with. But they're also going to be big fans of speed, of aggression. They're younger players who are up against, the masters all the time. So they've really had to have their opportunity to learn when to pull back and when to push forward. I do know Michael said that they're both long players. They are both long players. You'll see they have to do what they can to try and get closer to the table, because up at that line is so dangerous. You said it yourself. It's so detrimental. It can be the difference between a point, a possession, which ultimately at the level we are right now, that's a championship. 1 point could be the championship.
Exactly, Jody, exactly. And both players know that. They are now going to return to the table here. Here we go. Game number 3. Jacob is up by 2 games. Oh, nasty face-off here. Austin is now in his game. You see, I think he's starting to realize his momentum is coming back here right now. Here we go. We're seeing what he can do. The puck's doing a little bit of a dance for them, giving us a little show here, folks. But that is not facing either of our players. These are 2 of the highly intense players. We've heard Austin's battle cry. We've also seen Jacob's battle cry. It is something you don't mess with. What? Oh, it would.
And you see Joey Liss in his corner of Jacob Weissman saying, calm it down, slow it down, don't get drawn in to the chaos that can occasionally be Austin Fernandez, because Austin thrives in it. He is born, bred, and raised in that play style. And as you see just now, it's got him 2-0. But Joey is over there with Brian, trying to encourage Jacob Weissman.
I know, that's kind of confusing with the Weissmans.
So all the wise guys are just something so impressive to watch and talk about. But we'll see how this goes. Given that Jacob does have such a strong corner, if this were a fist fight in a boxing match, a fist fight, whatever you may call it, to have those people in your corner have to hype you up and push you forward, remind you, what you're out here to do. I'm just waiting for someone with a towel and a bucket as we get 1 point on the board by Jacob Weissman and a possession after a puck goes flying. 2 points, Austin Fernandez in game 3, but 2 games for Jacob Weissman. We'll see how this plays out, because it will be a lot of really good play.
That's right, Jody. We're seeing that here. And here's the thing. These 2 know each other. They know
very well, yeah.
They know each other well. They know each other's play styles. They know each other's strengths, and they know each other's weaknesses. That's the thing. When you practice together and you play together, sometimes you'll find yourselves on the tournament table together. And you know what? I think both of them are proud. Like, each of them are proud of each other. I think there's this, moment of like, hey, we both made it. If it's anyone I want to play against, it's you. Although I know you're a strong opponent, at least I'm not playing against someone else. So, this is kind of a sentimental moment for both of them. They are now here together in the winner's bracket. I think that's kind of almost the ideal situation for them both. Don't you think, Jody?
I don't know about sentimental, but definitely both of them are huge believers, and I don't want to just win. I want to dominate, and the only way to truly dominate is to go up against the very, very best. You heard a yell from someone, can't tell who.
There we go. There's that battle cry.
There's the battle cry. Play defense. Austin said to himself, the yells have come out. Like I said, sentimental, I'm not sure. But when you want to play the best, you know who the best is. And that's how these 2 view each other, because they have been toe-to-toe right now like they are in every tournament I've ever seen them. Game point 5, Jacob with the lead possession with Austin. In and out the goal. That's okay. He's going to take the timeout. No, he's going to sand it.
Buck the puck.
Buff the
and
puck.
You saw that, Austin actually said, hey, good shot to Jacob here on that last shot. Jacob got past Austin. You just see that camaraderie between these 2, but yet they're both playing as just such fierce competitors with each other.
Get hyped.
Get hyped.
With 6-6 on the table. Winner's bracket, final play for winner's slot in the championship. It's gonna go to Jacob Weissman. He's got the game. He wins the 7-6. You hear Austin yell at himself, re-motivate himself. His team is once again taking him to the corner, getting him refocused. Austin is down 0-3 games, but we've seen that means almost nothing as a predictive measure because we've seen someone come back and get 4 games in a row, get to 7, take the victory. Right now, we are rooting for each of these players. We're rooting for Houston, believe it or not, here in the winner's bracket. We're rooting for Austin. We're rooting for Jacob. We are rooting for air hockey, and that is what you are watching on this table. The creme de la creme, the best of the best. You've got the winner's bracket.
No, absolutely, Jody. That is what we're seeing here. You got the best of the best. The ref right now, I know it's not on your screen, but he is wiping down the table. That can be a ref's call. That is what he's doing here, and he is just making sure that these 2 players have a clean, nice table. And you know what, Will? I agree with you. Buff the pucking.
Buff the pucking puck. We would love the merch. We would start
I gotta coordinate with the marketing team here.
I think I have $10 that I would buy one right now if I could get it on the stream. Buff the puck. There is a reason we do it, folks. Filaments, it's table, it's suction. Like, sure, it seems like a little teeny measure,
hey,
but
that's gonna be NC Air Hockey's, by the way. No one steal that. I see you. I see you, players.
I will, in fact, copyright this. I will rewatch the stream and write it down. I don't care. However, I'm glad it's catching on because we need people to remember that there is merit to these teeny tiny seeming measures. They can make all the difference. The longer the puck is on the table, the easier it is to score. This constant change of possession, things flying off, it's just frustrating for everyone, and you can see that every time it happens on these two's faces. Some eye rolls, some heavy sighing, and I completely agree with that sentiment. It is hard to get what we've been talking about, momentum, when that happens.
Here you go. Both the players are literally staring down. They are having a stare down with that Dynamo logo of the table. I don't know what's going through either of their heads. They are just thinking what strategies, what adjustments do they need to make to keep on going. I mean, Jacob Weissman, I think he needs simply one more game to win here today, but that does not mean he wins the championships. Remember, he still has to compete.
Another one to go.
Yes, and Austin could potentially come back. Here we go now. Austin's going to be in possession of the puck.
Austin coming out, swinging on that one. Getting possession as the puck goes off of the table. It's true, these phrases have been around for years, but let's let new players discover them and bring them into their community. We don't use them here in Carolina, so we're gonna borrow them if you don't mind.
Absolutely, this is an open community right here, and we did see that puck hit Matt Casey's leg. He seemed unfazed. He's just staring down at the puck. Oh, I almost thought that went in.
A kickback, really going for that reach. Loss of Malin and a score by Jacob Weissman, making it 1-all. Austin keeping it together. Really trying to return it fast. Careful with the over there. He's got so much pent-up energy, and Jacob has...
2-1, Austin.
And Austin is in fact arguing with head ref Matt, making it...
Oh, wow.
And now, in fact, Jacob is arguing with ref Matt Casey. Don't know if we can hear what he's saying, but neither player are happy.
No, we're trying to see what's going on.
However,
remember, ref makes these calls. We're seeing a little bit of a challenge here. You know, I kind of expect that from these two players. These two players are passionate about the game. They want it fair. They want it nice. And I know Matt Casey is intended to be well, but you know, what happens sometimes is that you get a challenge and you just have to say, hey, no, this is what I saw. That's why the ref is here on the table. But here we go. Jacob is now going to lead with 3-1 here.
And we talk about on the table, Austin Hernandez gets a point right there. Both of these guys seem significantly more frustrated, but it is truly fueling them, giving them a little extra spice. And spice comes flying our way. We'll get the puck for the player here. It's going to be in possession of Tim Weissman at this time, who is leading 4-2. Make that 5-2. And we want to shout out Matt Casey. He is not afraid to be yelled at. You cannot be head ref and be, soft in the face of controversy.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're head rep, and now we're potentially match point.
Match point,
Coach
game
Jacob
point.
here, very intense here right now. Here we go. We're gonna see how Austin's come back here. Oh,
Austin's willing to come back. Give him the opportunity.
Absolutely. These players are not forgiving. They both show that they are monsters on the table. You got Austin and Jacob here, absolute titans in the industry. They are well known in this community. Let's see how
Not
this
only
goes.
known in this community, known around the world for anyone who has ever watched or attended the World's Tournament. You made a fantastic point, Sabrina. Whoever wins here still has to fight it out. And right now,
We got a
Austin
timeout.
is fighting it out as Jacob Weissman. I'm looking directly at Tim Weissman. I do apologize.
Intimidating, very intimidating when you're looking at the Weissmans here. And I don't see that intimidation coming from Austin right now, because Austin has played with Jacob before. He's used to this play style. And just like that, Jacob Weissman is now
4-0. He is the winner of the winner's bracket. He has been knocked.
He is now, Jacob is now going to be.
Semifinals, actually, I'm being told.
Oh, yeah, we're just getting clarification for the bracket. One moment, folks, we're going to get that clarification. We're going to try to get a word with Jacob right now. Matt Casey is speaking with the players right now. I think they're discussing what's going to happen. I don't know if it's like a North Carolina versus Texas thing. I'm not sure what's happening here, but in a moment, I guess we'll ask Jacob about it when we hopefully get to interview with him. But as of now, folks, we just watched an absolutely amazing match between highly skilled players, Jody. And what do you got to say to Austin and Jacob here on just their talents and strategies?
Interviewing them both has always been a pleasure and a problem. They're so good. They're going to kind of say the same thing every time. They view their opponents with respect. They have a lot of respect for the game. However, they are not going to tolerate anything less than perfection from themselves, from their opponent, and from the ref. You can see that is why they are continuing this conversation. An apology was shared, I imagine, from all of them. Things can get a little heated, a little hot and heavy here at the table. Yeah, and we see that with a lot of players who on the table take on a different personality and step back. Timothy Spidey Young, I think, is definitely one of them as well, who after the game will step back, share his apologies, share that they are in fact all good. And it's going to be all good to talk to Jacob Weissman once more. I'm going to head over to the winner's circle. Sabrina, thank you for holding it down in the process.
Of course, Jody, and we'll see you there at the winner's circle. Folks, once again, we want to thank you for joining us and watching this match. We still have a couple more matches to go, but for now, we're going to head on to Jody, Axon Jackson, and Jacob Weissman.
Okay, you just watched this man dominate on the table. He needs no introduction. However, I want to jump right into it. What happened up there with the ref? We were not able to hear. Our mic was not live, and I know back home we're very curious.
Yeah, so, it's intense, and so I don't, I think, the ref is doing a great job. It's just he got the score wrong, and so me and Austin stopped to correct him. He gave me an extra point. He said 3-1. We said, no, it's 2-1. And then he didn't say in play before action started again, and that's when Austin scored. And so we were just kind of talking about all that with him.
So it sounds like you weren't sure that it was still going because you were discussing with the ref, but Austin went ahead, took the shot, it got in, and it counted.
No, it didn't count. Okay. It didn't. Yeah.
Well, great.
Yeah, Austin, it was a great, honorable sport, and so he recognized what happened, and he said, no, I don't get the point. So.
That is something we talk about a lot when watching you two. There's a lot of respect, a lot of honor. We know you're always excited to see each other because you're excited to play against the best and bring your A game. You're not really looking to sweep anyone, but it is what you did here. What should we look for going forward? You're not that far away from the really big trophy that stands right there.
Yeah, I'm just, whoever comes out of the losers, I'm ready to play them in the finals, Connor, Vince, and Austin are all playing great air hockey, so I'm excited.
Well, great, Jacob. Thank you again so much. I'm sure we'll have you right back up here. You played a great game, a lot of strength and skill. So thank you so much. And now we'll shout out to our sponsors who were able to let this happen. Congratulations. Thanks.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Of course, folks at home, this would not be a tournament like this one without our great sponsors here. Of course, who our staple sponsor, the one that's been with us for every tournament here, is Tito's Handmade Vodka. Thank you so much for being our sponsor once again for this 2024 NC State Air Hockey Tournament. It's our proud title sponsor. Thank you, Tito's. And you know what, guys? Go enjoy the smooth taste of Tito's Handmade Vodka. I'm sure we're going to need it after watching that match.
You know, I cannot disagree, Sabrina. I did tell one of our victors, Vinny, hey, let's go grab some Tito's. And he said, sorry, Mom, I don't drink, but thank you, sponsors. Speaking of sponsors, Ashley Odom, if you know AO, she is from his part of the world, representing the McLaurin Realty Group. For privacy, security, and efficiency in real estate, look no further than Ashley Odom of the McLaurin Realty Group. Thank you so much for your sponsorship, and thank you for staying so active in our community. We love to have family a part of everything we do. Your sponsorship keeps our family together.
And speaking of community and family, this is a great sponsor to have, the Neighborhood Sports Bar and Grill. They have been home to many of North Carolina air hockey tournaments, and we want to give them a thanks once again for sponsoring our event. Cheers to the Neighborhood Sports Bar and Grill. It is a true air hockey institution, and we really do look forward to returning when they do reopen.
If there ever was a sponsor with the best website, it would be the Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh. They say right on there, salty women always welcome, triflers don't bother. You know, it's a lot of fun. You're in the right place if you find yourself there. Thank you so much for your sponsorship of the 2024 North Carolina State Air Hockey Tournament. Again, that's Johnson Street Yacht Club of Raleigh.
And who can forget, we cannot go with this term without this sponsor, the Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance, GRSA. Thank you so much for being a sponsor here. You know, they have world-class venues, first-rate hotels, and that good old Southern hospitality. Choose the Greater Raleigh Sports Alliance to elevate your sports event. Once again, thank you so much to the GRSA for your sponsorship.
And a sponsor that loves puns almost as much as we do. The three puck chucklers made up of some of our Carolinians, Sarah, Wes, and Paul, Pineapple Paul, as you may know him when we have him on the table. We want to just give them a special shout out. This local trio of philanthropists, these air hockey enthusiasts, really help make this tournament possible with their volunteer hours, but also we appreciate your support and your sponsorship. Thank you so much.
And finally, we have Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers. Oh my goodness. This is not just a sponsor of this event. This is one of my favorite places to go for the delicious Raising Cane Chicken Fingers. And I know they have one here in Chapel here. They have quality chicken finger meals, and they are the one to love. Thank you so much for once again sponsoring this event. Thank you to all of our sponsors.
Thank you again.
Just like that, with the over, Vince.
NC, baby, this for us.
folks, we are live now at the air hockey table at the NC Air Hockey Tournament. Here we go for North Carolina's #1 spot, Joey Liss and Riff. Here we go, Rafael Riff Portillo had to try to get the face off, but it's going to be in Joey's possession. We're going to keep our voices a little lower right now. Jody and I are watching anticipation as we're, part of the NC Air Hockey community.
Speaking of being part of the community is all around. You can see the circle of crowd around the side of this game. This is for North Carolina. This is our boys doing their best. This means a lot. We care a lot about rankings here, and it looks like Riff does as well. He gets the first point on the board. Quickly responded. Going for #1 is no easy feat. It is where Joey likes to be and where Riff has earned his spot. We're rooting for both of them. We're rooting for air hockey. This time we get to root purely for North Carolina because this is us on our table, our home turf, seeing what we can do. And Joey is going to show them. We expect a quick response from Riff.
And folks, of course, these two guys know each other really well. They know their play styles. And of course, we've talked about it here before. We have Riff here, who is a lefty. And, Joey is used to that. He already is aware of this and has adjusted for his game here. And Joey is not going to be in possession of the puck. And, of course, he's in his one piece, which I find really ironic here. I guess he said, hey, one piece, I'm #1. I guess that's what he's going for.
I guess he's going for #1. You heard him kind of do what you described as a hiss earlier. He is always going to be a fan of trying to confuse or distract his opponents right before he gets in a killer shot. But that shot actually bounces out of the goal. He went for the edge, but another pump fake right in gets it for him. It is now 5-3. We're going to sand the puck again.
Buff
this is
the
buff the puck.
Joey, ready. Play.
Here we go now. Riff's going to be in possession of the puck here. He's getting that puck ready. What a sneak attack. Joey went forward, and Riff used as an opportunity to use the left wall and get a shot.
And he makes him flinch. The worst thing that can happen. Gets a 1-2 out of that. Gets to game point. That is why you want to make your opponent flinch. Getting a 1-2 is a really strong move here from Joey. We see him do it.
What?
Over, not going to count. We are still at game point 4. Every time I hear Joey, I think Jody.
What?
But Joey has one more point to go. Don't count Riff out yet. He only has 2.
Wow, he did some
A little bit of head game. A little bit of a head game there.
You can hear the people cheering. The crowd is here. And folks, it is intense. The lights are down. We are watching this go down. Here we go. A lot of pump fakes using that shot clock time just like that.
And he gets it.
We're moving on to game #2. Riff has now 5 on the board. Here we go. We are seeing just how intense this is. Our voices are lower, totally not because we are hoarse.
That has nothing to do with it, but it has everything to do with how much we respect the two players on this table right now.
Absolutely.
They're representing North Carolina. They are dear friends of us. Personally, these are, as we've called them 1,000 times, pillars of the community. They are founders of the air hockey world here in North Carolina. They have learned so much from each other over the years, and we have learned so much from them, and we're just learning even more, seeing them on the table. We're about to learn who's going to take it all and be #1 North Carolina.
Absolutely, that is what we're seeing here. Here's the second puck off. All right, it's going to go to Joey here. Joey's going to keep possession of the puck, seeing how he can get around Riff's defense here. He's going to keep that possession, kind of do a little teeter. What a shot by Joey. You know, he's just an animal. I mean, he's showing, hey, this is the reason I'm #1 NC air hockey player. But Riff is saying, I'm going to challenge that right here, right now.
See, this is what we saw earlier from Joey. Not only dominance, can't say dominance, they're both that strong, but Joey likes to keep possession as long as humanly possible. He's going to get the full 9 seconds on his side of the table. He's going to make use of it. Right now we see Riff is taking the same strategy. He leans back, gears up, lunges forward, a very common move we see in a lot of players who want to get a little extra sauce. Joey didn't need anything extra, but there is
Here's a timeout.
Already called.
Call here. I'm not seeing just how. Obviously, I am seeing just how confident both these players are in their game. You could see it in the way they hit the puck. Certainly, they're not afraid of each other. They're not afraid to show why they should be number one. Instead of a speech, it's a game here.
It's a game. You know, they silence everyone when they're on that table. Sure, we've got lowered voices, but you've got lowered heads, usually leaving the second one of these to have a match on the table. But right now, there can only be one. There's only one number one. However, let's not forget that that can be challenged at any time. But walking away with the title today is the best we can get for our North Carolina boys as we move forward, and it will be the outsiders taking it for the championship here in the 2024 North Carolina Air Hockey State Championship. You do see occasionally Joey moves side to side physically with his entire body on the table, whatever it takes to line it up. He got the 5-2, which is definitely worth a little extra cardio. If you ask me, Riff has got it in his possession. He goes for that corner, gets it twice in a row. It just bounces right out and goes right in.
It's absolutely just a wondrous shot you're seeing Riff take here. Absolute defense has to be on his game. You see Riff, he's getting a little frustrated with how he's reacting to Joey's fake outs, but that's what Joey does. He's going to confuse you, and Riff is trying to just keep his head in the game. He did attempt to get a cut there, but not quite getting it. Timeout call. Clever timeout.
Game point 3. Joey takes his timeout. This is the only time to take it when you have a 6 points. Remember, the only point that matters is going to be 7, but both players are ready. Riff has come back from worse. No question about it. But there was no question that Joey just sealed game number 2 with a decisive 7-3. Everyone is rooting for both players. You see Riff being taken outside by the Bucket Hat boys. Joey is going to step aside somewhere. Normally he marches out the door, but he was so quick on the jump. Now, Sabrina, this is what we have essentially been waiting for all year. You know, we love our championship, but more than anything, we love our Carolina players and to see who's going to get number 1. I'm not going to say Carolina boys because we have some women really high up through the ranks that could, you know, potentially very soon upset who we see on the table. But right now, no one is upset as it is only, you know, game 3. It takes 4 to win. These two players are great at keeping their head, keeping their cool.
They are. They know each other really well. They know they got to remain calm. They cannot get overly aggressive here on the table. They have to keep that composure. They know it's just the game. They have to play with themselves. Stop trying to focus on each other. Just focus on yourselves. It is okay to refer back to your opponent. Just see how they've adjusted their game, but absolutely make sure you are watching your game and what you're doing. I think that's why Riff walked away for a bit. He needs to collect himself, talk to the boys, you know, the people he trains with the most, his brother, his cousin. That's what he's doing. Here we go.
This is what we want to see, what you want to see. We've got a battle cry. We've got smiles. We've got energy from the crowd that you won't see at any other game. And you heard ooh, ah. That is actually a North Carolina tradition from a face-off. We kind of give them the hype every time. And keep in mind, we do a face-off every game. Joey unable to keep that on the table despite his best efforts. No scores yet, but a great catch right there at the line. Earlier we saw Joey get tagged with an over. as did Riff right there, though, definitely on purpose. Puck is in play, looks to ref Matt Casey just to verify that. Now, if somebody was watching the shot clock, I do think Joey was probably over the time, but I'm not the guy with the computer, so very hard to tell.
Yeah, it is a little bit difficult to tell. Apologies there. But, you saw a good catch here from Riff, and I do agree with the comments coming in from Michael Cummings. Riff is putting a lot of pressure on himself. It's not the pressure of the game. He puts a lot of pressure on himself to perform at a high level. He wants to demonstrate that here, folks. He's demonstrating that here for y'all on this stream. But you know what? It is just a game. It's just about having fun. But these two players, they take it seriously.
Well, the fun thing for them is winning. The fun thing is being
winning.
number one. But I do think we saw Riff crack a smile at the start of this game, and I want to see what that does for his game, because I know, like the comments are saying, like you're saying, when he relaxes and remembers why he's doing this and has fun, he's a fantastic player. There's a reason he's up here fighting for number one. We've seen when he keeps his more relaxed composure, that's what happens, gets us to 1-all. Joey taking it right up to the line, placing it how he likes to do. He said that's kind of a style he learned when he was in Chicago, actually. He doesn't take total credit for that. Normally it is very, very, very effective, especially because he loves mind games, but he's playing against a Riff who keeps his mind in the game more than anywhere else.
No, that is so true, Jody. That is what you're seeing right here on this table. You see the lessons that each of them have taken from who they learned from, but themselves are also great players, and you can learn a lot here, folks, from each of these players. Of course, you got the left-handed folk who can learn from Riff. You're seeing just how he hits these left walls, and also for the right-handed folk, seeing how you could defend these left walls from
Defense
Joey.
is something we haven't talked about too much here in this game. Both these players really are just so strong on offense. You see that come on. Riff says to himself, he can get it. Careful, gets the over every time, cracks a smile. Doesn't really matter, doesn't change anything.
Just to make himself,
just
feel
give
at
him
ease.
a little jazz in his game. Shake Joey just as Joey likes to shake others. And that's what happens.
There you go. He's making Joey sweat. Oh! Devastation. Riff tried something. Here we go. Okay, Joey's gonna almost said an explicitive there. I think it was puck.
It was puck. The only bad word we know is puck, because we're on a live stream, and I adore these boys. It is 3-2 according to the head.
Oh, excuse me.
ref.
Sorry, I
It
apologize.
looks like there was a call made.
Yes, 3-2 right now. Sorry,
Game
the
number
scoreboard.
3.
About that scoreboard, folk. Here we go. We're seeing Rick now line up these shots. He attempted a left wall, but Joey's used to that. He's seen that.
He's a left-handed player.
We're now 3-all. Riff really needs to look at his defense here. He's got to get around. I think that's what happened in the last match he had up on this table.
All gas, no brakes on that one, though. He is going to offense on offense. If he can pull through the defense, got it right there. 5-3. Great job by Riff getting under.
Ooh, that was dangerous. Oh, Joey is now trying to close that gap. You see, people are kind of like, who do we root for? Do I go for Joey? Of course. But Riff also, we want a new number one. I don't know. I'm just rooting for air hockey, Joey.
Rooting for air hockey is all we can do. Like we've said to everyone listening, and these are dear friends of ours, people that we admire, people we look up to, people who have helped integrate us into the community. And now they are people who are tied at a 5-5. Is this going to go to a 6-6?
Amazing here. I think we might see a 6-6, Troy. I think you're right. Oh, what a catch there by
almost a self-score, but so fast. Timeout.
Timeout. Smart move, I would say. Everyone clapping, saying, what a good game. Wow. Joey is sweating right now. Here we go. We're seeing Riff is ready to go.
Lock it in is what you hear from his partner, Taylor White, in the stands, and it looks like that is what he is trying to do right now. He is up game point 5, but again, the only point that matters is the 7th. We'll see what Riff has in him. Riff has come back before from much steeper deficits.
Absolutely, that's what we might see here. Not sure right now. Joey is now in possession of the puck. Oh, wow, I think that was an in and out, but it went so fast I couldn't even see it.
Couldn't even tell. This is the one drawback of our job. Our view is not nearly as good as we would like it to be. Natural time out.
Here's
Hype, everyone.
Getting hyped, ready to go. Wonder if we're going to see a 6-6 here, or will Joey take this game?
Oh, I don't think Riff's going to let that happen. Not easily. A bit of a scramble there, a fight for possession. Joey puts it up, going to go for the cut, but Riff is going to lurch himself across the table if necessary.
Riff is ready on defense right now, but Joey's really trying to get around here. He's got those fake.
Oh, and Joey takes it. 7-5, game 3. We're going into game 4. Very strong play from both of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely, Jody.
Sabrina, how hard has it been to stay quiet when we are normally yelling at the table, yelling at the people listening? When we're watching, you've got Riff, I've got Joey. Like, how is it trying to hold it together?
Difficult, man. All I want to say is, Riff, you got it. Stop worrying. Relax. You got this. You're a great player. That's all I want to say, and I hope he watches this stream back so he hears that.
I hope that's what he's hearing from Doug Howard and Sarah Mann right now. Come on, Riff. You got this. You know how to play.
I believe that's Los, not Doug. Oh, we're getting a minute.
Oh my gosh, they are wearing the exact same shirt. Sorry about that. I was surprised it was Doug Howard, but you know, I can only see the back. They're wearing the same shirt. My bad. Makes a lot more sense. But you know what? When you've got someone you love on your side, giving you that in your ear like you are, he just can't hear it. That is such a bolster for people. And, you know, Joey does have the same bolster. He's got Taylor White in the stands rooting for him. But the stands are rooting for air hockey right now. There is not a favorite. No one is going to be the only person the crowd roots for. We love Joey. We love Riff. We'd love to see Joey upset and have a new #1, but we'd love to see Joey maintain his title and
I don't know
stay
who you
Mr.
root
Air
for
Hockey.
here. Do you root for the underdog? Do you root for the champion? It's really hard to tell. We're now at 3 games to 9 here, and I think maybe that will fuel Riff.
Yeah,
that
get him
could
fired
be
up.
Because that's what happened is, you know, he gets that passion, he gets going, but we'll have to see, folks. All we can do is sit here and watch in immense anticipation. Here we go. We're going to go to game 4.
All right, you're going to hear it in the background. We'll be real quiet. Oh, wow, no buildup.
No, they
It is
just want to
all
play.
gas. Let's get it. Let's get it.
Here we go. Let's see it. Joey's not in possession of the puck.
And that's a dangerous place for the puck to be, is in Joey's possession. He likes to line up his shots really close to the line. Now, Joey is not necessarily the tallest person here. He did get an over earlier, and Riff took 3 just for fun.
Just so he can calm himself down, but I don't know what else he can do to calm down. He's got to start really getting on that offense here. But you know what? I see Riff's concentration. I could see. Look at that. He just took a breath. That was an audible breath. He knows he just needs to remain focused, remain calm, because once you panic, it's game over.
You know, he's got to be careful. He just lunges out as if he's going to catch or charge. But right now, he just needs to defend his goal. That has been the game between these two. Offense, offense, offense. And defense has kind of settled back. But I think when Joey has such a strong habit of getting possession, if Riff could kind of readjust, which is something we've heard from other individuals who have played, and get his defense up, his offense could carry him. It's just going to take a slight mental shift in how he wants to play that game. Oh, Joey was left so far out there. Would have been a great opportunity for Riff. Joey stayed out for, honestly, far too long, but had enough faith that he knew where the puck was going to go. He could calculate it.
It's that speed of that puck that you got to keep track of sometimes. Riff attempted, but the wall's bouncing back and forth. Oh, nasty. Right. Oh!
Light work gets that point on the board.
Wow. This is intense. Folks.
I cannot watch. I cannot talk about it. I hear a lot of yells, but nothing else. Our voices are so quiet because we want nothing but the best for both of these guys. Now the possession is going to go to Riff. He can make work with it. He's got the offense. He can shoot a cut and a straight, just, you know, with such accuracy and precision. He just can't let Joey keep getting under him. But it is game point 2 now. Riff, is he going to stage a comeback? Don't call it a comeback.
And I think we just heard his brother Marcos say 1 point at a time, just like the comments were saying. 1 point at a time, Riff. Just climb. Forget about how much Joey has. Focus on just getting a point on the board here. Lunging here.
Just 1 point at a time, like I said, time and time and time and time and time. To again today, the only one that matters is number 7. He just has to rattle Joey enough to build up that defense. Like I said, the crowd is rooting for both. And right now, Joey gets the cheers as he wins it all.
Wow.
Mr. Air Hockey, number 1. We're just so grateful to see it.
Wow, great job. Joey remains number 1 right here. What a game. Riff put it on the show, but unfortunately was not able to take the throne from the king.
But number 2 is no slouch. And, you know, in North Carolina and in air hockey, to get another rank, you just have to challenge them and beat them. And whatever your agreed upon number is, usually it's going to be 4 out of 7, which requires 4 out of 7, but it can be 3 out of 5, 4 out of 7. If you do the math, this is a lot of games potentially, but you can get it. Today is not the only day to be number 1. Today is the day to be the champion, but number 1 ranked, you can fight for any day of the week.
Absolutely.
That was a fight. I don't think it will be the last fight that we see from these 2 athletes. I call them athletes. I used to think it was a bit of a joke, but the longer I've been in air hockey, the more I realize these competitors are top-tier athletes. This should be a sport in the Olympics, I have heard from time to time, because you know what? If table tennis counts, why the heck don't we?
I agree with you, Jody. We're going to take a moment here. We got Joey Liss now. Jody and Joey. Oh my gosh, Jody, this is a tongue twister for me, folks, but we're going to go live to Jody Action Jackson.
All right, it's Jody Action Jackson. I have to give you my full name because Joey is the one who got to keep it Joey. And here is why. We've got number 1, North Carolina, Mr. Air Hockey. How do you feel once again you've got this title?
It's for myself, but it's for the people. It's for my family. My parents were here to watch me. I got to play against 3 North Carolina players to get to this point, and I couldn't be any happier.
I don't think any of us could be any happier to see both of y'all on the table. Our 2 fiercest competitors. And Allie Olsen, also one of our fiercest competitors, our youngest competitors, is getting her own trophy. I think it might be better than yours, Joey. Sorry to say she gets a stuffed animal. We don't have one of those for you. But what do you have for our listeners other than gratitude? Because we're grateful for you. You make this tournament what it is.
You know, we didn't choose air hockey. Air hockey chose us. This is a passion that if you just like to have fun and be with your friends and family, I'd love to see you here. We're one big community that loves everyone, and we're so open for all of you to come here.
Well, we love you, Joey. Thank you so much for being in my circle. Thanks for being a part of it all. Go take a breather, towel off if you must, and you'll be seeing a lot more of him every time anything we do is streaming.
The time is now. Yes, the announcement of the year is here. We have secured the venue for the 2024 Air Hockey World Championships, which will take place August 2nd through August 4th. Yep, and we are excited that this year will be hosted at the Hyatt Regency Baytown, a waterfront resort right outside Houston, Texas. And this convention center has 8,000 square feet. Wow, that's a lot of square feet. Yes, Connor, it is. Plus, there's free parking, nearby restaurants, and more affordable hotel rooms. We're also hosting 4 events this year: singles, doubles, a women's tournament, and the return of my favorite, the Junior Championships. Mark your calendars. March 1st is when the tickets are live. Don't miss this opportunity. We will see you there at the Punk Island!
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
Oh, this is an exciting match here, folks. And yes, we did see these two earlier today. I think Vince is getting fired up now, saying, hey, I've come back. You may have knocked me down, but guess what? I'm back. Here we go. Austin's going to show, hey, I actually am going to go take Jacob down from the winner's bracket. But you know what? It's anyone's game right now. You got two strong players. And yes, Vince is a left-handed player. Austin has to adapt to that. But you know, he did adapt well last time. Seeing he did knock Vince from the winner's bracket. But let's see how this plays out.
We saw yesterday, sometimes when you play the same player twice in one day, you lose an advantage. We know Tim and Vinny played each other twice, each winning once on the main stage, in part because after their first match there was a bit of a grudge. And is that what we're seeing here right now? Still very respectful, healthy level of honor right now in this game. I know Austin, Tim, and Jacob separately have all talked about what it means to have honor in how you play this game. And we know that Austin Fernandez is going to get fired up at some point. We are going to hear his battle cry, as Sabrina has so aptly named it. The crowd has thinned out just a little bit, but that doesn't mean those who are watching aren't so intent. You probably couldn't stop this match if a hurricane went through. These guys want to get by and get to that trophy so bad. Also, this time there are spin-offs happening around. It is now 3-2, so it is a little bit louder. You may actually be able to hear Sabrina and I.
Yes, Jody, yeah, there are spin-offs happening right now because we have to take a pause there for the North Carolina #1 seed, as we saw is going to remain to the reigning champion. Joey, do you think Vince is going to remain the reigning champion of this tournament? That is what we're here to find out. We are now in the loser's bracket. Whoever wins this one will have to face Jacob Weissman for that title.
Jacob Weissman is a great player, but that is no shade to the two here on the table. You know, Vince was telling me he plays his game with such intention. He wants to be purposefully slower because that is his sweet spot, and he is not falling prey to Austin's style, as you can see right there, bringing speed only when it's to get that cut, and responded immediately 4-3. Still, I'm going to say that the pace is being controlled by Vince. Are we going to turn this into a slugfest game of service? That's what it looks for. A game of service has brought us to 5-4.
And you know, Jody, you see Jacob Weissman kind of off screen here, off to the side. He's actually watching which player he's going to have to fight in the next match. He's observing, he's learning their styles here, trying to get a better idea of what he needs to do and to adjust his game. It's interesting. He's not even taking this time to practice. He's simply watching and observing from the sidelines here. But you know what? That is also what we're doing here, watching this intense, close game. We got a 5-4 right now. This is still the first game. Anyone's game can happen.
With a charge at the line, gets that under. Then Sauceda, now they're speeding up, which is a more comfortable zone for Austin by his own words, and less comfortable for Vince by his. And he's gonna win that first game. It's gonna go to Austin Fernandez.
Yeah, we're gonna make sure that it's corrected. On the scoreboard here, we apologize for that. We'll get that fixed in just a moment here. That sometimes happens with our scoreboards. They're giving us a little bit of drama. I think it's saying, hey, you guys are inputting way too much in me. Please stop. But that's okay. That's right. We're here to commentate on here now. Now, Jody, do you think this is a revenge match for Vince?
I think I've said about a couple of players, there's no such thing as a non-revenge match if they have lost to you. I don't believe that this is full of animosity, but I feel like this is fueled by a desire to win, a touch of malice, a sign of respect. The face-off is gonna go to Austin Fernandez. Right out the gate, he is keeping that faster pace. He was down by, I believe, 3 last game, but we see that may matter very, very little. This is, you have to go to 4. Both of these guys are very, very comfortable going to game 7. They may get a little sweaty, a little tired over time, but that doesn't stop them. They can be all gas and no brakes all the time, these two. Regardless of their play styles, I think it is actually more entertaining to watch, to see what is going to come out of the bag of tricks from these two. You do see taped up fingers and different hand positioning from Vince.
Yeah, Jody, I agree. You're seeing a little bit of an adjustment here being made. Of course, you see both the high tops. What a nasty left ball under there. But you know what? Austin is going to respond by getting a score on the board, keeping up his 1-point lead here right now. We're seeing Vince. Oh, wow. I couldn't even describe how fast that was. You know, it was actually between these two, Jody, that I literally had closed my eyes for a second, and in a blink of an eye, literally, there was a score on the board. This puck is just moving at immense speeds. So like Jody said earlier, it is not your screen, it is not your internet, it is literally the speed of the puck on this table. We have two highly skilled, great players here.
You've got it, Sabrina, and I said that earlier, and it was pointed out, you know, some of other players around the world are faster, which is such an impressive feat to be, because we are just in shock and awe at what we are watching right now. But we just want to remind all of our players, even some of our more novice players, just because someone else is better doesn't mean that you're not good. Just because someone else is faster doesn't mean that you're slow. And there is certainly no element of slowness here on the table. Vince Sauceda likes to take his time, but I will not say that the shot he just got in was at a low speed.
Yeah, you know, sometimes, like we've mentioned, sometimes if you're used to the fast puck, you can sometimes trick your opponent with a slower puck because you're going to anticipate a fast puck and move your mallet faster than the puck. But you know what? For Austin, he's just going to move fast as he got that point on the board here. Just like that, Vince has matched it. We're now at a 5-all here, folks. Still anyone's game. Austin has 1 game to Vince's 0, but that certainly does not stop these two from continuing to play. And I'm not sure. I believe we got a couple games. I think we were on game 6 with them or 5. I'm not really sure. Can't remember.
Right now, the only 6 I can keep track of is the fact there are 6 points for Austin to 5 for Vince. This could be a change in trajectory, put them at 1-1.
And I know,
but never count it early.
You know, Jody, I do know that Austin not only has already won the doubles tournament, but it was also his birthday, so he's here for his birthday. I think the present he wants from North Carolina Air Hockey is that trophy. He really wants it, so we're going to see if he can take it. He's got to first off take down the reigning champ, then he has to take down the winner of the winner's bracket, Jacob Weissman. We have a 6-6. Hyped, everybody in the chat.
You should be on the edge of your seat if you are watching at home, because we are here. This is what we live for. We want a 6-6, and we want to know who's going to take it. We called this early with these two players. Expect nothing less. Anyone can get to 7 points.
And there's a timeout. That's a clever timeout. We just need that. You hear the crowd clapping. I got Tim Spidey Young in my ear clapping it up, making sure we know that this is an intense match. You should be hyped up as he is, hyped up as we are in our 6-6 here. Both players got to keep that defense, especially. And that's how Austin gets it. Wow. Austin now is 2 games up to Vince's 0, but listen, folks, that has done nothing to other players. You know, they have come back. We've seen it here before. We saw it here today on this table. It is nothing of a shocker here. Vince still can make the comeback here. Now, Jody, why don't you tell the people at home just how crazy and intense these players are?
These are players that you do not want to catch in their 1-minute break. They will not speak to you as they shouldn't. They've got the focus of a surgeon right now. Their hands are steady. They can keep their eye exactly where it needs to be, and where it needs to be is on the puck in front of them. We're talking about being down 2-0, and does Vince need a comeback? But at this point, don't call it a comeback ever until it is a 6-6 game 7, because we see a shift in possession and leads all the time. You have to get to 4 for a reason, because anything is possible. Anyone can take the game at pretty much any point in time. I doubt that we're going to see a skunk here by Austin, given the virtuous play of Vince. Sometimes it's a bit of a slow starter. You know, we have talked about players who will purposely lose their very first game to try and suss out what the opponent is going to bring for the next possibly 6. And when they're doing that, they're trying to also tire out their opponent. However, I don't think I see any fatigue on Vince or Austin right now at this face-off, with possession going first to Vince. Matt Casey keeping his eyes glued to the table. Our head ref here in North Carolina, not only a great ref, but a great guy, willing to take feedback, but also stand by his call. And his call right then is that is a point. It is 1-0 Austin.
Here we go. We're seeing that pose. And you know what? We talk about stamina. We talk about endurance. That's really what we always are talking about, that endurance that both of these players have. And I'm glad you brought up the fact that you sometimes can lose. You're not losing really purposely, but almost strategically. You don't take it as a loss. You take it as a strategy point. Because you know what? You're like, hey, you have to be on the offense that entire time. You're going to start dwindling down. You're going to lose some energy here. But here's the thing about these two players. They're used to that. They have endurance. Yes. They can play for hours on end, just like they have been in this tournament. No breaks, just like we are here commentating for you live. We want to keep up with these players just as much as they want to keep up with this bracket.
Yes, and you have to think about how many hours in a row they will play non-stop on their home turf to get that practice in. Almost have to wonder if playing only 4 out of 7, a self-score to bring it tied at 2 by Austin. We have seen a couple of self-scores from Austin here today, but that hasn't been able to stop him, just as Vince was not able to stop that shot sent by Austin. It is now 3-2, Austin in the lead. Also, as we said, Austin is our weekend birthday boy. You know, he's got a little more age and experience behind him. Is that enough to fight through Vince again?
I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe, you know, this is, you know, his birthday wishes. This technically is New Year. This is his resolution. Get that North Carolina State Championship trophy. And the thing is, though, he's got Jacob Weissman, if he wins, to go up against. And Jacob Weissman's calmly in the corner, calmly watching both of them, watching the strategy, not knowing who he's going to be going up against, chewing down on a power bar because he's getting ready to go. So, you know, both of these players are just got to prove themselves. And you know what's the thing about coming out of the losers bracket that Austin knows very well, especially from this tournament? Not only do you have to win the 4 games, then you have to win another 4 games if you want to get champion, because you got to throw Jacob into the loser bracket.
Which is wild if we see that again here from Austin. He played with mentor Brian Acrocco to win a doubles here on Friday.
I don't think 1 trophy is enough for Austin. He wants those 2 trophies here, and you're seeing that Vince is not making it easy as he scores once again. You know, these unders that you're seeing right now are just so intense. It's just something you gotta appreciate about the game. It becomes a killer for a lot of these players that we've seen on the table here, but not to worry, because they still have managed to keep up defenses. We're seeing that from both of these players. Now, Vince is going to keep possession here, attempting a left ball, but leaves a little too much room, allowing Austin to defend against it. Oh, we're going to try a charge there. Austin was prepared for that as well. Man, Austin has almost predicted Vince's moves here, but you know what? Not that one.
Another self-score brings it to 4-4. I cannot describe how frustrated Austin looked in that moment, but he looks only determined now. He was able to recenter so quickly. Very proud of that ability to regulate, something I know his mentor and him have worked on, and that brought him to 5-4. Keep in mind, you only need 2 more points to win, but a 1-point differential can mean so little at this point in the game. We are hoping to see another 6-6 quite selfishly, because there's so much explosive, like dynamic play going on here. We don't want it to stop, don't want it to end early, but you know, we are rooting not just for Austin, not just for Vince, but for air hockey altogether. And if we were rooting for Vince, we'd be really pleased to see that point of 5-5 here now. Vince still has a timeout to call.
Oh, now we're at a 6-5. This potentially can be the first game Vince has in this match. I wonder if he's gonna go for the left wall here. Oh, what a sneak.
I said, you know, he has that timeout left. What a great time to use it. Really, unsettle, rattle your opponent when you are really drifting in mid game. Yet totally valid for him to take that time out right there. Vince points out that the table is off. Kind of a double timeout there.
Give us a break for both the players here. Here we go. And he got it in.
And he gets it, his first game. His 1 game to Austin's 2. We're going into game 4. We've seen what we expect to see from these 2 players. They are playing their game. There is a lot of quickness, a lot of force in Austin's game, a lot of calculation. And Vince is kind of like Joey Liss. He likes to put the puck exactly where he wants it first. Austin is going to enjoy a good transition shot. He is going to machine gun when he needs to, shake and get Vince out of his way. Defense has not been his strongest, as we did see, I think, 2 self-scores already so far from Austin, but he is still up 2 games to 1. Like I said, even if he does make that kind of error, it means so little in the long term, if you know what I mean. You see he is pacing around, far less yelling than you expect. Maybe it is age and wisdom calming him down just a little bit. Again, happy birthday, Austin. We should have given you the shout out yesterday, but right now I know the only shout out you want is the one you give when you win. There's more on the table, Sabrina.
No, absolutely, Jody. Couldn't have said it better myself. This is what you're seeing. You're seeing 2 highly skilled competitors, and they just are. They're just great.
Good.
They're good.
There's nothing. We have nothing
I can't
else
describe
to say about them.
I've run out of synonyms to use for the word master, for the word skillful, for the word amazing, for the word great. How about this? You just have a Vince and an Austin. That's it. That's who you have here.
They are self-describing. They are that good. You could put a "the" in front of them and it would be respected and accepted as translated to be a great air hockey player. Before us, they prove that time and time again. Like Sabrina said, we are running out of compliments and of adjectives to give these 2, but right now the only thing they need to give us is a fantastic match. The stare down at the table is in full force for Austin Fernandez, and we know that can really bring him back into his best game when he recenters. Vince kind of stays in his zone, in his headspace, no matter what.
I'm surprised there's no hole in the table from these stairs.
Well, we've got a face-off right now. Let's find out. And the first thing we learn is that Vince has got the puck. Austin has started lurching and lunging. That means the table is going to move. Sometimes when you have players who are so aggro, who throw themselves so hard, you end up 1-0. Well, with a great shot like that, but also with a need to readjust the table. Sometimes if you see a table pushed out of screen by these 2, it is not our mistake, but rather the table has actually moved that far, and the puck moved that far to get right into the goal, giving him 2 to Vince's 0. The puck goes flying off the table. Possession will be given to Austin Fernandez, which has been lethal so far. Every time he gets the puck for more than a quarter of a second.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Amazing. That was a beautiful shot there done by Austin.
But on the board.
Vince sneaks around, and we see that a lot. Vince has these shots that, you think it didn't go in, but it actually went in. But Austin knows that his shots are deadly as well, that they will just go immediately in because, Austin's got these power shots. He comes with full body force. He puts his entire, it's not just his wrist, it's not just his arm, it's his entire body in that. And Vince knows that. Vince knows he also has that in the defense, and that could potentially be a weak spot here because, as you were saying, Jody, this table does move when Austin's on it.
Yes, table is definitely going to move when Austin is on it. There's a saying, don't half-ass anything. I don't know if Austin knows how to do anything but full send when he is here on this table. All he needs is...
He gives us his all.
This is his all.
It's just amazing when you see players like that. They're so passionate about the game, and you see that from Vince too. Although he's not as expressive about it, you still could see it in how he just lines up and charges up these shots, these amazing shots that come in from Vince, as well as just looking how he takes that pressure on him. We saw that with Riff too. Vince and Riff shared that they put a lot of pressure on themselves to perform at the highest level possible, especially that Vince is a reigning champ here in North Carolina for the tournament. He's really just trying to show that he should remain as that champion.
And it's even more than pressure. These are athletes who have it on their shoulders from themselves. Sure, there is a litany of titles and victories in the CV of Vince Sauceda, and the mentors of Austin Fernandez are intimidating at best and have pushed him to get him where he is today. A very young man with a game point 3 who only needs one more to go. However, Vince says no, it's 4-4. We're curious, like we said early.
And look at the passion that's coming from Austin. He is very proud of himself there. He's giving himself that little pep talk, that come on. That's been his phrase, come on. He's saying come on to himself. You know what? He's just saying that to motivate and say, you know what, this is what I need to do. Come on, keep up that momentum, keep up that endurance. Let's keep going.
Let's keep going is the only thing to do. Once he gets a victory, if he gets the victory here, he still has 2 more matches to go before he can crown himself the winner. Of course, we will hand him the crown and the trophy, but you know what I mean. The guys here, they can give it their all, but ultimately there needs to be a lot more in the tank. So how they're gonna balance between putting it all to get this victory, to get them to the next step, compared to the next step requires the next step. We say that we don't see them tired. We say it is about energy and endurance, stamina, but also you need to get that flow in as well, which requires a bit more looseness than you typically see from someone like Austin Fernandez. Vince is a little bit better at kind of going about his own way, keeping his own momentum and movement, maintaining his pace. Austin was not really able to draw him all the way in, but that doesn't seem to have mattered too much, because ultimately it is Austin who walks away 3-1, needs only one more to get himself to the final. Just one. And we know he's plucky when he needs to be. He can push himself. He is the generation that won the tournament for doubles here on Monday. Matt Casey has called, all right, gentlemen, time to get to the table. We are gonna have a face-off again for game 5, potential match game, as Matt Casey reminds us.
Here we go. Now Vince is going to start off with possession here, charging up those shots. Oh, that I believe was in and out there. But you know what? It doesn't matter, because Vince is going to keep that position, lining up that shot there, really making Austin figure out where this puck is going to go here. And you know, Austin's kept that defense and caught it for his possession. What a catch of this puck. Honestly, it's so impressive seeing at the speed at which they catch it, you know?
What's impressive is how close they are willing to get to the line to try and get a charge off. We see it doesn't result in any points, but it keeps the flow of the game where it is. The flow is starting on Austin's side. He is 1-0. Vince does his signature pull to the corner, push forward, and it's defended so well by Austin. It goes flying into our booth once again. That is probably one of the hardest hits we have taken yet all weekend, but it was pretty easy for Austin to get that into the goal of Sauceda.
1-2.
And likewise, as it is returned immediately on a serve, they're gonna buff the puck. Buff the puck, guys.
You gotta buff that puck.
We say this time and time again. It's wonderful to see that these high-level masters understand the value. I know when we were at Worlds, there were several pucks thrown out on the main table because they simply had too much damage and too much drag. And when you were such a fast player, that's the last thing you want. What great defense we just saw by Austin Fernandez.
Yo, absolutely. We're seeing that right now, but Vince has kept it now in his possession here. Really trying to go to his left balls. Wow, what a catch here. Almost an over, but not quite. Oh, he's going to butt the puck.
One more time.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, you think maybe we would switch
it
out the puck.
Yeah.
Truly. we do not want to see that drag. It creates these dead spots. This is the best table that we have that we're playing on. It is 3-1 Austin Fernandez to Vince Sauceda. This table is brought to you by the 3.
And you see the crowd starting to gather here, and it's getting a little more quiet in this room just because of how intense this match is between them. And I do agree, Jody, there are replacement pucks that the players can request a change of the puck, but as of now, they said, hey, you know what, we're getting used to the puck. I like the feel of this puck. Let's just keep on playing. What a show Austin just demonstrated there of trying to
but
catch
Austin
that
did
puck.
pull the puck in backwards. A very dangerous game. I know Joey Liss has talked about it several times. Actually, I think Seth Garrett has been an even bigger proponent to be careful when you're drawing the puck back like that as a catch. You are risking getting it into your own goal, probably even more than when you're just regularly defending. Austin has had a problem with self-scoring just a few times in this matchup, so he needs to be careful and vigilant. But right now, he is absolutely fine. That hasn't proven to be a problem. He is instead a problem for Vince as that goes in and rattles the entire takedown.
But you know what? Vince is not stopping. He is not going to let this game get to his head here. He is focused on just getting that 1 point at a time here. He really does not want to put any more pressure, and he already feels for himself because he has Austin here.
Shook the table, like you said. All it is 1 point at a time. Wow, great charge there. Unable to do it a second time for a defense. It is a very common number you see.
And you're seeing that. You're seeing how Vince is climbing right now. He has kept a great defense as well as offense here. You're seeing Austin starting to show his expression of how he's feeling. He knows that Vince is a really just immense player. To have an absolute unit. He has climbed now to a 5-all. Wow.
5-all. Can we get it to a 6-6? One thing to keep in mind, folks, is sometimes that's what we want more than anything.
That's what we like to see. A game and a match point here for these two. Let's see how they're going to do it. It's so quiet here, Jody.
So quiet. We are.
Time out.
Perfect
timeout.
Perfect
choice. When else are you gonna take it? Vince uses the time to get a little more focused with his drift. 10 seconds seem to just fly by. Vince lines up like we've seen him do time and time again. Table off. It is a timeout.
Even Mother Nature saying, hey, this is a scary game. Here we go.
Right, he lines up a shot. Comes from the corner. Gets it. 7-6 is going to go in the favor of Vince Sauceda against Austin Fernandez. That is his second game in this match. Austin has 3. We can go to 7. We see it all the time. You still need 4 to win. Once there is a victor, we can move forward. We're getting to the finals in this bracket.
And I think we're going to get a few words here from our producer, Tim Spidey Young. What do you got to say?
Just wanted to pop. I know you're doing great. I just wanted to pop on, let you know that as that game ended, Vince grabbed his towel and looked me directly in the eye and said, oh yeah. So this is certainly not over. Austin Fernandez, 3 games to Vince Sauceda's 2. This is far from over.
Absolutely, you're right. It is far from over. It is still anyone's game. Jody, this is just one of those matches you got to enjoy. Being here is one thing. Watching it on the stream is one thing. But you know what? We're all together here watching it as a community of just how passionate, how immense these players are.
You're right, and as a North Carolina community, we have the benefit of rooting for either or both or neither, because all we care about is to see some real quality pucking out there on the table. And we're gonna get to the face-off here in game 6.
Show me!
Here we go. This can go either way, folks. You got Vince here. He is making it not easy for Austin to get this match. He still needs to do another game if he wants to take the match for himself. But I don't know. I think Austin has other plans. He's going to try to take this. But
one of the things we see here as far as plans is Austin's defense is starting to mimic just a bit of Sauceda. He is going a little more with the charge. The problem with the charge is sometimes you just hand it right back to your opponent in an even better placement. I know there is a warning that you can't just charge your way through. Right now, it hasn't really caused that problem for either of them, but that is a word of warning that we heard, I believe, in Houston several times, as Carolina players do love a good charge. I know we saw Michael say that Houstonites do as well. But we're going to be a little biased, but nothing can call bias about 3 points in a row quicker than I can finish a sentence by Vince Sauceda. 0 points by Austin.
Oh, the puck is going to remain on the table. At least, you know, these Wolves, they can keep the puck on the table a little bit better than some players.
Is it possible because it's all the buffing of the puck? Something we have mentioned 1.5 million times?
I think you're right, Jody. I really think they should start listening to this stream when we say, can you please buff the puck like that? Just buff the puck.
Of course, we talk about how it is buffing the puck, but more than anything, it is the control of these two competitors that they have over the puck. They can gauge and measure the amount of force that they need to keep it on the table. There's no wild swinging that's going to send it flying.
There's not.
There's no wild swinging going on right now. Very, very, very deliberate. Just as deliberate as it is that Vince takes his time out right now as he is up 6-1.
And you know, they, like you say, they are deliberate. Oh, I think we got a little cheer there for Vince right now. And you know, they are deliberate. They're calculating their shots. This is all intentional. They're not making just a mistake and got a plucky shot here. They are making shots. They're making sure that they get it essentially to the goal. Like that. Holy cow, Jody. Let's hear it. This is what you want to see in this bracket. We wanted to see a Game 7. Let's see if we'll get a 7-6. Oh my gosh, I can barely stay in my seats. Thank goodness right now the players are away that we can speak a little louder here because, oh my gosh, we are now in Game 7. It is 3 games to 3 games. Vince and Austin here. Oh my gosh, I can only imagine what's going on through their heads. Jody, do you want to give some insight into that?
I think the only thing going through their heads is get the puck, but more importantly, we did make a request. We said, hey guys, can you make it a 7-6 Game 7? But we knew that is because they are so well matched. They are so talented and experienced. Yes, Vince has been playing a little bit longer, if we want to call it a little bit, but Austin has made this his life's passion. He has the mentor for the stars of air hockey, Brian Acraco.
Look at that. They have such good sportsmanship. They know, hey, you are a good. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Game number 7. Jody, I am ready. Are you ready?
I am ready, but no one can be as ready as these two are right now. This face-off. Ooh, they keep it on the table despite some bobbling. Fantastic, like I said, control. Whoa! But not that time. That went for blood. And we can see that Austin has regained possession. No points on the board yet. Are they going to out the table? Maybe
as soon as you say that.
Yeah, we've got first up Austin. Point off the board immediately responded. We see a serve. A game of service is not uncommon for these two.
Great control by Vince here of that puck. He knows that he has to keep it in his side here, keeping up. Wow.
A self-score there by Austin.
My throat cracked there. Not even remember, like, oh my goodness.
Well, don't you worry. If you've watched Austin for any point in time, you know that a self-score tends to only motivate him, and he comes back with a fire like he did just there. You know, a mistake can be a movement forward when it drives you that hard, as it does for Austin. But it is 2-2, still early in this game, but this is the last game until we get to the final game.
Exactly, Brody. That's right. One of these competitors is going to have to go up against Jacob Weissman, who is sitting pretty right now in the winner's bracket. And have to think, folks, if they want to win the championships, they don't only have to play 4 games, they have to play a minimum of 8
And
after
we've
this.
seen it get to 14 before. So endurance and stamina, the name of the game. You might think air hockey is just a bar sport, tabletop, but you're going to break a sweat the second you try and go for gold. Sometimes when we're breaking a sweat just watching it happen, the defense is impeccable of Austin. They're able to use that possession and turn it into a 3-2.
This is a crazy semifinals. I agree, Colin. It is a crazy semifinals. It is absolutely an insane game happening right here. 3 games. Game number 7, 2-3 on the scoreboard. This is anyone's game here, folks. What a catch there by Vince. He's really starting to see what he needs to do, but Austin has kept up that defense. He is focused in on what Vince has done.
Great catch by both of them. Getting out into the line, staying safe. Possession is going to go to Austin. They may be safe on the table, but maybe you're not in the stands. Doesn't matter because we are going to get back in. There was an adjustment needed by Austin. Hernandez allowed before puck was in play, and he makes good use of that. Remember, folks, this is 3-3. This is the last game, game 7, and it is so close, almost too close to bear. One thing to be wary of, it is a foul if you block the goal, and sometimes if you're wearing a looser shirt, that can happen. So Vince needs to be a bit careful when he lunges over the table to know the exact positioning of
which we
the
don't
puck
see.
in
We
his
didn't see a lot of.
No, actually, something we saw a lot more common in other tournaments. Not really so much a problem this time. And we do have such great shirts. It's a good thing that they are staying safe. But it is, again, 4-2. Austin just needs 3 points to get out of the semifinals, get to the finals. It is his birthday weekend. He wants the trophy. He's going to make it 5-2. Vince is not going to let him get off easy for this. We're just waiting to see what he has in store, what's in the tank, what's in reserve.
That's right, Jody.
Almost a catch.
That's what we're watching here. You're seeing Vince really is trying to focus in on just how to get around that moving mallet of Austin like that. He's gonna move it. He's gonna move it. Now Austin's in possession of this puck, really trying to get that dribble and seeing where he can get around. It hit Vince's mat, but the puck is still in play. Practice that same puck. Oh my goodness.
Are we gonna get to our request? Are we gonna get
match point
timeout by Austin? He's up 6-4. He stays on the table.
No, I believe he just was doing his battle cry. No, it could be a little bit confusing.
It was, in fact, a timeout as I have been running the scoreboard. My apologies, everyone.
It is
Still
fine.
would be a great place to take a time if needed.
Honestly, I agree. I think he should have taken a timeout here. I think he's got that momentum. He's got that flow.
He does
I
have that
think he
momentum.
wants to focus just here right now.
1 point stands in between him and the finals. And it is already back now to 6-5. It is only 1 point. Austin Fernandez in game 7. A 7-5 will take it. Maybe not a 7-6, but just as exciting. Great job. Congratulations.
Wow, that's the birthday gift you want.
Yes, you want to receive.
Holy
but you know, the gift
cow.
until he wins the finals. He's going to have to crawl his way out for the second time. I don't even know what we'll call him then. We're going to sit around and come up with some kind
We gotta look
of
up a
nickname.
thesaurus.
Like,
I don't
gotta
know.
Be something good.
There's
But you know
something.
what? That is not a guarantee that he is going to get past Jacob Weissman. Jacob
No,
only
absolutely
needs to
not.
win 4 out of 7, and that trophy is his. I know that he enjoys a very good trophy. I think we're going to try and catch Austin one more time. He gets
absolutely.
a big
We gotta get
hug
that.
there from Doug Howard.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can catch him now.
Yeah, Jody, I think that's what we're going to do. We're going to have you go into the winner's circle with him. Not his first time in the winner's circle, especially not his first time against Vince in the winner's
this is
circle.
true. This is a repeat of something we saw.
A little deja vu action
A little
here.
deja vu. All right, you can stay right here.
Here we go. Now we're going to get to you in just a moment. Here you go with Austin and Jody Jackson.
All right, if you were thinking this is deja vu, it's actually not. I am once again here with Austin in the winner's circle. He has just beat Vince Sauceda. It is going to take him to the finals from the loser's bracket. How are you feeling?
I feel fantastic. Vince played a hell of a match. I didn't think I was going to be able to do it again, honestly. Great playing, and I'll be in the finals.
Yes, I worry you sell yourself a little bit short there, Austin. That was incredible play. It looked like you were in control most of the time. Now you've got to go against a familiar foe. We know he's actually a friend, but on the table, familiar foe, you know you have to win twice. Do you see yourself replicating what you did in doubles as you came out ahead in Generations?
I don't want to believe that anything is impossible. Jacob Weissman is a hell of a player, but I guess we'll have to see and find out.
We love the humility. We are rooting for you behind in the comments and the commentary. So we're going to get a word from our sponsors, let you catch your breath, and we are so excited to see what you do next.
The time is now. Yes, the announcement of the year is here. We have secured the venue for the 2024 Air Hockey World Championships, which will take place August 2nd through August 4th.
Yep, and we are excited that this year will be hosted at the Hyatt Regency Baytown, a waterfront resort right outside Houston, Texas. And this convention center has 8,000 square feet.
Wow, that's a lot of square feet.
Yes, Connor, it is. Plus, there's free parking, nearby restaurants, and more affordable hotel rooms.
We're also hosting 4 events this year: singles, doubles, a women's tournament, and the return of my favorite, the Junior Championships.
Mark your calendars. March 1st is when the tickets are live. Don't miss this opportunity. We will see you there at the Punk Island.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
for Worlds, which we are going to plug once again. It is a fantastic opportunity to get all the air hockey you can possibly stomach. It is actually going to be on what we are calling Puck Island down in Texas, a resort hotel just for us to puck our brains out. So we are super
love that name, Puck Island. Wonderful, wonderful.
Speaking of wonderful, we have two wonderful competitors who are about to be on this table, a spin-off game to finish number 5 and number number 6. You have seen them here before. We have Keith Fletcher versus Ramiro Castano, and we know that their families are also watching. These are two players who it makes so much sense that they are number 5 and number 6 potentially, because they have both been playing for literally decades, and yet they bring so much youth and energy and endurance. You can't help but be in awe and wonder, is this what an air hockey career can be? Can you go that far forward?
Absolutely, Troy. You said it best here. That is what we're looking at right now. We have the players, they're getting warmed up, they're getting ready to go. And of course, following this 5-6 will be the ultimate finale that is going to be upcoming tonight. So stay on stream. We're going through our spin-offs right now, which are happening off camera, but we're going to have the 5-6 one happening right here, folks, for 5 and 6th place, and 6th place in this tournament.
You're absolutely right. We're going to see what happens for number 5 and number 6, because ultimately after that, who is going to get number 1 is the question that has been on our minds since before any of us got here. The second we knew who was going to be playing, it's going to be a battle once again. Two very fast-paced, competitive aggro players.
That's right.
It's going to be Jacob Weissman versus Austin Fernandez. Austin coming out of the losers bracket, going to have to win twice, but it's something we saw him do with Brian Krakow in the doubles tournaments. Generations is the name they went through. But speaking of generations, Sabrina, we've seen so many families here today.
We absolutely have. We actually did see, you mentioned earlier about Steve-O that he got that motivation from his family. His daughter went up and hugged him. It was such a sweet and wholesome moment. We also have players who are family. You got Marco Oriana Portillo, and you got Riv Oriana Portillo, you got Liss Hernandez, you got everyone here. But you know what, Jody? It's not just blood family. It's our family.
Our
this
family.
Community. With you guys here on stream, you guys are part of this community. You are part of this family because you enjoy air hockey as much as we do. We're so glad you're here spending this time with us. We have had such a great time being commentators for y'all for this 2024 North Carolina State Tournament Championship.
And not only have we had fun, you've had to tolerate us thus far, but we're going to take you just a little bit farther. Like Sabrina said, hang in there, hang in our stream. We have one spin-off match, which I guarantee will be well worth the watch. Two accomplished, experienced players battling it out for number 5 and number 6 before we get to the big question of number 1. Number 1 is going to get a big old trophy, their name on a plaque. They are going to set the tone for next year, just like we saw Vince set it this year. But now we're going to go to a word from our sponsors.
Here then.
Tito was already doing it on his own before we put a name on Love Tito's.
He used to give it away, which of course included charitable events.
Tito allows each of the employees to choose what charity in their local community they want to give back to.
I think that's the end goal, is to do something that has meaning and purpose.
We're here in this company to make the world a better place, and we like to think we're doing it through Tito's handmade vodka.
The time is now. Yes, the announcement of the year is here. We have secured the venue for the 2024 Air Hockey World Championships, which will take place August 2nd through August 4th. Yep, and we are excited that this year will be hosted at the Hyatt Regency Baytown, a waterfront resort right outside Houston, Texas. And this convention center has 8,000 square feet. Wow, that's a lot of square feet. Yes, Connor, it is. Plus, there's free parking, nearby restaurants, and more affordable hotel rooms. We're also hosting 4 events this year: singles, doubles, a women's tournament, and the return of my favorite, the Junior Championships. Mark your calendars, March 1st is when the tickets are live. Don't miss this opportunity. We will see you there at the Puck Diamond!
And just to remind you, this is for number 5 and number 6. We have Ramiro, Castano, and Keith Fletcher. The face-off done by our very own Marco, partner to my partner here on the commentary table. A very experienced and sufficient ref. His call is the only call that's gonna matter. Both of these players on the table have been playing for quite some time and are very familiar with the rules. I do not expect to see a lot of challenges, but you never know. Sabrina, what do you think we're gonna see after watching these players?